I'm setting out to build the perfect Clifftop kingdom in today's relaxing longplay. Starting with nothing but tents, we slowly work our way towards ultimate victory and the completion of the kingdom's crowning jewel, a castle atop the cliffs. What better map to achieve this goal than the Devil's Hill itself? We're not only competing with Baron von Hindelbolt but 3 AI kingdoms, so victory is far from assured. Along the way, we gradually grow our capital, expanding ever outwards to establish new districts, gather resources, and prepare for war. We see off bandit attacks and rally huge armies to our banner in our final campaigns as we attempt to bring the map under our control. But it's not all conflict. We settle a new region, manage poorly run AI settlements, and do plenty of micromanaging along the way. We join the journey right at the very beginning, but as ever, you can use the timestamps to skip ahead of the early game. But enough of all that. Without further ado, grab yourselves a cup of tea and relax alongside me in Manor Lords. Here we are then, a new people and a new objective, building the perfect Clifftop capital in Manor Lords. We're here on the Devil's Hill map. We're in Himalek here on the right, and that's giving us a lovely vantage point. We're up here at the very top of the map, and there's a land bridge that takes us to the Devil's Hill itself. We've got a lovely stone surface deposit here with a nice rich resource underneath it, so plenty of building material to build that kingdom with, and what I'm hoping is going to be a rather epic castle adorning the top of the cliffs of Devil's Hill. There's plenty of off-map adversaries, or map adversaries in general, so we have good old, what's his name, Hindelbolt. He's down here somewhere, and we've also got Wolfgang, Elizabeth, and Peter to contend with. The only region that is currently unclaimed, in fact, is Devil's Hill itself, which resides within Teufelsbrück. That may be something we want to claim fairly early on, because we're definitely going to be a little bit restricted in terms of expansion space up here. So I think for our survival, we're definitely going to have to focus on defense and armament first and expansion later as we move into other regions to claim other rich resources, such as fertility. We don't have a lot up here, so we're definitely going to want to expand down here into Lichi, which is currently the haunt of Peter. First things first then, we need to get on and get some initial buildings down. We have a lovely source of wild berries here, simply lovely. So that's right next to us where we're going to need it. Now the castle itself, I'm imagining it's going to take a route that somewhat comes across the land bridge here because I think that would look awesome. So that does rather restrict where we can put our little settlement, but I think for a start we should probably just have a small little enclave here where we can build some starting buildings, accommodation, and a couple of granaries and storehouses to get us going. With that in mind, why don't we build a little ring road here, coming out from the main road. A little something like this, or maybe something a little bit more linear. How about that there? Little boomerang shape. Ooh, we could do that. I rather like that actually. We'll do that for a starter. And within this little area, we'll get down the first very important buildings. So we're going to get down a granary, and we'll get down a storehouse also. We need another hitching post. Now, where are we going to do most of our forestry work here? There's a fair bit of timber available down here, and I don't think at the moment the game really cares if it's on a steep slope. So, perhaps though, deforesting this central area where we're hoping to expand our settlement to would make the most sense initially. We'll probably end up moving that spawn point for the wild animals. So I'm going to pop down for the time being a ox stand just there. We're going to go ahead straight away and order ourselves another ox. And we're going to upgrade that hitching post to the highest priority to make sure that it is done in time for when our new ox arrives. We will of course also need to get a logging camp, and we're going to pop this down right here next to that hitching post. So we'll get time going. A new message, yes. We will unite these lands if it takes all the blood, sweat and tears we have available to us. So we'll get everyone on their initial jobs. We'll get that hitching post built nice and quickly. They'll also then work on that granary storehouse so we can get our starting supplies safely stored away. And we'll get a couple of families working at the logging camp pretty much straight away as well. Excellent, so that's done already. Let's get 2 families working there right off the bat. I think we probably need to have a little corner road in here to help with transit. A message. I'm going to ignore you because I don't think you're a very nice person. Let's quickly get someone working at the storehouse. We'll turn off the market stall for the time being, so we can get the goods stored away, and we'll do the same for the granary just as soon as that one is up and running as well. Come on, just a second more. That one last timber being delivered by that oxen. We've got our 2 oxen already, right, we'll get you working there. Let's relocate this ox stand further in like so. And once we've got all of those starting supplies moved in, looks like that's everything from the storehouse, we'll unassign that worker there. We'll slow down time a little bit. And how are we doing? We've got a few logs coming in. We'll wait for the last couple of bits to come into the granary. So accommodation is probably high on our list, but I do want to start taking advantage of these wild berries we have here. So we'll go to gathering and we'll get ourselves a forager's hut. And we're going to put this directly opposite our granary. I'm actually going to build a little road up here like so. And we'll put the forager's hut just there. So they're right next to the berries and they're right next to the granary. Oh, what a lovely efficient start. We'll speed time up a little bit to get that on the roll. How are we doing for timber? We have 4 timber. It would be good to get the woodcutter going as soon as we possibly can to start bringing in fuel sense charcoal to sell, but I think I'm going to prioritise getting people into homes to start with. Now, we've got obviously the granary and storehouse here, we've got a little gathering post going here, so why don't we have a little group of houses just along the road here as our starting settlement, or starting dwellings. They don't need to be massive. In fact, we could even just come up to that part of the road there, couldn't we? They just need to be big enough that we can pop down some lovely little garden extensions in the rear to produce us some, probably beets initially, because they're the cheapest thing to start with. I think we'll just go for 2, and we'll make them doubled up to start with as well. So we'll get 2 down there, so that's 4 accommodation spaces out of the 5 that we need. And then why don't we put a few on this side here as well. A little bit like that there. And everything's nice and close together to our initial starting zone. We may even put some on this side in a second, and that'll be our little starting enclave, or cul-de-sac I suppose, if you're in the UK. That granary worker's job is done, so we'll unassign them, and we're going to get them working at the foragers camp straight away so we can start bringing in some of those berries. We'll need to keep an eye on the pantry here, because when that fills up, we'll need to get everything moved over into the granary. So we should be nice and good, all of our stocks should be moved inside, so we're cracking on with these dwellings. 4 timber available to us. I'm going to leave them at the moment to get these burgages done, and we're going to use those extra timber as they're completed so that we can get the extensions popped on, expansions rather, and those are going to be where we pop all of our lovely families to keep them nice and happy, because at the moment they've been happier, that's for sure. It's the second one, so we'll get that on as well. 2 timber available, perfect, so hopefully by the time we have both of these up, we'll have that additional timber we need to build the second expansion. And families moving into those burgages that we've assigned to them. And a lovely little starting settlement we've got here. Well, hopefully it's going to be a rather epic kingdom. And look at that. Already we're at the small village level, and it's only April, so things seem to be going fairly well. I hope no one at the settlement has a fear of heights, because yeah, your back gardens are a little bit on the edge, my friends. Although I suppose it's probably time we ought to pick our perk. Pick our perk, yes. That's English, good. Now, I'd imagine it's going to be a good idea to get something like the Strasbourg Masons, because it's going to give us an improved stonemason station, reduced castle banner cost, that's going to be important for what we're planning, and improved stone gatherer camp. Decreased labour speed for hunting and fishing, but it's not a particularly nourishing source of wild animals we have, so we don't need to worry about that. I am going to claim that as our own perk, because our economy is probably going to be based, or almost certainly based, on the export of stone, and therefore the efficient production and dressing thereof will be most important. Oh look, we've been given some spears and shields. Isn't that lovely? We'll form ourselves a little militia. We'll need a slightly larger population before we go after that first bandit camp though. So everyone is in burgages, and we've got a few extra spaces for people to be moving into. We've got 5 timber, so I think it's time we got on with our fueling. So we'll get down a lovely little woodcutter's lodge, which will pop down just next to our logging camp for the time being. A little bit like that there, and then we'll connect a road like so to form a little industrial street. And on that street, we're going to want to get a saw pit, which I am going to rotate around like so. And we're also going to want to build a charcoal kiln to turn that fuel into some lovely, lovely charcoal, which can be more efficiently used. And we'll get that just down next to it there. It would be good to have a dedicated storehouse for these areas, but I don't think we've got the resources to quite cope with that at the moment, so we'll hold off on that. How are we doing at the Forager's Hut? We're full. We need to get a worker at the granary. And since we have a family working in the granary, it would make sense to get a market stall down. So we'll get a market stall in this little space here. And we also need to, of course, get a well down. Not great availability of water up here. It's one of the downsides. I don't know how we're going to cope over here. I don't even know if we're going to be able to settle over here. There's no water. Oh my goodness. That is absolutely ridiculous. I can foresee that being a problem. That may be the restraining factor. At least we've got some over here. Right. Well, let's get a lovely little well in here. And then we'll have to connect that road out at the back here. We'll come to this corner, and then we'll come down to the road here. Okay, we need to make sure that's built nice and quickly. We may need to make that a deep well to service all these houses right away. How are we doing? Do you have water access? Oh no, it's okay for the time being. Okay, so we won't waste any of our stone on that to start with. We're storing the berries away, so the gatherers, rather, are getting on with gathering. We've got a couple of spare families, so I'm going to get someone working at the woodcutter's lodge right away, so we can start to bring in some of that fuel that we intend to turn into that sweet, sweet charcoal. And really now we're just waiting for a few more families to move in. We've got plenty of timber, so I'm going to unassign someone from the logging camp and send them to work at the charcoal kiln. And as soon as we have a bit of extra lumber, let's go ahead and get a few more burgages popped down. I think on this side here, potentially, we've got a few set aside now for production of vegetables. So why don't we get some smaller burgages, like so, and we can use those for more artisanal crafts, or indeed goats and such. Splendid stuff. Things seem to be going on quite nicely. Let's let you have a market stall to make people nice and happy. An additional family moving in, that's absolutely perfect. There's another thing we're going to need is, of course, a trading post. And I think we'll situate this right here on the King's Road in the centre of what is becoming our little cul-de-sac Market Green. I wonder if we actually mimic this on the other side. So if we bring the road up like so. Oh yes, quite like that. And then we'll put a little cut back in here as well. And then we'll do two on this side. Good. There's an organic little shape. I might just get rid of this one to match it to that one a bit better. That looks a bit odd, actually. I'll just put a little cut back in there. We could put one in here. Should have one here as well, I suppose. Although I don't know if we're going to be able to get that one in because of where the hitching post is. Right, I'm getting carried away with roads again, aren't I? I do apologise, everyone. There's work to be done after all. We've got 3 families unassigned. It simply won't do. Well, let's get a saw pit operational. First though, I'm just going to set some limits. We don't really need more than 20 planks to start with, and I do not want to be going below 4 timber. So we'll get a family working there. We've still got a growing wild berry resource. It wouldn't be a bad idea to get a second family working in there to get as many of those berries extracted as we possibly can. And we should have some planks coming in before too long, which we'll use to put on our first vegetable gardens. Or we might use them to make our church, depending on what we get to first. When it comes to fuel, we're turning pretty much everything into charcoal, which is a good sign. And we've also had the trading post constructed. Let's go to trade, and we're going to straight away establish a trade route for charcoal, and we're going to export everything over 20. We'll get family working here right away, and usually that means we can bring in our first fairly major trade before the winter comes. We're down to just 10 regional wealth, but that's something we can start to stock up over time. We can see that our planks have come in, so let's get a couple of vegetable gardens popped down, ready for when we have those resources in the form of good coinage arrive, so we can buy ourselves some lovely little seeds. Over here, I'm going to get some animal pens constructed while we have the resources available to us. And then we'll let the planks and logs build back up to do a little bit more construction elsewhere, because we're not going to be buying animal pens anytime particularly soon. So we need 26 regional wealth to buy those berries, not the berries rather, the beet seeds, but we are at least making maximum use of this wild berry deposit, and have 200 stored, which is a fairly good margin. We've got 10 months of fuel already before we even get anything out of the ground. 2 families then, one of whom is unassigned, so let's think about where we can best put them to aid our progression. I think at the moment that's probably going to be at the trading post, so we can get another family walking on the old road to bring us even more goodies. Well, I think that's a pretty little start, isn't it? I think it's time we went and saw how our adversaries were getting on. So, let's swing on down here. How are you doing, dear sir? Heater down here, isn't it? Oh, goodness. You've got a fairly large expansion going. You've got a church already. Oh, heck. And your Baron, I take it? Yes, your Hindelbolt. Elizabeth, are you over here? Yep. And you've got a church as well. Oh, no. Have we underestimated the II once again? It's been a little while since I played against them. Maybe they've improved. Who knows? All I know is that if we don't defend ourselves, we're going to be in a spot of bother. Right, another worker at the charcoal kiln wouldn't go amiss, so we'll wait to see when we have an additional family become available for that. As well as getting beets in the ground, one of the first things that would be good to purchase would be a horse, because that massively increases the amount our traders can carry in one mission to bring in new resources. So we're still growing on the wild berry, so I will leave a family here for the time being. Of course, it would be nice to get some lovely, lovely herbs as well at some juncture. And we can afford to build the church. Oh, should we go in the other half of this area here? Oh, as we just run out of goods. Let's quickly pop over to the saw pit and amend you so you can't use more than 6 at a time. And I think this is as good a spot as any, isn't it, for the church? This is becoming a central area where it's pretty much central of where we're going to have our main settlement. So I think it's a good place to have the church. We'll pop that down there, and that'll give us a lovely boost to happiness just as soon as it's constructed. Everyone can reach that water source all the way over here, so that's not a problem for the time being either. We've had our first bit of money come in, so I'm going to buy a few beet seeds to get us going. We've got another family move in, so I think we're actually going to open up the storehouse. We'll allow them to have a stand. We're actually not going to allow them to stock firewood, because we want them to be selling charcoal to our good citizens, so we're not wasting firewood on them, because every firewood becomes 2 charcoal after all. Another family moving in. Let's get that second family on the charcoal kiln like we discussed earlier to make sure we're turning all that firewood into charcoal. We've got enough planks to install that additional animal pen, and we're down to 2 available living spaces. The militia is up to 20, so let's rally them, and we'll go after this bandit camp. It's situated all the way over here on the edge of Devil's Hill, so we've got quite the march to get there. So once our lads are assembled, we're not going to run them, and we'll just maybe make our way across the top to the top of Devil's Hill, and then we'll head on down to meet our foes from there. So we're not doing too much up and down along the way, and making everyone that little bit more tired. Hopefully another trade will be coming our way before too long. Another bandit camp is sighted. Where are they? Oh, splendid! They're on the way. Well, we get to take care of 2 bandit camps by the looks of things. What a turn of fortune for our lovely starting settlement. Talking about starting settlement, I think we ought to rename this region. I think typical, the capital, or capital, le typical. Let's just call it the capital. Splendid. The capital will rule the whole map one day. Hi, I hope you're enjoying the video. If so, dropping a like, hype, or comment really helps me beat the algorithm to reach more people and help the channel grow. Thank you all so much for your support, and if you're not already, please consider subscribing. Now, top up that tea and get back to the video. Toodle pip. So let's line our troops up here, and hopefully that'll aggro the brigands towards us. We'll slow down time a little bit so we're not taken by surprise. Now, we have a significant advantage in terms of the terrain here. So I'm going to line us up here. And as I usually do, so shield wall will give us a better protection. It does slow the unit down, but that's not a problem. And we will set our troops to push forward with their full force to take advantage of the terrain. And we'll set them up just here. And hopefully we've got close enough that those bandits have been aggroed. There they are. Right, come on, men.
Use the train to your advantage. Push through. Oh, look at that. 36% effectiveness and 151 for us. We should not lose any men. Yes. Give them good men. Give them good. Teach them for standing against the power and the prosperity of the capital. Alright, I'm bored now. Come on. Good. Well done. So we will come out of shield wall. And we'll run down here and take the booty for ourselves. And just as soon as the booty is ours, we shall move on to the next bandit camp in our sights. How are we getting on up here? So berries are shrinking now, so let's unassign the foragers. And instead, we will assign them to other industry. So we can do with a few more logs, so we'll get someone working at the logging camp. We'll get a family working at the church, because why not? And we'll get another family working at the trading post. How are we doing for market stall? Storehouse is a bit stretched, but not too bad for the time being. We could get some wild animals brought in, but I'm not too fussed about that for the time being. How are we doing for materials and living space? Only one space left for people to move in, so we ought to build a few more burgages. Where to put them? We could fill in these gaps, I suppose, but I think we probably want to extend the roads out a little bit. We could just do some straight lines from here. Or we could try and grow this shape. What if we bring a road out like this? Like that there. Make sure we're not going over any berries. It doesn't look like we are. Okay. Build that there. Yes, I think we're good. And that kind of mimics that first shape we had. And then we'll do the same or similar on this side. Come a similar distance down. Come back in. Doesn't need to be exactly the same. Just the same kind of idea. Yeah. And then we'll connect these two at the end, like so. Turn down the curve so it's just a bit of a nicer end. Okay, how's that for a shape? Properly odd. Good. I like it. Sort of what I was going for. Right, let's just connect this in here. And then we'll connect this out with a little bit of a curved road. And we'll do the same on this side. Or similar, I should say, not the same. Okay, and then we'll build some burgages along this edge here. Probably another road like this. Yeah, and then we'll curve this round there. Maybe build this one. It's a little bit smoother. Could do them at the same time, I suppose, couldn't we? Do apologise. Typical's getting roaded again. Does like his roads. Right, we'll build that there. And then we'll fill this with some burgages. As best we can. Ooh, quite like that. That might be a good option for some burgages to have some orchards in them. So we'll build those there. And then maybe we'll take a road across the back here. And build a few more burgages with some large back gardens. Ah, too steep. Our old friend, the steepness. Maybe we'll come part way then. We'll do this. Not enough goods. Okay, that's fine. Well, we've got a couple under construction and we've assigned an additional family to work at the logging camp, so all is well there. Aha, the booty, it is ours. Right, that belongs to my treasury now. Thank you kindly. And let's bring our troops down upon the second group of ragamuffins. We may not have a terrain advantage here, but we'll try not to come all the way to the bottom of the hill and see if we can provoke the brigands towards us. Let's just tumble down the hill. Reminds me of a certain cheese-based competition, this one. You'd definitely have to be British to understand that reference. If you don't know what I'm on about, search cheese rolling. Oh, here they come. So, let's shield wall up, be aggressive as always, and push down upon our unworthy foes. Oh, blast! How did we end up on the downslope? Well, that's not gone as well, has it? What I shouldn't have done is set to attack them, because we actually charged through their lines and ended up underneath. Are we going to lose anyone as a result of our 4 commandership. Nope, looks like we're okay. We got away with it this time. Certainly not ideal though. Right, come on. I want you to unshield wall, but for some reason you think you're engaged. That's fine. I'm pretty sure we beat them, but there we are. Oh, there we go. Right, let's come in here. You can run again now, and that belongs to my treasury. Now, let's double check that no more camps have spawned while we've been dealing with those. No, they have not. So let's take our good old spear militia and send them home. It's going to take them a while, and they're going to have some very sore calves by the time they get here. It's September, and we've not brought in a greater deal more money. We've got 8 months of food, and we've got some of these beets in the ground, which hopefully are being harvested right about now. In any case, the 180 berries we have should hopefully be enough to see us through the initial winter period. Approval is 68%, so it's going pretty well. We've got a few additional burgages here, and let's build some orchards in the rear of those. Still a bit shy on timber. It would be good to get an additional ox at some point. Let's get a few extra people working there. We'll get a third family working at the logging camp, and we'll disband our military to go back to their everyday jobs, which hopefully is going to speed everything up a good deal as well. We're looking okay for granary and our storehouse supply for the moment, but of course that's because there's not a great deal being supplied from them. And the first winter is approaching, and I think we've made a fairly decent start on our little settlement. Splendid. So with our unassigned family, I think we'll send them to do a bit of work for us construction-wise. 1 burgage plot left available. So why don't we get in a double stack here? If we bring this road around a little something like this here, we'll go straight to there. And then we'll just bring this in like so. Ooh, and maybe do the same coming this way. Maybe, yes. Like that idea. And then we'll get a set of burgages in here. So would we had any timber? Come along, what are you all doing? Let's assign them a permanent oxen. And we could always get a additional worker if we needed to. We've used up a fair few planks, so that's obviously going to be affecting us. So why don't we set our new limit to maybe 8 timber before they start turning any of that into planks, so we have a few more available for our other needs and purposes. 7 months on food. It would be good to get some additional beets down, but we're just waiting on those traders to come back with that lovely, lovely cash money. And oh, look at that! They just did. So, what do we do? I think we get some beets. We'll go for the horse next. How's that sound? Splendid? Good. Timber, 9 or 10. Good stuff. Let's build some burgages. So, I think... well, we could just fill out the space here, couldn't we? We could do it at that, although a few too many timbers. Not a terribly good use of space, though, is it? I think we'll go for another bank of smaller dwellings. We won't fill out right to the edges, though. We want just enough space so that they get extensions on the rear. Well, we could do this part way. We do this to here. We'll just get 4 in. Don't need to be quite so big. Make it a bit smaller. Yep, 4 in there. And we'll get a road connecting out here. Like so. And then we've got a bit more space to put a few more here in the fullness of time as well. Obviously don't have the money to buy in seeds for the orchards just yet. The 2 families working on construction, and we've got a few more timber there now as well. It's probably about time we got ourselves a stone gathering camp. So, where are we? Stone gathering camp. We'll get this in just here, what's turning out to be that little industrial area we've set up. So we'll pop it right there. And then let's build a road down like so. And this is probably as good a place as any to have a dedicated storage for firewood and for charcoal, etc. So we'll pop that down there to be constructed. And I quite like how we've got this going here. It's quite the organic little growth, this settlement. Not quite sure how the castle will factor into this yet, but this industrial zone may have to be moved later on down the line. We'll have to wait and see. I don't know how much of this area we're realistically going to be encompassing with some stone walls. Up to 26 regional wealth. I'm going to hold off on the third lot of beets because I think we've got enough now to get us through to the other side of the winter at the very least, and then we'll have the berries come back into stock. Speaking of the manor, what will it cost us to get that set up? Additional family moved in. Just quickly, good to get this, not the storehouse, the stone gathering camp set up so we can start using it. And let's get an additional worker at this storehouse as well. And upgrading these to a large would not be a bad shout either. So, administrative buildings, the manor itself. So we need a bit of stone. We're going to need more planks. So we'll have to wait for those resources to come in before we can start to think about building that. Let's up the limit of planks to 29 apparently. I think we'll go for 30, don't you? Good. Any signs of any outlaws? Nope. In the one region. I can't imagine it'd be too long till that's claimed either. We're definitely going to want to get some more weapons in production at some point as well. Which is of course going to mean taking care of this iron resource. But I think we'll focus on the bits of construction we have here for the time being. Good stone gathering camp, we'll get that operational. And then we'll get this here storehouse. I'm actually going to get someone working here straight away. And the reason we're going to do that is we're going to adjust what they're allowed to store. So you're going to be an everything storehouse. And the storehouse over here is going to be much more restricted. So you're going to be allowed to store tools, and you're going to be allowed to store clothing and charcoal. And that's it, because your job is to supply the good old residents here with what they need, and they don't need all that extra tat. That's going to be stored at our storehouse over here. We could maybe get a second family working at the stone gathering camp. Go on then. We'll get a few more of those brought in. Hopefully another trade before winter will enable us to get that horse. We're just 4 regional wealth away from being able to order that in. Let's set up a dedicated hitching post for it to be for the horse to stay at. So we'll get that just in here. Maybe put another one on this side as well, because I think that's a good location to have one, where the road curves. Should look nice. And there we go. So let's get that horse ordered, and that is going to significantly speed up the trade that we're doing. Fuel is still absolutely fine, so we don't need to up our limit on what we're keeping for the moment. And you can see we're already starting to store things at this camp here, the storehouse, that aren't having to be sent all the way over to this storehouse over here. We will want to upgrade this to a larger one as soon as we can. Logging camp is operating well. And we've got a few more burgages over here we can put some extensions on. Why don't we go, we could go for some chickens. 26, can we buy some more beet seeds? We can. We're going to buy those first, I think. We're going to hold off on the extensions there as well, because we're not buying anything for them at the moment. And those planks might be better used in construction of our manor. Speaking of which, are we any closer to getting it constructed? Yes, we are. Right, so where do we want the manor itself? Oh, we could have it right out on the edge of the bridge here, but it would make sense to have it a bit closer. I think about here, because this is probably going to be the central part of the kind of a bridge section. I don't know, has anyone ever seen any pictures of what Tintagel Castle used to look like? I know that went over the sea, out to sea, but it had a kind of land bridge like this, and that's kind of what I'm imagining this is going to look like, hopefully. Look it up if you don't know what it is, look it up. Okay, I'm going to put the manor here, because it's fairly close to the existing settlement, so it should be easier to build, but close enough to where we want to have our walls. And can we afford to get a garrison tower? Not right now, so we'll just commit to the construction of the manor for the time being. We've got 2 families available to do a bit of construction, but we're also low on accommodation space, so we should probably look to take care of that. So why don't we get some burgages in here, and these can have slightly larger rear extensions. Perhaps we could also use these for some vegging. Let's see if we can't make them a slightly more efficient shape though. That's pretty good. Can we make that any smaller? Oh gosh, that's weird, isn't it? Not a good shape at all. No, 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 no. It's all wrong. So that's not terrible actually. I can't get it sat correctly. That works. Get one in there. And can we get another on this side in a similar shape? Whoop. I can click in the right place. Yeah, I think we'll go for that there. So this can be 2 fairly large vegetable extensions. I imagine the manor is, oh goodness, nearly, wow, that was quick, wasn't it? I've nearly ever built the manor so quickly. Up to 71% approval, so that is a good start. Once we get some leather processing as well, we'll be able to improve that, and clothes is also going to be another important thing. Iron is something else we need to address, because there's so much to do, isn't there? Let's go over to gathering and get ourselves a mining bit. Can we even put this down here? Apparently we can. Whoa, bit of lag. Ignore that. Don't worry about that. Okay, we'll put that there. And we'll get a road connected out to our settlement as well. Just checking that lag wasn't a bandit camp being constructed. It looks okay. It might not be a bad idea to get someone making bows sooner rather than later, but of course we need to upgrade for that. Meats, fishes, and animal produce is what we are missing. We might be able to produce some of the animal produce by getting a hunting camp set up, actually. So why don't we get a hunting camp, and we'll pop that down right here near to where we have our granary, but not too far away from where we're actually hunting. That's probably not a bad spot. Put a little corner road in like that. And did we put the expansions on these? We didn't, so we'll get those put on there. And we'll do the same on these here as well. And it'd be good to start getting that stone out of the ground sooner rather than later. And we've got a fair bit of money. And food is a little bit shy, but we're going to be able to start doing some foraging soon. Let's get some more beets planted there. And over here, let's get ourselves some goats to start with. That's all our money gone rather quickly. Probably should have bought a second horse with some of that money, but there we are. February, so we're just coming into March. Let's get 2 families working at the forager hut right away. So as soon as the berries start coming into fruition, we'll have them being plucked out of the ground and popped directly into the mouths of our hungry villagers. Might need to upgrade the granary, so we'll go ahead and do that. May need additional worker there sooner rather than later as well. And the next time some money pops into our coffers, we'll get a herb garden constructed on the forager's hut as well. Oh, bandit camp sighted. All the way over there. Not too bad. Let's get our garrison together and we'll go and take care of them. No need to run, and we'll come via the top way again. Like so. Good stuff. Oh, track their movements. Raiders near. It's no good, is it? Right. Berries look like they're coming into stock just in the nick of time, as food starts to run a bit scarce, and we should also be doing our harvest of the beets here. So we shouldn't have any problems with regards to that. Back here, let's get some more extensions popped on. Another ruler's army there, oh dear. They're going to try and take our glory. That simply won't do. Right, we'll get these animal pens popped on the rear here. And where are these ragamuffins coming in from? Oh goodness. They're coming in hot. We may have to run, because they're a bit closer than we are. Hopefully we can aggro them first. Nope, we have not. Well, we're not going to get the influence, but at least we can get the money. Hopefully. Oh, yes, right. This belongs to my treasury now. Well, no glory, but at least we got the money. Right. Come on, lads, back up to home. There's plenty of work to be done up here, don't you know? Right. Got a little bit of living space. Got a few families working on construction. Let's get that hunting camp operational. And it would be good to get some iron coming in as well, so I am going to activate that. I know it's a fair way away, but we do need it. And we can get ourselves a herb garden now as well. Good stuff. Let's get that upgraded to a stable, and I think it's probably about time we got ourselves some additional oxen, because I think that is significantly slowing down our construction pace. So that will be the next thing we order in. With that in mind, let's get ourselves another hitching post. Pop that one just in here, maybe one in here as well. There's a good little spot in those crossing roads. We'll send all you back to your jobs. We've got a better part of a year before those raiders appear, so I think we should be absolutely fine. Let's get some veggie gardens popped in over here. Good, so oxen and then horse, I think, is the order of operations. We need a few more people to move in, so there's a few extra jobs available. We're going to go down to 1 person at the stone gathering camp. We'll upgrade that to a large storehouse. And let's get ourselves a livestock trader. So let's go down to logistics. And a livestock trading post. Where are we going to put this? Maybe out on the outskirts a bit further, possibly. It's going to be somewhere we... thinking. Oh, let's do it here. And then maybe we can set one of these up to be a tailor, so we can have this as a little clothing generation district. So we'll turn off snapping and get this tucked in behind here. Like so. And then we'll need a sheep farm as well. And we'll pop that in maybe just here, and we'll connect that up to the road like so. We'll also need, later down the line, to have some weavers' workshops. Can we fit one in here? Not quite. Oh well. Well, in that case, we can pop it on the opposite side here. So we'll get maybe 2 of those built initially, like so. And we'll get a dedicated storehouse in here, or just here. And we'll leave space for a road. Oh, goodness, haven't quite left enough space there. Maybe build the road first as a better idea, isn't it? We'll get the storehouse popped there. Good. And we'll have a little space for some sheep for a starter. So a little pasture. And we'll just fill out this space here for that. Additional space for 26. Splendid. Oh, look at that. It's upgrade time. Haven't been paying attention, have I? Right, let's get a load of burgages upgraded so we can start getting some taxation income from them. And we can also increase their happiness, because the higher the level of the burgage plot, the happier they are. Or the higher the happiness cap, I should say. Right, let's get that horse ordered in. I know we were going to do the oxen first, but I fibbed. A little shy on lumber. Let's go to the saw pit and set ourselves a limit of 200 planks now instead, so a little bit higher. We've got a fair few workers. How are we doing on bringing in our iron? 8 iron brought in so far. I'm going to get a second family working at that over there. And we need to get another worker, at least 1 more, at our granary. I think we're actually going to go for 2. Okay, so that's balanced our production economy a little bit. And we'll continue to get burgages upgraded. It would be nice to start with these ones at the back here, actually, because it's those that are probably going to become weavers' workshops, and we need level 2 for that. But for the time being, we'll get these other ones upgraded. Although actually, we could put some burgages along here. We have only got 2 spaces left available for people to be moving in, so that wouldn't be a bad idea. So let's get some along here, and maybe these can be, as well as our weavers, perhaps we'll also get some other industrial production from them. That's definitely going to be their primary purpose, because they're going to be nice and close to the storehouse where all the goods are going to be stored. Doing pretty good for money, so let's get some cabbages put down into the ground. And look at that, we can afford some quinces as well, so we'll get those on order right away. We're making use of all those berries. Food is 6 months, but as we get more of these vegetable plots active, we should be producing a fair bit of food from those as opposed to other sources. Another thing we're going to need to make sure we're getting on with is the production of iron itself, so let's get ourselves a bloomery. Once we have enough goods, that is. A little shy on planks at the moment. In fact, once we have that additional oxen, a dedicated oxen to work at the plankery wouldn't be a bad idea, although we're actually capped on our logs at the moment. That's our thing that's keeping us up. We need to get tools underway as well, and also need to make some weapons, because of course we've got just 267 days till the baddies appear, although we will be able to afford some mercenaries. That may be the way we have to go. Well, the capital is going off to a nice start, I hope you agree. Let me know how you would have set out. Would you have settled here to start with? Would you have gone out this way? And how would you get over this water issue? It's, it's a long way over there. I'm not sure how far the stone wells can actually take water for us, so that's definitely something we're going to have to figure out. I don't know who's going to attack us first, are there? There's a lot of people out there. A lot of enemies. We're going to have to do a lot of fighting in this playthrough, that is for sure. Another family's moved in, down to 1 available burgage, but we do have more being constructed. We've ordered an additional oxen to help with the whole logistics problems we're having at present. And I think we'll just wait for some materials to come in so we can get on with continued growth. Right, so we brought in a few resources. We've got a little bit of plankage. I've got a few additional oxens. That was definitely one of the things holding us up. And I've assigned one permanently to the saw pit as well. So the next thing I want to do is get some iron being produced. So we're going to need a bloomery for that. So we'll pop that down just there. And I'll also get a smithy next door, because we're going to need a few tools as well. Just leave enough space here if we can to get a road through here. Good, so we can extend that little industrial district we've got going on there. This is housing all of the iron ore, so that'll be nice and close to where we have the bloomery. And although it would be nice to have some burgages here near to where this little industrial sector is, there's quite a little dip actually here, isn't there, to the manor. Now we can see, now clear the road a bit. This would have been the perfect place for the manor actually. Something to take into consideration. Oh dear. Bandit camp. Where are the other rulers' armies? Don't see them on the map. Let's click on them here to see where they entered. Okay, yes. I don't think we're going to get that bandit camp. We'll have to leave that one for our adversary. And we don't have quite enough influence, sadly, to claim the central regions. That may be something we have to fight for at a later date. And that'll be a splendid location for another manor and castle, wouldn't it now? So as I said, we've got some additional oxen on the way. We'll get these built here, we'll get someone working here immediately. We're about halfway through the iron supply we have at the mine. So we'll get the smithy operational. You, of course, will need some steel. Iron, rather, so there's no point really having you operational, but we'll get you back up and running once we've got a little bit of iron available to us. How are we doing for market stall? Granary is a little pressed, but we're okay. Food and fuel are looking absolutely fine. We're not making as much money as we were from the charcoal because it's gone down in value. So we want to start selling something else fairly soon. And to that end, we should probably start turning our sights to the stone. So we've obviously got the small stone gathering camp, and we've got plenty of that on the surface, but it's probably going to be more realistic that we get a few proper hits down. What are they called? Quarries? That's the word, quarries. So I think we are going to want to maximize the number of quarries we have on this spot here. So we'll come in from the edge, and we'll get one placed, slow the game down, put one right on the edge here, and then we'll come in from this direction, get one as close to the outside as we can, so one there, then we'll get one here. This one will leave the space for a road in between, like so, and then we should be able to get two more. So come in here and one here. Good. Maximum utilization. And we'll bring a road up like thus, or thusly. And then let's build some roads around these quarries. I'm going to keep these fairly linear because I think we're going to have some processing buildings, stonemason stations, and also storage, so dedicated storehouses, actually around the periphery of these quarries to keep everything nice and tight together. So there's no point in cutting corners because that's just using up space that we could get a building put in. So put all these in here, nice and tight. Come down a bit there, that'll do just nicely. Come back down. Oh dear, this feels like the crystal build all over again. It's all coming back. I can feel the RSI. It's coming for me. Right, just last couple around here. Okay. Good. So that industrial area is all under construction. Let's get another ox because, you know, we can. 149 days till the raiders appear. Let's get a different bell sound, shall we? Cool. Good stuff. Right, plenty of houses again ready for upgrades and just 2 available dwelling spaces. Let's get a few of these over here upgraded because they're going to be operating our new sector for clothing. Let's get a few pigs in here because we've got mostly goats thus far. We also want to start getting some hides tanned, won't we? So something else we need to be getting on with, really. So let's go back to the industrial area and we'll get ourselves down a tannery. Or at least we would, had we the resources, which we've not because we've just gone on a rather large building spree. That's okay, I'm sure it'll repopulate fairly quickly. Not too worried about deforestation at this stage. We have plenty of trees on the slopes that we can see fluttering in the wind, for which we can cut down for timber. Just about starting to run out of tools, but that's okay because we are now producing tools. We probably want to have 15 at any given time. How are we doing for iron? Haven't burned through it all already, have we? No, we've got 55. How are we doing for the resource? There's 36 left in the ground. And do we have any sat around? Or has it all been turned into tools? No, we've got 9. Okay. I would like to make us some weapons. Maybe one of these new burgages over here. It would make sense to have one of you set up. I know we don't have the dedicated storage over here, but what we could do is get this storehouse active. And it could be for more than one thing. So why don't we allow you to have within you, not iron ore, but iron. And no commodities. We'll let you have all sorts of weapons. And you're allowed to have charcoal as well to power the forges. Okay, that sounds a good idea. So we'll get you up and running. And then we'll come over to the storehouse here. You're not meant to have market stall. Naughty. Good grief. And you'll be allowed to store everything as well. It's absolutely fine for the time being. Maybe we should connect this road across here. Like that. Good stuff. Just as soon as this has been upgraded, we're going to open you up for producing spears initially. And we should probably also allow you to store planks, actually. So that we can have one of these over here set up for the production of shields. Yes, blacksmiths, that's the one. And you need to be upgraded first. We'll upgrade you. Get all of you going as well. How are we doing for money? Not got loads, so we can't go assigning anything else over here for the time being. Just 124 days left to go, though. It's getting pretty spicy. Okay, water access has become an issue, as we knew it would. So let's go down to our well and upgrade that to a stone well to give us a much wider area of coverage. Oh goodness, those other settlements are starting to look a little larger, aren't they? I think we're not too far off. I don't think this is too much larger than what we have going at present, is it? It does look bigger. Let's just say ours is more efficient, shall we? Yes. So one of those is completed. I do want to keep those two families we've got at the moment, though, working on construction. So I'm not going to pull them off straight away. Are you making spears right off the bat? Yes, you are. Good stuff. And hopefully that'll start. You'll be getting on with that nice and quickly. Stumbling over my words. We're going to need some more burgages, aren't we? So let's take a halt on upgrading and instead do some expanding. So if we put a road in behind these here, let's see about getting a few burgages in this space. And I wouldn't mind either getting a few burgages set up for some more vegetable creation. There's a construction cost issue there, so I think we'll just wait for a few of those to come in, because that's a really nice utilization of the space here. So I do want to build them in this configuration, just need to wait for 2 more timber to come in to us. We are going to be going through planks at a bit of a faster rate now as well, so we may need to consider getting a second log camp set up to keep up with the demand, which we can do off to one of the sides of our current settlement. Right, we'll get those built there. And then we need to make sure the priority for this burgage is nice and high, because we've got just 101 days now until those raiders are near. So it would be good to see if we can bolster our military in the interim. Not produced any spears yet. What's your problem? You're just transporting. We've got 3 spears. What are you on about? Military thing up here is wrong. Yeah. How bizarre. Usually that updates pretty quickly. It's a little bug there. Write it down, everyone. Let the devs know, will you? That'd be most welcome if you could. What do you guys prefer to use? When I come to military, I really do like to go for the old crossbows. What's your go-to? What do you build first? Is it bow archers? Is it good a bit of pole arms? Do you ever use the footman? I very rarely use the footman. I'd love to hear if you do and why. Because I'd be just interested to know, really. That'd be great. Pop it down in the comments below. Cheers. Much appreciated. Oh my goodness, how much filler can I talk about while I get you to build your blooming house? Come on, it's been 20 days. Have we got ox problems again? Should we order another ox? Let's get ourselves another hitching post then. And we've got space for that in here? If we do, that's nice, isn't it? We'll build that there. We'll go find an existing one somewhere here. Oh, good, and buy an ox. Splendid. Still not done? Didn't think so. Don't really want to be assigning these other places or upgrading them while we're still waiting for that one to be completed. Do you know we have weapons yet? What if we flit into another region and then come back? No, because none of the other regions are mine. I see. Any bandits? No, and I don't know if we want to be marching away from the defense of our region at the moment anyway. When it comes a bit closer, maybe 20 days, I think we will have to hire in some mercenaries to keep nearby. Although we don't have a solid source of income yet, we will have to start doing a little bit of taxation too. Oh, finally. Right. Now we have to get you all the way to a joiner's workshop. Oh goodness, so much work to be done. Have we got all that iron out the ground yet? Just 9 to go, then we can unassign those families and get them working elsewhere, possibly bring a bit of that clay out. That'd be a good idea, wouldn't it? Possibly a good idea to get some stone going. But we're struggling a bit with having enough people to do building at the moment, so I don't really want to do that just yet. Let's maybe get a road coming out here. Maybe a little something like that there, which we can connect into the stone area here, just to make things a little bit faster transit-wise. Good. And a good organic settlement shape is definitely growing up around us, which I'm very, very happy about. Right, you're making large shields. Those spears are finally registering as being in existence. So just as soon as those shields start to hit the storehouses, we'll have a few more militia. Now we see it ticking up already. Right, let's get these built as quickly as we possibly can, and we'll get... what we can do? I think we'll do mostly vegetables, these ones. Orchards is something, of course, we will want to expand into over time. Just realised we never unassigned the foragers. We'll get them ready for construction for the moment. And 1 iron ore left, so just as soon as that depopulates, as it has done, we will demolish that pit. And we'll get another one in its place a little further up the road, so that we might harvest the clay. We may not start on that right away though, because there are other priorities. I imagine we've basically used up all that iron. We have 44 left, so we're making a few more spears. That's good. Okay, now what are you going to be? I think you're going to be a tailor's workshop, but to do so we're going to need to upgrade you, aren't you? So we shall do just that. And we're going to need more burgages. Right, let's look at the balance of our settlement. So we've got a few over here which are going to be for vegetables. We've got a few here which are going to be for orchards. A few vegetables around here, a bit of industrial over here. And I think this space probably is going to be orchards. So we probably need a bit denser population on the outskirts here. Don't want to get too close to the edge of the outside of the map though. So why don't we bring in this road, a little something like this. And come in along the back. Or what we could do is leave that for the moment, but build out a few spigots. Maybe just the one there. And one here, because that matches in with where that road is. Like that. And then we'll build some burgages, once we have the timber, in this space here. Some smaller, denser ones. Sounds like a good notion, because we are rather exposed on the edge here to whomever comes over the hill. So my goodness, wouldn't that be a lovely sized settlement if we could get into this area here? Come on, extend the map that way. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? If you could, a little bit like City Skylines, you could buy your way into the rest of the map. That would certainly add another dimension to it, wouldn't it? I tell you what though, I'll just take them fixing the population issues first, before I ask for too much more. Speaking of asking for much more, we're putting a bit of a press and demand on our granary and storehouse, so we probably ought to get another setup. We've got a lovely little bit of space here, so why don't we get a granary in there, a storehouse in there, and a market stall just behind in here. Good. And good, 7 families unassigned. Let's get a couple of families working at the quarry, so we can start bringing some of that out of the ground. We will, of course, want to get a few families working at the new granaries and storehouses over here. Let's get some carrots in the ground there. We'll also expand your living space. Where did we build the tannery in the end? Did we do that over here? Or did we intend to build it and never get around to it? That's entirely possible. That would definitely suit my usual MO. We could put it over here, actually, couldn't we? We could use this storehouse further. And we could let them have leather and hides. Speaking of hides, we should probably sell pelts, shouldn't we? Where be the pelts? In here, how many do we have? 98. Export. I want none of them. Proper trade route. Make it faster. Good. And we'll get ourselves the tannery and we'll pop that just in here. Make sure it's connected up to the road. Probably ought to expand that storehouse. And it's that time that I said we would start to think about hiring in some mercenaries to make sure that we're not molested by the bandits when they come in from the outside of the map. Now, they may not attack us, but they also may attack us. Thus, we shall be cautious. We're going to go for you because you are cheap and we are broke. It's a very simple calculus. You've come in over there, so we'll head on over, and you've got a bit of running to do if you have any hope of reaching us in time to defend us. Come along now. Hopefully they're here in time. Only time will tell, so we'll speed things along a little bit and see how far they get. 22, 21, 20. I think we should be okay. How's our own militia getting on? Gosh, we're up to 30 out of 36. 31 now. What's holding us up? It's not spears, it's actually shield production. 17 days, the raiders are near, la la la. 3 properties still available for people to move into, 5 families outside. Ah, splendid. They've arrived in the nick of time. Rest up. I'm going to position you here. Shoot at will, please, and thank you very kindly. We should probably start doing a bit of taxation, shouldn't we? Land tax. We'll start at 1%, because that will not lose us any happiness. Because it would be nice to get to that 80% approval, which we're going to achieve through things like clothing. But to get there, we need to improve our economy, and that's why we've got the quarry now operational and bringing in a little bit of stone, hopefully, he says. 3 rough stone. They've just got started, haven't they? That's absolutely fine. Right. We'll just get a few things upgraded and built while we wait for the inevitable raiders. I really would like to buy in as well some more iron. That requires us having a bit more of a stolid export market. Money is still a little bit shy at the moment, but while we've got a little reprieve, let's go and get a few more upgrades on these buildings, so at least getting the taxation from them that we want. I suppose we could use these men to go and try and take out one of the other regions, but I think it might be a bit enthusiastic at the moment, just 2 units of archers and our own unit of troops. So I don't think we're going to be doing that straight away. Oh goodness, where are you? Oh, blast, I can't really go and get you. Not at least until I know where the enemies are coming in from, and even then, I don't think we're getting there in terms of not having to pay these chaps twice. We may have to anyway, if the brigands do come for us, but I'm not going to jump ahead. How are we doing for material? Bit shy on timber still, aren't we? Goodness. Do we have 3 families working at the logging camp? We do. Could we order in another ox? We could. And let's get those hitching posts upgraded to stables wherever we can do so as well. It'd be nice to get the church upgraded. So much to be done. Alright, come on, let's have it then. Where are these raiders coming in from? You know, we should probably gather our own troops. Ooh. Can we get one more shield, please? Have a full unit then. And where are you? Down there. Why can't I zoom out? For some reason, I can't zoom out. Where am I? I'm over here. Right. So it looks like they're not going to be any threat to us. Indeed. Where are we here? Wolfgang and possibly Elizabeth have hired in some mercenaries that deployed their own troops. Gosh, they've got 36 and 36. They've got 2 full units of spear. I think we might be lagging behind a bit, lads and ladettes. Right, let's get rid of you before we have to pay you again. So at least we don't have to worry about that initially. Instead, we can crack on with our own domestic improvements. Good, I thought I'd lost the ability to click on things then. That would have been annoying. Right, so a little bit of timber coming in. Let's get a stonemason's station, and we'll pop them down just here. And this storehouse, you're currently taking stone. I wonder if we want to have a dedicated warehouse for stone, though. We could just get an additional worker there. I think we're okay for the second. Did we get this granary and storehouse constructed? We did. So let's set you up with what you are allowed to store. And you're allowed to hold bread. You're allowed to hold beets, cabbages, and carrots. You can have herbs, and that's it. That's all we have on the market at the moment anyway. Ooh, and small game. Oh, actually, there's going to be pork and the occasional bit of mutton as well, isn't there? And we ought to have berries. I should have just done everything, shouldn't I? All food is fine. And herbs. But we don't need to be storing crops or crafting materials at this particular granary. So we'll get a family working there. We might as well upgrade that as well. And we don't want any weapons being stored at this storehouse. This storehouse is, once again, just for commodities, really. So we'll let them have tools, because, you know, we want tools stored everywhere for upgrades to be made easily. And we don't need anything from crafting materials, so then it is just boots, or shoes rather, clothes, and charcoal. Good, and we'll also get a family working there to hopefully alleviate the supply chain issues we're starting to experience. Bit of wars going on down here, but they seem to be taking care of themselves nicely, don't they? I'm forgetting about these brigands. Oh well, never mind. Let's ignore that. Ooh. Should we get another goat? I think we shall. What's going on with you? You ready to upgrade, but we don't have the materials? Yes, indeed. That's fine. This noise when we have enemies appear. Oh dear. Teufelsberg being claimed. We knew it was inevitable, didn't we? We may be next, everyone. We ought to get ourselves prepared. That is the aim of the game at the moment, which is why we've got the quarry operational and hopefully getting some materials for sale, so we can build a larger military and get our lovely crossbowmen. So we're not going to be able to fight that claim. We do not have the men and the arms. 46 spears. I imagine we've used all of our iron to do so. So it would be good to start buying some of that. And there's 60 slabs left, actually. Let's set a limit. Well, actually, what we could do is get a second unit put together, couldn't we? 2 units. We're also then going to have... I usually have 3 units of spear. Do I have 3 units of spear usually? I do usually. I'm actually going to go for 2. And 4 units of crossbow this time. Like an absolute mad lad. Okay, that's the plan. So in which case, we don't need to have too many more... shields we could keep producing, actually, because we can sell shields. But we don't need loads more spears than we have now, actually. So let's take you, and you're going to start making iron parts now, actually. Ready for our crossbows. And you can start making wooden parts for those crossbows as well. Oh, actually, no, we do still need more shields at this stage, don't we? We'll get some iron parts made ready in any case. Starting to take advantage of those berries. We're at 6 months of fuel, actually, is what we're limited on, but that's because we're still selling it. Maybe we've got a bit of money. Let's get ourselves another horse. And let's go and think about what we want to trade. So we're going to need to set up a trading post. Get a large trade route for dressed stone. I'm going to export everything to start with. Do need the stonemason station to be constructed, of course, to be able to do that. They're definitely taking their time at the moment, aren't they? Get a little tributary road in here. A little something like that there. Oh, a few upgrades we can pop as well. Down to 1 available space for someone to be moving into, so that's definitely something we need to address sooner rather than later. We'll go on and get some carrots in there. Use up the last of our money. So we were talking, weren't we, once we had timber, which we still haven't really materialized, I've got to be honest, to construct some more housing over here. Are we still limited on oxen? What's going on? What's everyone here doing? Debranching, gathering ox. Is it just that it takes ages when they're out on a slope? Either way, we do need to get a larger population centre set up. We're up to 5. I guess we were just spending it, weren't we? Right, let's start to come along here with some burgages then. Let's turn off snapping. And maybe we'll get 3 on the go, so at least we've got some being constructed. Don't want to use up more space than we need to for those 3. So we'll keep bringing this along till we have just 3 popping in, which is like that. Okay, let's get those 3 under construction. Might as well pop through a little road actually then, behind them. And then hopefully we'll get a few more logs populate nice and quickly. And we'll be able to get another 3 popped in here. At least so the plan runs. Yeah, the oxen are delivering quite nicely and efficiently to those burgages actually, so maybe we do have enough oxen. Might just need that additional logging camp that we talked about earlier on then. 5 logs, and come on, just one more log. I'm not asking the world of you, my friends. How long does it take to lop down a tree? Just pick one up that's already fallen over. Thank you, see? Just needed some advice, didn't you? Completely understandable, I get it. You need my direction. I am the Manor Lord after all. Right, let's get someone working at the stonemason's station. We could put a bit of housing in here, actually, or here. It might be a good idea. A bit closer to where we have some industry. Maybe after these have been constructed, that's what we'll focus on next. And have we got metal parts? 34 iron parts. Yes, indeed we do. How are we doing for shields? 25. How many do we need? How do we... Oh, blast. Let's actually unassign these crossbowmen for the time being so that they can all go into the shield, into the spear boys. That was silly, wasn't it? They were evenly being split even though there were no weapons. I would have thought they would go to the units that have weapons. Obviously not. That's not how it works. Starting to get a bit of dressed stone, I'm actually going to use this opportunity to stop exporting charcoal. And instead we'll start stocking stone for export. We've also got the pelts. That's probably what brought in our little glut of money. And we'll just set this to, well, maybe we'll set it to, we want 20 spare, because that will allow us to upgrade our wooden church, which is one of the other things we need to start thinking about. Another family moving in, we'll get some clay being brought out of the ground as well, so we can make the roof tiles that will also be essential for that church renovation. Good, well I think this is a splendid time to go and find myself a cup of tea. One moment. Go and make yourselves a lovely drink too. That's an order. Expansion then is the name of the game and getting our industry up and running. So we've got a little bit of clay now being produced from our lone miner over at the clay pit. So we want to make sure we're turning that into some lovely tiles. So we'll get a clay furnace down and we'll pop it down here. Oh, once we have enough goods that is. What is it we're shy of? Surely we have a lot. We do. Oh, we're just a bit shy on planks. Let's speed time up a little bit to get a few planks into the old kitty. And we'll pop this one down just about here. Because that's near our general goods warehouse, where we should be bringing all of that clay to. 2 in there. Let's check it's not going to somewhere it should not be going. Ooh. Wouldn't mind making a little hitching post of that there. Tannery is built now, that's good. Large storehouse, you should not be having anything to do with clay or not. It's good to see. Got this storehouse here. You don't either. Which probably means it's going to our general storehouse here. No, you're not general. We did set you up properly. Yeah, splendid. Well, you should all be going over there then. Maybe it's all in transit. Good. Right, well, we've got 6 months of fuel. We've got 12 months of food, so that's taking care of itself quite nicely. And we just need to keep on top of getting vegetables and trees planted as and when we have the finances available for us, or to us. Dressstone is finally starting to stock up. Got 16, got plenty more on the way. And once it's over 20, we'll start selling it as well. So it would be nice to, by the time we get there, be a little bit closer to being able to upgrade our church. So we'll get someone working at the clay furnace, turning all those lovely clays into lovely roof tiles. Maybe we'll set a limit of 100 roof tiles for the time being, because we'll eventually need to buy in more clay to supplement that which we are already making ourselves. We already have our producers here, blacksmith and joiner's shop. How are we doing for large shields? We've nearly got enough, and then we'll stock up a few more after that, and then it'll be a case of making crossbows, and we can get our first crossbow unit together. A couple of upgrades, it would be a shame to shy away from those. It would be good as well to start thinking about clothing, but for that we're going to need some sheep. So let's go to the livestock trading post. We'll get someone working here, and we want to be importing sheep, and I want to start with 10 sheep to start with. We'll also get someone working at the sheep farm, then we'll wait for a few more people to move in before we start thinking about assigning one of these properties to be a weaver's workshop. Get an upgrade going down there. 4 available living spaces. Hopefully we'll build up a few additional timber. It might be worth starting to think about expanding our timber production as well, because we are cutting into this with a fair swathe, and as we said earlier, eventually this here isn't going to be just an industrial area, it's going to be the edge of where our castle sits. So we've got options. We've got this slope here, which we could start to deforest, and we've also got this slope all the way over here. Now, in terms of where it would be best to do so, if we look at underground water, we've got plenty over here. Oh, what a gorgeous outcropping here as well. That would have been a good place for a manor too, wouldn't it? Anyway, maybe another day. But there's water over here, which means we can build, have people. Over here, not so much water. Looks like there might be a bit down here, but I don't know how much we can actually build on this slope. Too steep to build. Yes, I don't think we'll be doing much there. So I would suggest that this would be a good place to do some deforestation. Now, I don't know how close well, how far away rather, we can get from this water source, which is all the way over here, before this is essentially uninhabitable for us. I suppose we could put a well down here, couldn't we? Is there a road that comes down here? Right, where's this road go? Let's follow this road. Do you stop there? Yes, you do. Under a tree. Splendid. Okay. Right, well, let's see if we can't follow this down towards the water source. Is the water source near the river? No, of course not. Why would it be? It's down here. Okay, right. Where's that road end? Just there. So maybe if we sort of zigzag our way down. You know what? You're never going to see this road, are you? At least not until we do a lot of deforestation. We'll just take it straight down through the valley. Like this. And get the curve sat so it's not too ridiculous looking. Okay, and then can we get a water source down on this road? Yes, we can. It's going to take ages to build, but at least that might be... It might just be close enough that we can have some dwellings over here. But in the spirit of moving our forestation over here, why don't we get down a logging camp? And we'll have this just on the edge of the slope. Maybe just about here. Good, maybe we'll get 2 of those. Maybe even 3. A little in forestation sector. And then we'll get a saw pit in here as well. Where to put it? Just there. Sometimes the saw pits don't do too well if they're too close to other buildings, so perhaps moving it off slightly would be a good idea. So we'll set this back from the main road just ever so slightly. Build something like that there. And maybe having some firewood production over here wouldn't be a bad idea either. So if we extend this a little bit further... which way do we go? Left or right? Decisions. Could just go this side. I think what we'll do actually is we'll take this road. We'll go like that. And can we build alongside there? We can. So we'll get 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's use up all of our resources. And then we'll want to get a couple of charcoal kilns down here as well. So one there potentially. Or we could extend this road actually. Yes, you're in the way, I know. Maybe not. Actually, do we really need 4 of those? Get rid of one of those. 3 timber, is that enough to build ourselves a charcoal kiln? Why, yes it is, but it's too steep. Is there a bit of a slope here? There is. Right, we can get one here. Can we get one there? No. Oh dear. Might have to go next to the road after all. Okay, well, 2 charcoal kilns there, that's fine. We'll take a road across the back of those to this one maybe, where we will eventually have some dwellings. Good stuff, and then a storehouse dedicated for all of the firewood and the charcoal. We'll get that one put in there. Splendid, and then of course we will need plenty of oxen. So we'll get down a whole bunch of stables directly opposite the lovely logging camps we have here. And then we might see about getting some housing down here as well, but this is just a sort of a... Oh no. Oh dear, we're at high elevation, aren't we? Oh, blast. We may have a problem with keeping sheep. We did not take the perk that gives us, allows us to farm at high elevation, did we? Right, how easy can we get down here? That's where we're going to have to keep our sheep. Oh, that's so ridiculous. Or we may have to do it right down here. It's so far away from everything. Could we even put a sheep farm down here? We might have to put the livestock trader down here as well. Oh, it's all too steep. Not in this valley, this fold. Nope. What about over here? There's a spot here where it levels out below the cliff. Right, well, there's only one thing for it. I think before we use up all our money on buying sheep that are going to die, which we've done mostly already, let's stop livestock trading and let's delete this pasture and build the pasture down here very quickly and see if we can't save those sheep. So let's take a road coming off here. And we'll bring it down. Oh, there is a road already. Where's that come from? Is it here? No. Hello? Hello, road? Ooh, you twisty-turny that way, do you? Oh, okay. Oh, do you go all the way up to the top? You join onto our road here. I see. Does this road not continue? Why doesn't it continue all the way to the top? There is a way up there, isn't there? Yes, it's fine. Plans are not ruined. Don't worry. Nothing to worry about here. Just sheep dying. Alright, well, let's connect this onto this road. Like that. And then we'll take a curve back up here, perhaps. I'd say a curve is more of an angle, isn't it? And then can we get a bit of pasturing down this area? I think we can do these on slopes, can't we? I don't think it matters that it's too steep to build. So we'll get as low as we possibly can with these sheep. And as we know, is that gonna... I just want to do a quick test, because I know previously we said the longer ones are far more efficient for sheep than the shorter ones. But if we were to do half of that, that's 21. And what did that get us? 38. Okay. Maybe it's not completely terrible. Right. Slope's having a bit of trouble with the old sloping, so we're gonna have to manually place a few of these. Apparently I can't build in this region, but I'm pretty sure I'm in my region. Okay. Right, so that's 4 initial sheepages. And then, whoa, as we zoom in a bit far, whoa, and zoom out a bit far. Let's get down a sheep farm. Oh my goodness, the zoom's going mad at this altitude. Let's take a road across here that we can use for having some buildings. Like that there. Check I didn't put a little tail on the end. I did not. Good. And what do we need? So we've got ourselves our sheep farm, and then we need to put a livestock trader down here as well. Because there's no point bringing them in at altitude if they're just going to die at altitude. So I'll put you just there. And you'll need a storehouse for all the various goods that are being produced down here. And we'll have to move our entire clothing sector down here. There's a well... Good, yep, get a well down here. Okay, right. Hopefully, the sheep are moved down there prompto. So we don't have too many more die up here. Not convinced that that will happen, though. We'll have to wait and see if any of our sheep survive. In fact, one just died there. Why can't you survive at altitude? Everyone else is fine. Oh, dear. Silly rule. Silly rule for the game. Write that down. Tell the devs, it's a silly rule. Very silly. I thought this was far away from our main settlement, but that's even further. Well, I guess we're going to have to carve out a little tributary settlement down there. It's not actually that far away, is it? In all fairness. In the grand scheme of things. Still, quite far. Well, we've certainly got a lot of construction to be going on with, and by Jove, while we've been busy doing all that, we've completely run out of places for people to live. Hopefully making a bit of money from dressed stone now. Let's take a look at the old records. Yes, we made 170 from selling just 34 dressed stone. I say, very good. Let's get a few more vegetables in the ground, because we've got a little bit of money. And let's get our last horsey as well. Yeah, it's a good use of money. And we'll get a bit more money for some more bringing in of peoples. Right, so that made good sense, didn't it? I think we can pretty much straight away... Thing is, do we produce clothing down there, or do we bring all the yarn, etc., all the way up here? No, that wouldn't make any sense, would it? Right, so we'd just as well get rid of these weavers' workshops, because our textile industry is no longer going to be located up here. leave the sheep farm for a minute because we need them to tend to those sheep. We'll just have to use these buildings for other industry. That's fine. Right, so we'll come back to those a little bit later on. Let's get down the hill and get some burgages down here. So these just need to be small burgages, small backyards, because we don't want them to be making vegetables or anything. We want them to be tending to sheep and the various industries that are related with it. So, can we squeeze some in here? We can, but they wouldn't have back gardens at all. How far can we squeeze that? Oh. Sometimes it's a bit weird what isn't in the line of your region. So, according to the game, that's absolutely fine. I sort of don't know if I trust it. Do you think the back gardens won't actually be in our region? Right, well, let's start with 3 then. Oh. Can we just get those large enough to have extensions? Click up there, come along here. Right. So that's 3. We're going to need a few more families than that, because we've got the sheep farm, the livestock trader, and we'll have the weavers' workshops, etc. as well. We'll need to get a granary and a storehouse down here for the supply of our locals too. So, where are we going to put those? Kind of got this area here we can fill. We take a road down the centre maybe? Granary there. Storehouse there. Road here. Just bring it part way for the time being. And then we'll get a market stall. Is it those? There should be plenty enough market stall space for the locals. We'll need some hitching posts as well, I should imagine. So we've got the option of oxen locally. Maybe we'll get a couple of those down next to the well. Let's make sure we've got... No, we don't really want anyone working down here until we've got these new dwellings built. And we've got a few more timber now, so we'll expand this straight away with a few more burgages out into this corner. Perfect. And I think we'll do the same here. Yeah, pretty happy with... Ooh, even happy with how that looks. Just got to wait for a few more timber to drop in. We've got 3 at the moment, we need 8. It's fine. Right. We'll come back to that then. Okay, expansion plans. Good. Well, it turns out, I thought in this region we were just going to be stuck to this little spigot up here, but we've extended out this way bit with some industry, or we will do, and we've got a little plateau down here for our sheep, which is wonderful, which might actually enable us to keep some. Did we move the sheep down here in the end? Any sheep in these fields? Not yet. You know, I'm worried that this still counts as at altitude. Because the game can be pretty funny sometimes about what altitude is. It's certainly not at altitude compared to the rest of our region. I suppose we could put a field like long ways this way and have it even closer to the ground. We'll have to just wait and see if this is an issue or not. There's no way to know at the moment. Alright, we've got 6 families who aren't doing a whole lot apart from construction, but we do need a few families for construction at the moment. None of them have moved in down here, which means all these families are from up here. I think we should probably check what the market stall supply chain situation is. So, look at one of our market stalls. These granaries are very pushed. So, we did put a new one over here, didn't we? Yes, we did. Right, so let's get another family working at that granary, maybe 2. And let's think about upgrading the storehouse. We're a bit shy on planks still at the moment. I like how these market stalls are kind of in the middle of this little triangular section here as well. Very organic shape. Yes, very good. Okay, you're still, dealing with arms. Oh, we've got an excess of shields. 32 excess shields now. Oh, perfect. Right. Let's go here. And let's change you over to the production of wooden parts. Do we need wooden parts for producing crossbows? I can't remember. You know what, I'll leave you for a second. But I will say we don't need any more than an additional 36 shields to save our planks. and we'll set you up for the production of crossbows. Good. Upgrade over here we can execute. It'd be good to get some animals in these as well. So once again, once planks are looking a little bit healthier, we'll think about the expansions on the rear of those. It'd be good to get some properties over here too to sort of serve this industry. Where is our... You're in here somewhere. There's your will. Yep. Ah, good. We're going to upgrade you, so you've got the best chance of servicing everyone up here. Do we have any sheep left? 7, apparently. They're all just hiding in the sheep farm and the livestock trading post at the moment. Looks like it. Is this too far away from the direction? Oh, no, they've moved 2. So they are slowly moving them in. A bit concerned it says it's red. I don't see them. Are they on the way? Hello, sheep? Whoop. There you are. Hopefully, you're not going to die. That'd be good, wouldn't it? For a moment I thought their field was underground, but it's just the markers that are underground. They appear to be fine. Right, someone's moved in. I'm going to assign you to the granary. Can I do that while it's under construction? Apparently I can. It's mighty smart. You are going to be specialised, so let's quickly set you up for the production of textiles. So you're allowed to have yarn, and you're allowed to have wool. You can have clothes. You can have... You don't need any of that. Yeah, that's all you need, really. I suppose we should let you have linen as well, on the off chance we do make some of that. And also flax, if it does get imported. Okay, so we've got a family working at the granary already, and the next family's move in will be in one of these, and they'll go and work at the storehouse. So we should probably set up what the storehouse is allowed to carry. So you're allowed to have tools, as they indeed move in. You're allowed to have commodities, and you're allowed to have that type of fuel. And we'll send you to work at that storehouse. Good stuff. 5 of the sheep have now moved into that pasture space. Splendid. And we've got a bit of a plank excess, probably because we stopped making all of those lovely shields. Let's just quickly come up here and switch you over to the production of crossbows. It's just planks and iron parts. We don't need to make wooden gears. Don't know why I thought we needed to do that. Never mind. Right, so we'll leave you to it. With all these spare planks, let's get in a couple more extensions on the rear. And how are we doing for money? Got a bit of money. Why don't we get some chickens over here as well? Good. Chickens ensconced within those buildings. And the next family to move in, I think we will assign to the sheep farm down here. And then we will unassign a family up at the top from that sheep farm. And generally start to move that industry down to this location. So order in an ox, because that's always a good idea. We'll also need someone working at the livestock trading post to get back on the imported sheep, although we should be breeding our own now as well. And we'll keep an eye up here for sheep dying at high elevation. Did this one die as it was being brought to us? That doesn't seem fair. Oh dear. Yes, we'll just have to keep an eye on that. And check where it is that they are dying, because if they die up here, it's fine. If they die down there, then we've got a bigger problem. Food and fuel is still okay. And I'm rather worried that we're spending all this time trying to get the clothing production set up by working down here and solving all of our sheep-related problems. And we're not doing a whole lot to massively increase our military strength, or indeed optimize our population growth, which is going to be a problem because there are definitely going to be other people in this region, in these other regions, who are going to look at our lovely lush lands up here and think, oh, wouldn't mind that for myself. It's only a matter of time, with no free regions, before someone presses a claim towards us. Okay, we should probably, with that in mind, build the garrison tower. Of course, we don't have enough. We'll just build it anyway. It should be fine. Right, so there's that under construction. What do we need to get our church built then? So we've got roof tiles, we've got dressed stone. Let's go ahead and get down a lime kiln. We'll pop down just here, so we can get a bit of mortar produced, because then we can get that constructed. Over here, let's order in some pigs to help supplement the available meat on the market. We're not going to be doing beverages anytime soon. That's going to be a purely imported substance, I think. Get some more trees put in down there. And we should probably start thinking about the next expansion up here. perhaps a couple of houses over here, just to test if this is close enough to the water supply down here. And we'll have to do it on this side, but goodness. And another reason to do it over here is to get a few of these logging camps active, because we're a bit shy on the old logs. Doing so much construction. Mark stalls are looking okay. Good, we've got the garrison tower going up. And down here, had third family, not had a fourth family move in yet. Oh, there they are. Right on time. What are you going to go and do? Livestock trading post, I think. I want to assign you. Where's the assign button? There it is. Livestock trading post. Good. Right, so 6 sheep down there now. Let's go up here and let's unassign and demolish that. Hopefully the people down at the other locations, livestock trading post and sheep farm, come and get these sheep and take them down to the new area. That would be wonderful. That frees up a bit of space here for other production. Possibly some metal production. If we buy in more ore. How are you doing? You look pretty busy. You've got a lot to store. What have you got wool for? No. Naughty. It's because it's our general storehouse, isn't it? Right, we don't really want you to have wool. We don't really want you to have clothes or boots, linen or yarn. That can all be stored at the dedicated one now. Probably shouldn't really have... you should have charcoal, actually. Because you shouldn't have firewood, though. You're going to store charcoal for use in the local industry. Lime kiln is up, so let's get a family working there. How are we doing for crossbows? 21. So we'll be able to get those up fairly soon. And I suppose if we were to... we need to get more planks being produced, really, which means more logs. Because then we could start selling large shields, which would be handy. We've got a few logs now, though, so let's quickly get some property in over here before we run out of available living spaces and we're not making good use of the immigration. So we'll make these small properties with small extensions on the rear. And won't come any further than we need to. A little higher there to get the extension on the back. It'll probably come in a bit here, actually. And still have 4. Yep. A bit further out at the back. Good. Bit on the slant there. But bring this out to the left a little bit. Yeah, it's more like it. Right. Get those 4 built in here, and really that's going to be a test of if that is close enough to the local stone wells for water supply. Only time will tell. We've got the manor tower up. Another family's moved in down here. You can go and work at the dedicated storehouse we have here. And then there'll be another family moving in as well. And I think it's probably a good notion that we get our weavers' workshops ensconced down here now as well, because we did indeed remove them from the other area. Shy on timber again. Really do want to get on top of this situation sooner rather than later. But if we put another little road in here, opposite the dedicated storehouse, then we can have that be Weaver's Workshop Road. Then a road up here. And hopefully by the time we click on this, 3 timber will magically appear. They have not. Come along now. Got 179 planks though. That's really picking up. Have any sheep died recently? Doesn't look like it. I think we might be alright. How many do we have down here? 15. Good stuff. Right, looks like we may, fingers crossed, have solved that particular problem. Oh, come along. Cut your trees down, will you? I suppose in the meantime we can clicky upgrade. So we'll upgrade more and then we'll, oh, bother. Upgrading takes timber. Silly me. Right, why don't we get some chickens? They're nice and low maintenance, aren't they? Just run around the back garden clucking all the time. As is my understanding of local agriculture. Buildings require maintenance. How come we don't have any tools? We've finally run out of iron. I suspect we have. Right, let's go over here. And we need to start importing some iron ore. So import, and we need 50 at any given time probably. Did I see that there is a downer on dressed stone? No, it's okay. There is not. Right, it would be good though to make a bit more of that dressed stone. Alright, let's upgrade the wooden church to a stone one. Splendid, hopefully. I wonder if that would push us over 80%. Probably not, but maybe with the addition of clothing as well it will. No one's moved in over here yet, but it is the next thing to happen, so it would be good to see if they have a water supply. If not, we'll have to move them closer. And just deal with the fact that we can't really expand out in this direction. Here we are. They do have water access. Wonderful. That's what we wanted to see. Right, let's get some animal pens placed on the rear of these burgages then. We'll definitely need to get a granary and storehouse over here. Now we know this is a viable location as well. So granary there. And storehouse, get that sat a little bit closer to the granary. Good. And then a market stall. Pardon me. Market stall in here. Absolutely wonderful. And as much as I want to put more burgages down here to supply this industry, we also need to get more stone out of the ground. So I think some miners' cottages are in order. And where are we going to build those? Well, this would seem a good place to put some farms, really. Production of vegetables, that's the word I'm looking for. So I don't really want to fill it up with burgages. We could, though, look to actually put burgages right in the this area itself. How many could we get in here? So we could get a few in like that. I don't know if I love the way that looks, though. Maybe let's bring a road across here and then continue it on this way. As the church is completed, good stuff. And we'll get some miners' cottages in here. Just a bit close for that road there, aren't we? To have a rear extension. Not that it really matters if we're missing one rear extension, but yeah, I'd rather not if we could get away with it. Ooh. Just want to be a little bit wider and we'll get that additional burgage there. Good, that's exactly what I want to do. Right, but it's going to cost 14 timber. So what I'm going to have to do is go on over here and temporarily... We need maintenance, yes, of course. Got a little bit shy on... Got up to 18. A little bit shy on iron, aren't we? We should be buying it in now, though. We should probably set a limit on... Where are you? You here. Metal parts. You should always leave at least 15 iron slabs so that we can make tools. Because that should always be our priority, because without tools, we can't repair things. And then it's just a bad time for everyone, really. We should probably have that set to 30 now as well. We've got more buildings. As that granary is completed over there. Nearly at that 14 timber, so let's come back down here and get these burgages popped down. A little closer at the top there. And a little further over this way. That's it. Good. We'll probably need a granary and storehouse to service you. So we'll pop these in here and then we'll put a market stall in this spot here. The Quarryman's Market. If I could name markets, that's what I would name this one. Okay. Right, waiting for those resources to come back in. So let's fly on over here. Because we had someone move in over here, haven't we? It's just the one still? It might be more than that because we had upgrades. You are going to go and work at this logging camp here. Let's make sure we've got an ox ordered in. And we should probably get these upgraded to stables. Might be worth setting the livestock trader to be ordering in ox automatically before too long. But we're a little shy on money at the moment, so I don't know if we're going to be doing that straight away. And let's make sure we've got some limits set up on the granaries and the storehouses over here as well. It's the granary, and then the usual for the storehouse. Basically just commodities. And we probably ought to get you working there, really, hadn't we? Yes. Right, I'm going to assign you to the granary first, and then we'll get the next person assigned to the storehouse. Ooh, approval has hit 80%. The church has done it. +2 monthly migration. How wonderful. Right, let's get a band of crossbow together. Maybe even 2. Lovely. I tell you what, we might as well assemble all of them now. Good. 4 units of crossbow. It's going to be absolutely devastating. Can't wait. How's the general supply hoping at the market store? A little bit pushed on the granary, but that's not surprising because we have branched out a little bit at the moment. Oh dear, worker injured. It's no good at all, is it? Come on, where's all this migration? I've got +2 monthly migration now. I don't feel like I'm seeing +2 monthly migration. Oh, there we are. Right, so you can go and work at the storehouse. So you've got some local supply, and then when your neighbour moves in, they can go and work at one of the log camps, so we can finally get the industry over here up and running, which hopefully will allow us to expand at a bit of a faster rate, because we have been a little bit bottlenecked thus far with our log production. How are we getting on down at the sheep outpost? 24 sheep now, so that's growing nicely. Everyone's moved in down here, and we were going to, weren't we, before we completely got distracted. Start building some weavers' workshops. So we get 1, 2 for the time being. And you there, do you have a profession? Farmers, what is your profession? Bonus points if you can guess what that reference is from. Pop it down in the comments below. I say some weird things. What do you do? Nothing. So you can go and work at I'm sorry everyone, that was atrocious. We'll get you go and work at the logging camp there. A little bit of timber, a little bit of money. And it'd be good as well once that last person moved in there, we've got that industry up and running, we can get people moving into Miners Row, and we can start really getting on with the quarrying and producing a much vaster surplus of dressed stone, because at the moment we're really not producing very much, and it is definitely hampering our exports. And once we've got the logging camps up and running and another saw pit as well, then we can start to make some more shields and other goods like bows to sell on the market. Indeed, once we've filled up with our own crossbows, we can sell those as well. Right, let's get some extension spots on these. Once again, I think we're going to go for animal pens on the rear of these, because nothing beats a good old animal pen. Although we should probably pay attention to the food and fuel situation. It's looking okay at the moment. But at some point we're definitely going to want to get more down, and also because it takes so long to grow, we ought to get those orchards down. Maybe that's the next thing we ought to address after over here. There's always so much to do, isn't there? So much to be done. Right, you can go and work at logging camp as well. How much of this clay we got left? Just 48 now. It would probably make sense to have you working from a local property, but I think I'm just going to leave it how it is because I quite like what these chaps are doing. They've all been assigned for various reasons. Still quite disparate at the moment. I suspect over time we will fill out the space, given this region needs to be the capital from which we conquer the whole realm. That's the plan anyway. And we're starting to grow a military that might be capable of it as well. Bunch of upgrades we need to get on with down here. So we'll execute those as and where we have the resources. Once again, limited on planks. Same old story. We'll get some animal pens down here. 50% on construction of the Weaver's Workshop, and a little bit shy on construction materials. Yes, we know that. Right, well, there's plenty of construction going on. We'll wait for a few materials to come in, and a few people to move in, and then we'll get on with our plans, and hopefully fortify our military before we have any bad actors come our way. Grab yourselves a cup of tea. That's what I'm going to do. Alrighty, cup of tea in hand, and we're down to just 3 available living spaces. We've got an additional family working at the stonecutters camp we've already got set up. I'm going to get another one down just there. We've got these properties mostly moved into, we've been upgrading them as we go along. And it would be a good idea, I think, to get these properties serviced by a dedicated granary storehouse. So I wonder if we can fit both in here. Granary there, storehouse here. I think we probably can, so storehouse and granary. Market stall is in here, isn't it? Yep, that's perfect. We'll want more properties along here shortly, but we need more properties everywhere, really. That's the thing. Well, we've got a bit of money, actually. Let's get in a couple of pigs down here. To help with the pennage bonus down here, which is relating to the amount of woodland environment. Oh my goodness, I can't speak. Good heavens. Woodland environment. we have makes it more efficient. So it might be worth at some juncture putting a bit of forestation up here, but that's not one of our priorities as it stands. So, hanging out at just about 80% approval. We've got a logging camp up and running over here. What have we got 1,000 of? Good grief. Got a lot of rubble stone. Probably sell some of that, and mortar as well. We probably don't need to be making quite so much. I think 300 is probably absolutely fine. And we go to the trading post, we just as well export everything over 200 when it comes to rubble stone. We'll set up a dedicated trade route for it. And down here, we finally completed Weaver's workshops, and we should have, therefore, a little bit of yarn. Yeah, 50 yarn already has popped into our coffers, and that's being stored at this storehouse here. Let's get that upgraded to a large storehouse and make sure you still don't have a market store, because that's definitely going to be needed to service everyone. We'll get a couple of goats down here, and then we need a few more burgages, because we're going to need some burgages to become Weaver's workshops. Ideally, somewhere nice and close to the lovely little storehouse we have here with all of the local goods that are required. It's hard to see, but yep, that is 4 extensions, so we'll build 4 more dwellings down there. And is that what we're going to need down here for the time being? It's going to be 4 more workers. One of them is going to be, or 2 of them are going to be clothes. That's another worker for the granary, another worker for... Yeah, we're definitely going to do more. So quick math. Right. In which case, I think we should probably extend this little road we have in here. And we'll build a number of burgages in this area. I don't want to do too many at one time, because I feel that we want to be spreading out our expansion across our various areas. Because we're expanding in the new forestry quarter, expanding down here in the sheep quarter, I suppose, the livestock quarter, and we're also expanding over in the quarry quarter. So we need workers in all those areas, and we build too much accommodation in one space at one time, then we can't expand in a balanced fashion. Speaking of a balanced fashion, still struggling on the old log front. I did have to change the saw pit priority to allow us to have some planks produced, because we were really running low. So we'll just adjust that quickly again. Come down here, get these dwellings popped in, and then I think next we ought to go back and do some more development over on the forestry sector. We've just got the 4 dwellings over there, which were really just the initial tests to make sure that it was going to work, having families over there in terms of water supply. Right, so we'll get these in here. Don't need quite so much space actually for 4. A bit tighter again. We haven't got much space on this plateau, and I feel like at the moment there's plenty of it, but we're going to run out quite quickly, so I want to make sure we're making fairly decent use of the space available to us. So build those in there. And these here just as well. We could do some chickens, couldn't we? A bit of food variety down here in the sheep quarter. Right, good stuff. We'll swing on up here. Got quite a lot of unassigned families. I suppose those are mostly from here, are they? Yep, you're unassigned. I'm going to send you to work at that stonemason station there. And let's just check that everyone else here is assigned to the various associated industries. So another stonemason station there. You're unassigned. You can go and work at one of the quarries. You're unassigned, you can go and work in a quarry. Did that work? No. There. And you... Yeah, sorry. Rather sneezed there. Right, that's everyone there assigned at least. We just need to get you a pig ordered and you upgraded. So we are definitely producing more rough stone than we need at the moment. We've got 41 surplus, but we now have got 2 stonemason stations fully operational, so we should be massively increasing the amount of dressed stone we are producing. We've got excess crossbows. Are we people limited, I suppose? Yes, recruits missing. And breathe. They're not right on top of us. We're okay. Gosh, that was a worry. We will need to rally pretty quickly in the event that we do get jumped upon like that, because we are very exposed on the outside edge here, but we don't have a lot of choice, to be honest. We are very much in a precarious region here, with most of our settlement exposed to potential raiders. Right, well, I'm sure they're dealing with that. We don't need to worry about that for the moment, at least. How are we doing for... It's so nervous when these little noises are made. There we we're doing 57 dress stones. So we're now finally making a lot more than we're exporting, and I imagine that the exports will pick up as a result of that. Good. All those properties upgraded, and we probably ought to have... Just check where they all are again. Still quite far away from us, that's fine. We ought to have this granary and storehouse supplied, so we'll need a couple of families to work there. I wonder if we could just squeeze those into this space here, although we probably want this for more stonemason stations, don't we? Yes. Okay. Well, why don't we come across here then for our next stone expansion? That looks pretty good. Oh, that looks very good. Perfect. Exactly what I wanted. Hurrah! So quite a linear development around the quarry here compared to the somewhat sporadic nature of our other dwellings, but I don't mind that. I think that's okay. Let's flip on over here and we'll get in another ox order. And how are we doing for timber? Just need a few more to pop in, and then we will build some more burgages over here as well. And I think we'll just come in straight rows off of this road. Will probably make the most sense for us for the most part. Why don't we just extend this one to start with? So another 4 burgages. Let's turn off snapping to get the position just right. Yeah, perfect. It's basically exactly what we're after. So just wait for one more timber to pop into the stores, and then we'll get these constructed, and hopefully that'll... Hello? That's enough, is it not? Oh, we'll be too close to a road or something. Make sure snapping is turned on for this bit. Across here, a little bit further along. What's wrong with that? Let's come a bit further off the road here, maybe. Yeah, that was the problem. Build those 4 there. Finally, I feel like we're starting to get there in terms of expansion. Approval has dropped a little bit, down to just 78%, which is a shame. What are we not taking care of? Animal produce and fruits. Obviously, garments are still something we're not producing. Well, that's something we should be able to take care of, because we should have had a family or 2 move in down here. Indeed, we have. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reassign you to be a tailor's workshop, and we'll make up for your goats by putting in some more goats across the road. And that burgage there. Get that one upgraded, and hopefully you'll be working at the position that this chap previously was. I think it automatically fills that position, doesn't it, with the nearest available family. At least that's my understanding. Ooh, good. Secret here. We're finally out of clay, so we can get rid of that mining pit there and that worker, which is good. And we've got 10 clay left before that's turned into roof tiles. And how are we doing on roof tiles? 97. I think for the time being we can probably retire the clay furnace. We've got enough for what we need for our current purposes, and we don't really need to be buying in more than we need. We've got 102 planks. We'll need to get extensions popped on over there. It would be good to get these guys doing something useful. So why don't we... How are we doing on crossbows? Pretty good. Could make warbows. Again, at the moment we're just a little bit shy, aren't we, on production of plank due to the log shortage. So I don't want to be making more... exhausting our supplies. And we have got a fair amount of money coming in. It would be good to increase taxation. But I think we probably need to wait until we're making a few clothes to make people that bit happier. Upgrade you. Right, so you need to be making woolen clothes, because we have wool or yarn available to us. Got 199 of the stuff. And it wouldn't be a bad idea to get a few more of these families once they moved in, working at the granary and the storehouse. That'll be something we need to get doing as well. Do we have an excess of wool, or are we turning all of the wool at the moment into yarn? No, we're turning it all into yarn. So we don't need any more than one family working at the weaver's workshop as it is. And sheep are starting to fill up, which is absolutely fantastic. I'm glad that this area is in fact low enough that we don't have to worry about all the sheep dying. Gosh, it's quite atmospheric down here in the trees, isn't it? Very foggy and misty. So only when you look from that direction, though. It's a bit eerie, isn't it? I feel like it should be like the hidden industry of our kingdom. secret outpost doing a top secret research, which in this case is making some clothes. It's not as top secret as you might imagine. What do? You're a granary worker. That's fine. So you took over from this tailor. Right, so we should have some clothes popping into the market. Isn't that wonderful? I'm just now realising, and I'm sure you've all been screaming at the screen. Let me know if you have been. That we never sent anyone to work at our tannery, did we? Oops. How many hides do we have? I imagine it's quite a few, because we've got a small hunting camp, as well as a fair number of goats. 99 of them. Okay, right. We'll get you operational. We can't build a cobbler's workshop anyway, until we get to a level 3 burgish plot, and maybe we're starting to get towards the point where we could buy in some barley to turn to malt. But once we've filled the garments and the animal produce and fruits supply chains, then we'll start to think about that. Now, I'm quite aware we've done quite a lot of expansion without actually really increasing our food supply. So that's probably the next thing we need to worry about. We've got 15 available living spaces, so that's shot up actually. And now we're down below 80% approval. Migration has dropped to +1 a month, so that's going to slow us down just a little bit. The next thing then, we've got expansion planned for the quarry. So they're going to move in down at the sheep farm. Then they're going to move in at the quarry, and then they're going to move in at the lumber production. So after that, we're going to want to get a few families moving in to some fruit farms. So we set this area aside a long time ago with a plan of making it into such an area. So can we just do one massive blob? It's not really respecting this road, is it? Is that too steep? No, it just won't let me click there. How weird. Right, what if we bring that part way around? Let's come away from that corner, because I think that corner is giving us grief. So let's do that. That would be absolutely redonkulous in terms of the size. I'm not sure one family would be able to make use of it. Let's bring it around, not quite so far. Maybe go like this. Ooh. It's tempting. There'd be 3 very big fruit farms. I wonder if we just cut that in half. Like that there. How's that work? Start from this corner. Not quite filling the space there, is it? Let's try from down here. Do it in a different direction. That's too steep because we're going right down this corner with the burgages. So we need the burgages to be this side. Let's just smooth out this transition here, because that's definitely going to give us problemos. Right, this should be fine. What is it you don't like about that? It's just getting steep in that corner, but the game doesn't realise, so it doesn't tell me. How's that? That's not too bad. Right, we'll go with that for a start, and then we'll put something in here as well. See how far we can get up before it has a headache. There. Those might be good vegetable farms, actually. And then can we make any use of this space here, or is that just going to be too steep? I think it probably is. What if we put a road in here? And we build it off this way. Okay. We might not be able to utilise this bit of space here, but you know what? It's not the biggest bit of space, is it? So it's not the end of the world. Good. Right, well, that's plenty of construction going on. We've certainly got enough places for people to be moving in. We've got a little bit of money. Got loads of dressed stone. Oh, look at that. 145 coming in. Let's get another family working here. I think probably we do need 4 families working there now. Got plenty of rubble stone to be exported. You know what? That might be getting in the way of exporting dressed stone. Yeah, see, we've exported 298 of that. I'd rather we spent our time exporting the dressed stone, because that's making us a significant amount more money. And we spent a lot importing a relatively small amount of iron as well. Where is a lovely little iron source? Do you have iron down here? Mushrooms? Oh, you have iron down here. Well, Baron. I wonder if we want to requisition this region for our own. Maybe this should be the next thing we're looking towards. So it's got strong stone as well. Goodness, we don't need two sources. But the iron would definitely be useful to support the capital's aims and goals. Having this as an outpost down here, we'd have to have some sort of fortification to defend us from our neighbours. I've got my eye on that. Maybe that's going to be the next version we expand to. I know that this one, Truffelsberg, was definitely where we initially had planned. I don't think, what's her name? Elizabeth. I don't think she's actually moved into this region, has she? She's focusing on growing her main settlement. I don't know at the moment if the AI can move in to another region. Be interesting to see. But I think the strong iron deposit down here is worth more to us than any resource over here. Yeah, strong clay and salt. Yeah, we'd be able to buy a fair amount in with those resources, in all fairness, as outposts. But I do want to focus on stabilising the capital for the time being. So 7 months of fuel, plenty of food still, which is good. Let's get another worker at the granary and the storehouse, because we've got local families who can do those jobs. And that should leave us with one unassigned still. Yeah, I might send them to work at this weaver's workshop here. So we've got 2 of those active. Is that everyone down here with a job? Warehouse worker, weaver. Hey, one more unassigned. I'm going to send you to work at the sheep farm. Second family there probably wouldn't be a bad idea. We'll buy in some chickens, mainly because then I don't have to remember to come back down and select on either goats or pigs. That's the entire reason I've done that. But are we making use of all the yarn? We're not. Maybe actually we should assign another one of these families to be weavers. Is there anyone unassigned? You're unassigned, right? I'm going to make you into a weaver's workshop. We are going to have to remember to come down. Although the last one we did, it automatically assigned itself to linen production, so that should automatically assign itself to yarn production, because it just goes around in a cycle. Let's upgrade that well, because why not? Don't really need anyone working at the livestock trading post now, do we? Although, what we could do, get you to import oxen. No, I want 30 of the things. To start with, thank you kindly. Eventually we'll be able to sell sheep, and selling sheep gives you lots and lots of money. It's one of my preferred things to do. I think they make more money than they do, in terms of usefulness than it does having them produce meat by slaughtering them. That's my opinion anyway, because you can also use them to make clothes and sell those too. Oh yes, lovely sip of tea. Right, you're built. Let's just check. Yep, you are definitely making from yarn. So we should be making a fair number of clothes. We've just got to get them up here now. Again, that would be nice where we can have a dedicated courier. Build little houses. Your job is just to bring clothes from down here to up here. Alas, not a feature in the game yet. Right, we've had a few people move in here. So you are going to go and work at this granary. We'll make sure we've got the various roles assigned for what you are and aren't allowed to stock. And someone moved in next door as well. Perfect. So you are going to go and work at the storehouse. Definitely need to make sure you've got a restricted access to what you're allowed to have. You weren't even being used yet and you're already filling up with naughty, naughty things. Although it would, maybe we should have a dedicated storehouse here somewhere for dressed stone. But I wouldn't want you to have a market stall as well. So we'll have to set that up as an individual building. Maybe we'll pop it just here. Somewhere nearby, obviously. Yes, there's fine. It's close enough to the trading post, isn't it? I have to keep an eye, because if we do keep just massively piling up extra stone, then that's a sign we need to get another trading post active to increase our bandwidth for selling stone. Let's get a bunch of animal pens on the rear here. How are we doing for meats, etc.? We've got a reasonable number of vegetables. We've got quite a lot of pork, actually. So maybe we should get some goats in these properties here, as opposed to just having more piggies. Right, build those there. He says that, he immediately orders a pig. Get a pig in there, I guess. And how are we doing over here? Do people move in? Oh, yep, got one moved in already. What are you going to do? How are we doing with the markets? Oh my goodness, the storehouses are absolutely rammed. Okay, Right, I feel like you should go and work at that storehouse then. And let's upgrade that storehouse and that granary. And we'll also upgrade that burgish plot. We'll need to get some more fuel being produced soon, which is something we'll focus on over here. As for these, let's get a bunch of orchards planted in here. We'll need to get a few more burgages set up for vegetable production. I think we'll start with... No, we will keep these for orchards. But yes, we definitely need to make some vegetable plots. Maybe we could have those fill out to the edge of the map here in this space. A little crossroads section there. Not going to worry about that now because we've still got 12 spots. And look at that, 88% approval. Wow. Clothing on the market has definitely made people nice and happy. Clothing, meat, everything they could possibly want. What's everyone down here doing? That's why we've had people moving in at a rate of knots then. Where do you work? You're a warehouse worker here, I presume. Yeah, I think I manually assigned you, didn't I? Right, let's assign you to the storehouse here as well. And I think I'll do the same with your neighbour, because we're looking a bit pressed apparently. Okay. And the next one's move in should probably go and work at the granary. Let's order in some goats, as was the original plan. And then get some upgrades. That family's moved in. Perfect. You can go and work at the granary here. Should get that upgraded as well. Goats and an upgrade for you. I feel like we're finally getting somewhere now with a bit of pace and progress. Splendid stuff. And actually, although we are building up a bit of an excess on dressed stone, that's going to give us what we need to build a fairly nicely sized manor, which is definitely something we're looking to do sooner rather than later. Gives us a more defendable point. How are we doing for peoples? So 24 in each of our divisions. So not terribly far off filling those up. Obviously we're going to need a fair few more people before we can, but you know, it's on the cards. Up to 1900 in wealth. Let's spend a little bit of that on pre-purchasing the seeds for our orchards here. Goodness, let's burn through about 1,000 of it, but that's fine. Actually, already down to just 10 available living spots. You'll be fine. Once you've upgraded, you'll be fine. You'll be fine, don't worry about it. You'll be able to get all the resources you need from the local storehouse, which from whence you work. It's currently just been upgraded as well. Look, you've got charcoal there. Don't know what you're complaining about. Right, so the next expansion, as we discussed, is going to be for vegetables. Now, I know we've gone for a fairly organic setup so far, but we have got a little bit more organised over here. So I wonder if it's worth putting in some of our famous square vegetable plots. So for the first time this game, we're going to break out the corpse pit tool. Can't believe it's been so long. And we'll pick a fairly straight section of road, and we'll build 1, bit of snow in the way, 2, and tile snapping, 3, and 4. Maybe we can make these slightly longer versions. If we go 6 like that there, and before we get too carried away, let's just build some roads in here and see what these look like. The usual technique of building a road over the edge and then bringing the next one back into it so we get a perfect corner, like so. And we'll do the same with this one here. Good. I can feel the RSI twinging already. And then we'll delete these corpse bits in the center. Wunderbar. I'm going to put a road diagonally across here. And, well, actually, no, I'm not. Let's see if we can do it without that. And then we get a burgage. Hang on, snapping. Right, so, what do we do with that? Oh, yes. Absolutely perfect. So build that there, and come down here, 1 tick. Down and across. Good. Right, the rectangular veggie plot. Not something I've done before. So that's gone so well that I think we will extend that a few more over. We've got space for maybe another 2 here. Although I wonder if it gets a bit steep. We'll have to wait and see. Right, so 1. 10 snapping up again. Ah yes, too steep immediately. Can we snap in the right place here? It would be about there, wouldn't it? Okay, oh, too steep there as well. If we get enough of these down, then we will be able to extrapolate where everything should be anyway. There, and there. Okay, bring a road up here. One across the top. One up the center there. One up the side here. Finish that in there. Put that in here. Wonderful. You know, it'd be really nice if you could build walls that weren't just around your manor, but I know we've talked about this, around the whole settlement. It's something everyone really wants to be able to do, but you lose control of all the buildings inside when you do. But imagine if you could just build an independent wall. I could put it all the way around the outside of my settlement here, defending me from miscreants that come in from the edge of the map. That would make me a happy man. Alas, not something we can do, at least not yet. Need to go a bit further on that one there. Oh, good. We were able to do so. So just 2 ticks, not 1. On the edge there. Oh, what's going on here? Fine. I'll do it myself. What's wrong? Too steep? Oh, no. Let me trick you. How about making it shorter? It worked. I wasn't expecting that to work. Okay, that gives us space to put some buildings in there as well. Ooh, may have found my new favourite layout for veggie burgages. That is, if this area isn't too big for them to take care of. Although, the burgers putting in here do have space for expansion, so with 2 families, we should be absolutely fine. Good, right, speed time along. You're probably going to be serviced mostly by this market here, but you're already looking pretty pressed there, so we will get another one in. And can we fit that in this little space? Oh, it's not quite big enough. Didn't leave enough space. Oh well. Granary there. Nope. Storehouse there. And granary next door. What this is, though, is the perfect space for a market stall. Do you fill the whole thing out? You're never going to need that many, surely. Surely not over here. We'll just get a handful in. Like so. Good. That might be a good spot for some more stables. Maybe I've got a fair few over here. Are we running out of stable space? We look okay. What's full? Not sure. Going to ignore it. Down to 6 months of fuel. But do we have a few more people move in over here in the end? Where did you just move in? Oh, over here. Oh, goodness. We're already starting to have people move into our brand new top of the range orchards. Get you upgraded straight away, sire. Oh, yes. I like how that's coming together. Lovely organic shape here we're filling out. We've got our little settlement down here at the edge. We've got our industrial here. We've got these lovely rectangles. I do like a straight line. I'm sorry, everyone. I know that's not really what this game is about, but it does tickle me pink doing so. Right. Put some veggie gardens in here. Okay, and then with those other few to be built. Got a fair number of families on construction at the moment. Another delightful gulp of tea. I do think that we may be near needing to do a reassigning. Although we have been fairly careful. Oh, royal tax, no! We have been fairly careful where we've been assigning people. What do you do? Warehouse worker. It's fine. More movement down here as well. Finally going to get a fair bit of fruit in the market, even if it is a few years away at the moment. You're fairly well stocked. Yeah, granaries and storehouses are definitely looking a little overworked. Well, we've had more people move in down here, haven't we? So we can definitely get a third family working at that granary. And we'll get you some goats. And what do you all do? You're unassigned. You're a granary worker. Granary worker. Warehouse worker. Right, so you... How are we doing for roughstone rather, versus dressstone? Yeah, we're definitely turning it all in, so you are going to go and work in one of the quarries. And of course we'll upgrade you to level 2 right away, sirs. Good. We're doing a good job of exporting that dressstone these days. Pretty good. We seem to be hovering at around sort of 150 in terms of stockage. Let's upgrade you and maybe get additional family working there. Where do you live? There. There. That's okay. You're local enough that it does not bother me. Another family moved in there. We won't put the additional living spaces on there just yet. We want people moving into the a variety of baggages before we do that. Still a few to move in here. Goodness, it's taken absolutely forever to upgrade this house. Let's put that to a higher priority to make sure it happens. Right, and you've just moved in. I'm going to assign you to work at that granary. And, oh, no one's... How bizarre. I could have sworn this was being upgraded. Was it just being built? Just never got around to it. Apparently so. Okay. Maybe we can put an extension on the back. That makes sense. Alright, so you're going to work at that granary. We'll get you upgraded. It might be that these were the next ones we moved into, because they had upgrades going on them. That's why people were moving into the properties over here. That makes sense. 162 on clothes. Let's just double check how we're doing down here. So bringing in plenty of livestock. We're still okay on space for sheep. Let's look at the storehouse here. So it looks like we are now wool limited. Yep, so we've not got any spare yarn for our tailors to be turning into clothes, but that's fine. That's something that will take care of itself over time. That's only brought up the command window. Okay. Always forget which key that is. Occasionally come to do like a play test or something where I'm figuring out how I'm going to do something beneficial to speed the game up. But it only works half the time, and that's only the half the time I can remember how to do it. Apparently it was that button I mashed there. Lips or something? Don't know. Right. Why have you got a market stall? Oh, you meant to. Sorry. My apologies. Angry for no reason. Right, let's upgrade these. Where are all these lovely souls moved? And again, I'd really love to have some kind of overlay that showed me where the unemployed people lived, so I could decide what it was that I wanted them to do. 5 months on the Yule. No one else moved in over here. Yes, right. You are going to go and work at this woodcutter's lodge. And you are going to go and work at this charcoal kiln. Is that everyone over here assigned to a job? Looks like it. So I think probably our next expansion again is going to have to be over here. Now, what do I want these people doing once they eventually move in? Obviously, primarily I want them focusing on their burgages. I suppose we could assign them to work at the stable or something. Something where they're, not too demanded to go and do other stuff. Because we need them focusing on their own industry, of course. Could just leave them for construction, I suppose. Right, well, let's not worry about it for the time being. Let's instead use some of that money we've got to buy some vegetable seeds for all of these lovely plots. Good, and seeing as we've got 86% approval, I don't think it'd be a bad idea to increase... Ooh, not that much. Good grief. How far can we get away with? -2. Okay, go to 3% land tax. See how we cope with that, because we are going to need to start bringing some money into our coffers. We need to get our retinue up and running at some point as well, for no other reason that we're probably been a little while before, since any military actions happened. And I'm rather worried that at some point in the not too distant future we're going to be attacked. So how are we getting on? How is Peter doing? Peter, how are you doing? He still looks to be mostly level 1. But a thriving little settlement it looks like. And how about Wolfgang? How are you getting on? Similar level, similar level. Still got a wooden church. And finally, Elsbeth. Yeah, all a similar size, aren't they? All much of the same as these AI settlements at the moment. She did claim this, but she has not moved into it. And of course we've got the good old Baron, just baroning about, basically. Right, where are we? 7 available living spaces, which I believe is primarily the new vegetable plots we put in here, so we'll have people moving in there before too long. And yeah, I think this is going to be the next area that requires expansion. So I'm going to put in basically copying what we've got on that side of the road, but on this side. Let's bring that out just now so it gets an extension on the rear. It's 16 logs for such an endeavour. Which may mean I need to... how many planks do I set? Did I set a limit to 200 planks? Are we just going to tip over enough logs without me having to reassign limits? I don't think so. Let's quickly... we can pop into this one here, actually, because they are universal. And we'll set that to 16. 17. And we'll get this put back down where we intend it to be. A little something like this here. Come on. Come on. I know there's a rear extension in there somewhere. There it is. Good. Just wait for those extra 2 logs. A prime moment for another sip of tea. Let me all know what you're drinking in the comments below. Are you drinking the finest Yorkshire Gold like I am? Or are you perhaps drinking some alcoholic beverage every time I say take a sip of tea? That would be a good way to get drunk, wouldn't it? Let me know. I'm rather interested. Love to find out. Right, let's put some little roads in here. And then we'll get another granary and storehouse popped in here once we have the materials to do so. Wonderful. That's the granary. And then just another log. I'm going to be able to do the storehouse. Your construction popping along nicely straight away. Good show. I feel like we're finally getting a little bit efficient. Although that's probably just a sign. We've got a load of unassigned families that should be doing something else. 11 of them. Yes. Yes, indeed. I quite like that we're currently still assigning people, mostly selecting where they live and assigning them to a task. And I think that on the whole is keeping us on top of what we need to keep on top of, which is people working near to where they live, and then keeping families that we don't really want assigned to various jobs like these ones here, focused on their orchards, keeping them available for construction. And so far this seems to be working pretty well. I've not really done that before. Whoop. Cabbage Boy and Beet Boy have moved in. Get some upgrades on their properties. Oh, heavens. They're still a bit short on logs, yes. Right. Well, that's why we got this row going in here, so we can have people move in and work at the logging industry, which we can finally really get off the ground. We should probably also start to think about future-proofing just a little bit by getting a couple of foresters' huts down. And, oh goodness, got some lovely space in here to put those. Almost like it was designed for it. So we'll get 2 of those down for a minute. We've got space for another one to go in eventually as well. Storehouse is being constructed, so let's set their limits up while we're still thinking about it. And we'll do the same for the granary once that's up. And let's just check again where we're at with foods. Still got 85 pork, so that's pretty good. Got some fruits there, that's nice. We could do with a bit more milk, so all eggs. So really, this needs to be chickens or it needs to be goats, or a combination of the two, I think. As nice as it is to have lots of meat in the market available from our pork boys, we do of course want to make sure we've got enough animal produce on the market, which comes from chickens or from goats. Well, we've got to that point, I think, actually, where the only thing our families are lacking is beverages. So that's definitely the next thing we need to take a look at. Start importing some barley. And how are we doing on the export of Crestone? Oh, actually, on top of it, I was going to say we should get another trading post, but it looks like we're actually exporting the majority of everything. We're up to 2,000 on regional wealth, even though we've increased taxation. Still at 85% approval, so we could possibly increase taxation a little bit more. And it feels like the capital is finally starting to come online. Getting to that point where they can't stop us. Filling up on our military nicely, and definitely want to get them some defensive material, defensive materials. What a weird way to say helmets. Some armor, that's what I'm looking for. The word is armor. So they're even better equipped and protected. For that, we're going to need to import more iron ore. We need to start making helmets. That's all sort of things that can be supported by a growing economy. Talking of a growing economy, we've got 259 clothes, so we can start to think about selling those. While we're down here, I'm going to get in another couple of pastures to make sure that we have plenty of space for even more sheepies to move in. Oh, I didn't think steepness was really an issue for sheep pastures. Well, maybe it's not. House range. We'll ignore that. Right, get a couple more of these in. Just because they're overlapping, is it seeing that as a steepness issue? It is. How odd. Okay. Very strange.
Do we have enough people working at the sheep farm? They seem to be pretty on top of things, don't they? Yes. Well, we'll wait for that to, organically grow. I don't think there's any point in importing too many more of them. And we'll leave these guys to it, basically. What we will start doing, though, is we'll go to the trade post, and we'll go to commodities, and we're going to set an export on everything over 200 clothes. That should bring in a nice bit of cash for us, which perhaps we can use to start importing more iron ore and get a few more operational forges. Right, so I think these are the next chaps to move in. 8 properties, yep, those 8 there, because we definitely need to get on top of the granary and storehouse situation. So most of these chaps are going to go and work at granaries and storehouses we've just installed here. Make sure once again you'll set up the correct units. Good, right, you're the first, so you can go and work at the storehouse. We should probably have a local market stall for you, shouldn't we? Just next door. Good. Just double click that so they assign it to the right location. Oh yes, and all of you, right, let's turn 4 of you into chicken coops. And 4 of you into goat pens, I think. Split it evenly between those 2. Splendid. We'll keep an eye on those and keep moving in the relevant families to work at those. And once we've got 3 families there, 3 families there, 6, that leaves us 2 families to assign down here. 1 family perhaps to the Woodcutter's Lodge and another family to the logging camp. Is it that we're shy on firewood? Yes, okay, maybe 2 will go to firewood production. But we may actually then stop production over here, potentially. We never did get around to moving those wild animals, but we may do. We may do. We may still do. Right, we're up to 790. Let's buy ourselves a few lads. Sure. Go for that for the time being. We still want the ability to hire in mercenaries if and when it becomes necessary, so we don't want to spend all of our money. And of course there is the royal tax going out at some point as well. With money looking okay, I'm tempted to open up this lad here. What do you do at the moment? You're a smelter. Hopefully there's another local chap that can do that job, because I think I'm going to make you into an armourer. And we'll start making some helmets for our lads. Right, you've moved in. You're going to go and work at the granary. We'll get these upgraded as well. And we'll also get those burgages on the upgrade path. And we should have plenty of vegetables in the coming years. Obviously, they didn't really get anywhere near close to fully planted up. I'm actually going to put the expansions on these burgages here, because I feel like they may need those additional families to help. Because it's quite a large area to tend and look after. So that gives us an additional 6 places for people to move in, 12 in total. You're making helmets. We want a surplus of 36. That's going to take a long time to get there because there's a lot of upgrading to be done in the meantime. 29 tools. That's construction, not tools we're short of over there. That's fine. Construction materials, that is. And we've still got 1 burgage down there left to be assigned for something else. Have we got enough stone coming out the ground? Nope, we need more workers in the quarries. So another expansion over here may be necessary, or we could target these burgages for a level 3 upgrade. That might be a better idea. Let's go to the trading post, and we're going to start importing a little bit of barley. Import maybe a surplus of 50. Establish trade route. Hopefully with the export of clothes we're going to be able to manage that. We still seem to be on top of it with trading, so I'm not going to put an additional trading post in just yet. And let's get ourselves a malt house. Where are we going to put this? We can put this over here, I suppose. And then maybe one of these level 3s could become a brewery. Since this was originally going to be the location of our textile industry, but it never really happened. In fact, you there, that's your calling. You're going to be a brewery. Good. And then this storehouse, you're going to stock... Is it you, or do I need to put a granary here? I think I need a granary, don't I? Alright, dedicated granary it is. We'll pop that one just here. Should really have had those right next to each other. Right, going to demolish that.
put that in a slightly better place. Where are you? Malt house. I'm going to put you right here. And connect the road like that. So you're all nice and close to each other. Storage is full. What are you full of? Good grief, rubble stone. Okay. I'm actually going to disallow rubble stone here. And I think we're going to have to build a dedicated storehouse. Oh no, tell you what. The whole reason we built this particular property was for it to store stone-related products. Where's dress stone? No, I've already allowed it. Okay. We'll get a family working here and just check where you live. That's not great, but also not the end of the world. I feel like you'll be spending most of your time over on your orchard anyway. It just allows us to have some of those goods stored somewhere else. Eventually we may assign a worker from when we get these up to level 3. Right, granary's been constructed, so yes, you're allowed to have barley, and you're allowed to have malt and all types of alcohol. That is it. That is your purpose. Right, if I assign someone here, where are you going to come from? Oh, good. You're nice and local, actually. That's fine. And we'll get someone at the malt house. Where do you live? Over at the orchards. Not ideal, but not terrible either. May need a couple of additional burgages in here. So we have people... Are we okay for fuel? Yeah, still okay. We do need to take care of it, but it's okay for the moment. Maybe a few additional burgages for a local workforce. Maybe we should put a road in across the back here. And we can curve it in like that. Good. We'll just replace these roads so they don't overshoot at all. In fact, we'll get rid of that one altogether. Finish that road to there. And get some additional burgages in this spot here. Splendid. Right, well that should allow us to start making a little bit of alcohol. So that should be coming onto the market before too long. Hopefully our orchards start to mature in the next couple of years. Still at their early stages. And the same with our vegetable plots down here. Right. Hopefully we've got a few more people moving in over this way. Still at 87% approval, so we're looking all dandy there. What are you? Granary worker. Warehouse worker. I feel like this slowed down here. If people start moving into these... Yeah. So that's weird. So when you build an expansion, the expansion seems to be preferable to a new build. Oh. Okay. Well, once these are filled up, we'll get back to filling these up, which is necessary for the granaries and the storehouses, which are looking very, very pushed as it stands. Good stuff. Right. How are we doing military? Ooh, just 4 more in each unit, basically. And we'll be filled up on those. Finances are okay. We're definitely taking a little bit of a hit from importing some barley. And I do now think that we may need to get an additional trading post installed. Because we've got a little bit of a build-up of dress stone there. So we will get another trading post. And yeah, seems as good a place as any. We'll pop that down there. Make sure there are some local hitching posts for the more horses. And we'll just swing on down the hill to our lovely little village here. And we're going to get you to import another 4 horses for us. There are a couple of oxen down there, which makes me think that we may have filled up our oxen storage. So we are going to get a couple more of these hitching posts popped down, and we're going to upgrade them to stables right away to make sure we've got enough space. Good. It's nice having a lot of families nearby for construction, because things do happen nice and quickly. Although 18 families is a bit excessive, I would like to get them into some industry. Although to be fair, I think a fair few of those are coming from our orchards and from our new vegetable plots. No, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Yes, I think that's almost certainly where most of them are coming from. Right, we're back into moving in over here. So we can start assigning them to the local storehouses and granaries once again. As they fill up nice and quickly. Good.
So those two there, and then we'll get another 2 into those, and then the last 2 over to the woodcutters' lodges. I seem to remember that being our plan, and we'll get a few more goats ordered into those. Good. And we really do need to get on top of that fuel situation as more people move in as well. It's going to become more and more of an issue. Still stretched on the granary and storehouses. I feel like we've got a reasonable number of workers in them, but obviously it's not enough. I suppose we could send a few of the workers from here, but I feel like they are just going to spend most of their time on the gardens and they may not end up properly supplying. I'll tell you what you could do though. They could part-time go and work at forestation huts. Let's set up forestation areas, which are basically going to be up here and over here. Yep, and we'll do the same. We'll send both families from this plot actually. They're going to prioritize their own burgages anyway, so having them working at the forests I think won't be an issue. You've moved in. I'm going to send you to work at the Woodcutter's Lodge and get you an upgrade. And hopefully your neighbour will move in prompto as well. Got ale on the market, so we need to get a lovely little tavern installed soon as well, as we are down to 5 available spaces for people to be moving into. We'll work at a Woodcutter's Lodge as well. Get you an upgrade, so it's the last 2 there. Where are the others? Oh, these are the ones we built over here, aren't they, to service this industry? Indeed. Good. Tavern. I think we'll put this religious building next to our other religious building. And church. So we'll get that in there. Hopefully that'll have a fairly wide-reaching effect, though we may need to get one dedicated down here for the quarrymen themselves. Put that down in anticipation of that requirement, and we'll just finish that road out to the edge there. Let's get some chicken coops on the rear of these. Another family moving in. Let's head on over and assign them to a storehouse. And is that you? Yeah. An upgrade, and then seconds later we should see your neighbour move in, and you'll go and work at the granary. So here we're a fair way into our playthrough, and I've still yet to see any aggression from the AI. It does feel like tempting fate saying that, but I feel we'd at least had a chance with 4 units of crossbow, 2 units of spear, and a, hopefully, garrison force from our retinue that is going to grow, although finances are looking a little stretched at the moment as we're buying in that barley and the iron to make helmets. Though the helmets are getting out to our troops at least, even if it is a little bit of a slow process to begin with. There we are. Enough waffling, and he's moved in. So you're going to work at the granaries, that's 3 for 3. And maybe we should assign a few of these families to work at the storehouse and this granary in their spare time. We'll just quickly make sure they're not harbouring anything they should not, which for the storehouse is quite a lot. Good. And then we'll get them some upgrades as well. And we could assign a few more, couldn't we? Just in their spare time, as well as construction, just to help alleviate that problem. We're starting to look like we might get on top of it a little bit. Get you upgraded, down to 2 available living spaces now. As we start to move in over here, I'm going to unassign. Is it you that weren't terribly local way? I'm going to reassign you like so. You upgraded. And is there anyone working at this? Yes, there is. It's fine. 236 crossbows. Good grief. Okay, well we definitely need to be selling those. We're probably spending a fair bit of money importing the iron for those. That's not a problem, so long as we're bringing in more from their sale, and they do sell for a lot, crossbows, right? Export crossbows. Anything over 150 crossbows we want to sell, and they are worth a fantastic amount, aren't they? For each crossbow, 5 coins. Oh yes, very good. We've got a fair few we can export with from the get-go as well. So we're still at 97 roof tiles, that's absolutely fine. Plenty of milk, a few eggs as well. Still pretty good on the pork, although we've dropped from 85 surplus to 65, so we may need to get a few more of those in the future. Okay, for veggies, and fruits are still on the horizon. We've got lots of plots in here though, so when they come good, that should produce us a fair number. At the moment we've just got these in here. May need to get a few more as well. We could put a few burgages here and make that a forested area, or forested, but an area for our lovely orchards. Or we could forest it. Who knows? Not really sure yet. Right, tavern time. Quickly. I think we'll start with this tavern. Oh dear. It's the nasty noise. Alright, we'll overstock for 15. Where are they? Ooh, not terribly far away, but they're not coming for us at least. One of these days they are going to appear on the edge here, aren't they? You know what I'm going to do? I am going to rally our forces. Just on the off chance that they decide to come this way. It looks like they're going straight in here. Ooh. Ooh. Where are they going? They might be coming our way, you know? 3 of them. Blast, I forgot. We need to get down here and defend, don't we? Okay, right. Looks like we are indeed going to war. Let's take a position on the hill here. We'll put our spear in front. And we will put our crossbow behind. Fire at will. They may be pulled off towards the enemy there. So we may only have to deal with a couple of units. I don't know if we're going to get all the way down to those positions, actually. Let's set up on the hill here, then. And we get to see our crossbows in action. The first military deployment of the capital. Our men are steaming down the hill, ready to meet the foes and defend their homeland. And I think we've got a fairly impressive host. Good stuff. Right. To your positions, men. Fire at will. Here they are. They have no idea what they're about to come under fire from. They're going to climb all the way up this hill. And they're going to be absolutely spanked by our archers on the way. Right. Come on, they're nearly upon us. Open fire, damn it. Oh no. Quick. Pull you back. You shouldn't be directly engaging. Right. Ooh, that was close. Our spear weren't quite there in time. So our archers almost got pounced upon. Right. Let's reformat the lines. I don't think they went for our little outpost down here, so we seem okay. Peter seems to have fended off the rest of them. He has 4 units of spear. Let's hope he doesn't decide to use those to think, oh, you know, I'm going to come for the capital now. They have so named themselves, and we shall humble them. Fortunately, it looks like we're okay this day. I think that's everyone dealt with. Oh, they were just dealing with one more. Are they all done? Oh, they've got archers as well. I suppose those were hirelings, weren't they? Right, I think we're okay. We'll disband those units. They can go back to their jobs. And, oh goodness, we've got no properties ready to move into this because we were in the middle of bearing people up, weren't we? And they're so happy that it is indeed time to upgrade them. So we'll get these upgrades going. And what's wrong with you? Do you not have beverages yet? Are we short on beverages already? No, we've got loads. Perhaps we should have upgraded this to a large tavern. They may be struggling a little bit with supply. Where are you getting your beverages from? I imagine it's where they're stored over here, isn't it? This granary? Primarily, yes. Probably also elsewhere. We'll upgrade that one. And then we'll remind you that you, in fact, should not have a market store. And we'll make sure the local granary here is allowed to stock commodities. Yep. Okay. Now we've changed that over. Hopefully that'll make life a little bit easier for the tavern here. I think we are going to upgrade it. I wonder if it continues to operate while it's being upgraded. That'll be an interesting one. Oh no, we need to bury some bodies. You know what? A commenter recently mentioned I can just leave them to despawn. So I'm going to. Hopefully it doesn't upset people too far. We've still got 86% approval.
Still over 1,000 on the old monetary value. We will need to keep an eye on that nevertheless. We could do with a few more workers in the quarries, couldn't we? Still plenty of open spots. Just one working at the 3 of these and no one working at that one there at all. I'm going to make this a high priority. And with these additional families that are going to be moving in over here as well, we can assign them to work in the quarries. So we'll be able to up, once again, our production. Although I imagine we are making a fair bit of money from the sale of those additional crossbows we have at the moment as well. Good. Right, an effective first test of our men. I'm sure there's plenty more to come. That was just a foretaste of the battles that are sure to befall us in the future. Perfect, already getting people moving in over here. I'm going to assign you to work at the quarry right away. Maybe the next person I may assign to go and work in the tavern itself. It's about time we had a few level 3 burgesses, isn't it? It's been a long time coming, as we've got a slow but steady growth on the capital as a settlement. Not that fussed about moving into another region just yet, although we have got our eye, haven't we, on that iron that the Baron currently has all to himself, which one day will become ours. So we don't have to buy so much in, because it costs a pretty penny. How are we doing on clothing? 240 clothes, pretty good. We've got loads of wool. Oh goodness, right, we need to go and address that soon actually. Looks like we've outstripped production down there. We did need to keep an eye on that, and we have not done. So, right, let's just quickly, where did you just move in? Over here? No. We're still being upgraded. Right. I do want to manually assign people where I can. There, perfect. Right, assign you to be there. And you can upgrade. Any more for any more? Where's the next person going to move in? We shall be eagle-eyed and watch closely. I'm watching. Hello? Anybody move in? You're all so happy? Ooh, an upgrade. Don't want to miss that. Ooh, another one. Very good. Still seems to be breaking even at about 1,000 with the export of those crossbows, but I don't know when we're going to run out of crossbows to export. Oh, is that someone moving in here? Was indeed. Right, you can go and work at the tavern. And another upgrade. Oh, disappeared on me. Come on, you've got ready access to beverages. It's like they finished their mug. I'm like, oh no, I'm out. And then they weren't ready to upgrade anymore. Right, we'll upgrade you. And then we're going to quickly pop down here and address the problems. So we've got lots of sheep, and we've got lots of wool, and quite a lot of yarn as well. So that means we need another family working at the tailor's shop. But we haven't got many more people available down here. So I wonder if actually the thing to do would be to put a tavern down here and upgrade everyone here to level 3. And that'll give us plenty of people who are going to be moving into burgages that are already set up. It may just increase. We'll have an extra family or 2 working at each of the tailor shops we already have as well. So I think that's a good option. We'll get that going down there as a plan. So that'll be 2 dense population areas. We are of course going to want to get someone set up for boot making. Now we've got some level 3 burgages. Primarily I think that's probably going to be the job of people over here, where we already have some clothing production. Although, is this... yeah, because the tannery is here. So where is all our leather being stored? Is it here? It is, 213 of the stuff. So I think what we really need to do is get a small tavern. Can we fit one in here? Not quite. Right. Just on the outside here will do then for the time being. Or maybe just directly behind these. Yeah, we'll go there. Because we just want to get a few of these up to level 3 so we can get some boots being made over there. Plenty of plans afoot. And hopefully as well, with the additional workers we've got producing vegetables over here, we should be taking care of the food situation. Ah, look! Large village. The capital has reached the large village level. Absolutely wonderful. Right, let's do a quick worker check at these properties. And where there's unassigned, I'm probably going to send them to work in the quarries, because that is indeed what they're here for, on Quarry Workers Row. You're all there, good. Just the one family there for the moment. Need a tavern keeper, that's fine. Just the one there. Just the one there. Okay, right.
We'll leave you to it. How are we doing for ale? 92, so we're keeping on top of that for the moment. It's under construction there. How do we get on over here? How is planting going? Okay, when they've got time, it looks like they are making use of everything, so that's okay. Did we get the last couple of people assigned over here? You're a warehouse worker. You're a granary worker. Firewood. Firewood. Granary. Okay. Well, we are definitely short on fuel, so I feel like we should probably... No, this was originally just going to be industrial, but we could get a couple of burgages in here, couldn't we? Just like so, and then we can assign these to work at the... It's too steep. Yes. There we are, that works. And we'll assign them to work at the charcoal kilns and the woodcutter's lodge over there as winter approaches. Right, and let's slide on down here. Not quite there with the tavern yet. We'll up the priority of that one to get it constructed. Ooh, another upgrade to pop in here. Is that everyone here up to level 3? Yes. Oh, no. Just you there. Is that it? Yes. Okay, right. Tavern's done its job. We're going to unassign workers there for the moment. We're still at plenty of approval. We may need to get some more ale distributed later on, but I'm quite aware that it costs quite a lot to make, and we need to use it elsewhere as well. We've got a reasonable amount so far. And we're just going to keep one worker at that tavern, just to see if we can keep these people mostly watered. Another worker at that quarry, just make sure everyone here is assigned. A couple more to assign there. And I imagine soon we'll flip back over to needing a few more workers at the stonemason stations, or indeed putting some more stonemason stations in. Because at the moment we have just got 2 operational. Let's have a quick look. So yeah, we've got more rough stone than we do need at the moment, so we've got plenty being produced. So let's get down a couple of additional stonemasons stations. Good. Yes, quite a lot of construction's been going on, so we're running a little bit shy on a few resources. Let's get... Oh, and we're up to small town already. Right, let's get a worker down at this tavern here. And let's go to the local granary. And let's allow you... Oh, you do stock ales already. That's fine. Okay, so we've got that underway. And then we'll do the same with this one here as well. This one here doesn't need to be active for that long, really. We just need to get a couple here upgraded so we can get some boots being produced. Oh, look at that. Oh, blast. Yes, because we're doing so many upgrades. We've run out of planks. That's the issue. Fuel is becoming an ever-increasing concern, unfortunately. Well, they're all ready to upgrade. Just need the planks. But once we're done... Because the upgrading also takes logs, so we've just been burning through our resource piles, and it's got to the point where we've burnt through pretty much everything. So we just need to wait a second until we have the available material. Take a quick sip of tea in the meantime. Oh dear, I've rather left that go cold. Just have to make another one soon. Never mind. No one ever minded going on a tea break that I heard. Right, you can go and work at one of the new stonemason stations, and then if there is another unassigned family, there is, you can also go and work there. Seem to be still holding our own on the financial front, which is good. Come on. Make me some planks. Make me some planks. The nice thing about planks is they are produced very quickly, once you do get enough timber. Did I pick that whistle up of the from the game? I think I might have done. It's obviously embedded itself within my skull. You have enough now. I need to refresh you, don't I? There we are. Good. Right, so you're upgrading. I imagine we are going to be using most of our ale now. We've got 3 taverns operational. And just as soon as we have more people moving in here, I'm going to hold off on putting extensions on the rear at the moment because we need planks. Then we'll get more people working at the old production facilities down there. So we're making more firewood. We'll bestow a few upgrades here. Yeah, see what I mean? The planks flow in once you do have enough. Right. Good. Right, plenty of upgrades. I'm going to go and make myself a fresh cup of tea. I suggest you all do the same. And then we'll keep pushing onwards with improving the industry within the capital. getting our lovely now full military further equipped with helmets, and maybe before too long we'll be able to start thinking about the construction of our very own stone manor. Exciting stuff. Little pip. We're coming into March, full of cups of tea, and we've still got a chronic granary supply chain issue. Still short on planks, but we are making a few upgrades across the realm. So up here, we've got a load of level 3 burgage upgrades that have proceeded along here. We've got these properties here, which hopefully soon people will be moving into. We've got 17 available living spaces. Getting rather chocker. I imagine we've got a few spare people up here now as well. We do indeed. Let's assign you to one of these stonemason stations. How are we doing? Got 670 dressed stone now. Goodness. Yep, and it's still a bit more rough stone we need actually. Let's just double check where we got everyone assigned over here. So, just the one worker there. One family in there. Yeah, there's still a few spaces for people to be moving in over here then. And we will indeed send them to work in the quarries themselves when they do move in. And once we've checked all of these, we'll... perfect. Right. I'm actually going to send you to go and work at this trading post. Because I do believe we need to get a second one operational to keep up with the number of exports that we can be effecting. Right, another one there as well. And we'll make sure you have 4 horses assigned to you. And I imagine we'll probably get another family here. That will certainly be local. Yep, we've got lots of level 3 baggage upgrades going on. We'll actually get a 4th family there as well. And I imagine they're from the same row. They are indeed. Good. That's worked nicely. 87% approval. Money is dropping a little bit. How are we doing for helmets? Getting on for halfway equipped across our forces. Seem to be slowly but surely getting on top of the fuel problem. Hopefully once we've got people moving in over here, that's something we can fully address. How are we doing for planks? Got 30 now, good. We can go down here, good, and get a few upgrades going on this row here for the additional families we've had move in. And rather than not additional families, are they? But get them up to level 3 so we can have additional families move in. We've got 19 available living spaces. It is tempting, isn't it, to start thinking about going to war. Now, we do have 12 unassigned families, so plenty available for construction. And I wonder if that is a good opportunity for us to look towards building our manor. So obviously there's a large swathe of land here we could do with clearing. I think this is probably the time we need to start thinking about moving on the wild animals to somewhere else. So let's get ourselves a little tool, the shrine, and let's pop that down there. And where's that moved that to? Right over there in the corner. Okay, I'm not sure that's the best position. Down there. You know what? That's fine. I think we will just leave it unmolested for the time being. We'll free up the worker we had at the hunting camp here and destroy it. Whoop. Good. And then let's put down a temporary field too. So we'll just go on to here and we'll just go to... Maybe we'll go for a sheep pen. And we're just going to use this sheep pen to clear all of these trees. And whoop, there we go. Nice and quick way to clear land that, and goodness, look how steep the side of this is. Right, and I also want to clear this side as well. Maybe down as far as there. Whoop. Wonderful. Look at that lone tree. Right, let's get rid of you. Oh goodness, pressing all sorts of wrong buttons here. Where was I? It's farming. Sheepies. This tree, can I get rid of it? It just got smaller. What if I use the road? Yes. Good. It's a little tree there, but we can deal with that. And I'm also going to clear this section here as well if we can. Okay. So, this is the brow that I was thinking of. And the manor has ended up in a slight dip, which isn't
ideal. Not really where I want it. So we'll have a quick look in the castle planner and see if it's possible to move the manor at all. Not something I've really done before, but I do believe it should be possible. In a quick pop a quick save before we do anything like that, though, just to make sure we don't come across any little nasties when we're doing this. Right, save popped. So let's go into the castle planner. And can we just move? Yes, we can. Oh, goody. Right. So one position could be here on this high spot, but that's kind of where our industrial area is. And I do like the idea of just kind of existing on this brow. So as long as we're on the highest point of this brow, which I think we basically are here, should we have it offset slightly? I don't think it needs to be necessarily facing the road, does it? And we're going to move that maybe across the road. I usually have the manor and the tower next to each other, but we could go separate here. Yeah, I quite like that. And we'll get a little tax office maybe. We'll pop in there just for a bit of flavour. Okay, maybe move this a little bit further down. Have them spread out a little bit more. Good. And then, oh, we could actually put this over here, couldn't we? A high point. I think here though is good. And yeah, move this. Maybe we could have them all sort of facing each other. So a little triangle in here. Yeah. Oh yes. Right, and then for a wall. So, walls and gates. Now, I was imagining basically coming all the way up to here, so let's put in a gate here at the end, and we'll have one gate here as well. I don't think we need more than 2 points of ingress and egress, to be honest. And then, let's see if we can't... do we want this to be curved or angular? I'm not sure. Are you really not going to let me build it because we don't have enough goods? That's very frustrating. Alright, I guess we're going to have to save up a few pennies when it comes to timber before we can start planning this out, even though we are going to be building it in stone primarily. But you can see the general idea. We're going to have kind of an ellipse shape over here. Maybe we'll come out this way a little bit more as well, in terms of where our manor is going to sit, and it shall preside over the map as a kind of a leading fortress towards what will eventually be our main keep, probably, up here. Okay. I'll close that then for the time being, and that's something that we will come back to at a later date once we have stored up a few more resources. We could set to sell less stressed stone, but I think we're making so much of it now that we don't really need to bother about that. We're actually full here, look, because of all this ridiculous rubble stone. Right. I think maybe we need to open up trade on rubble stone again, just to get rid of some of the stuff. We do have a second trade post now, so hopefully that's not going to affect our main export. 2 full sets of families working on those. And we're getting on with construction down here, that's fine. Might need to add a few extra sheep pens down here actually. So let's see if we can't get those popped down. I guess we need to do that somewhat manually there, don't we? Right, so 36 there, we'll turn snapping on for the first placement, and then turn it off coming down again. Good. 35. I wonder how much smaller it would be if we just did half here. 19, yeah, not too bad. I think it is better to go longer. Alright, so that's a bit of additional space there. And another baggage here ready to be upgraded, so we'll get that upgrade going. 88% approval, my goodness. People are very, very happy indeed, aren't they? Now, it would be good to get some grains, etc. And we are definitely starting to run a little bit shy on the old regional wealth. So we may have to step it down on the old beer frontage, because we are not exporting enough to compensate for all of our spending. Hopefully, though, with the additional trade post, that is something we can start to get on top of. It might even be that we should get a third trading post installed. So go to... where am I going? I'm terribly lost. Logistics, that's the one. Trading post. And we'll put this maybe somewhere nice and close to the main storage of stone, which is here. Well, we could actually put this here. Oh, this is a good idea. Yeah, I like this. Right, we'll get that there. and then we're going to put a storehouse next to it. And that storehouse we are going to fill with the things we want to export, because then it's nice and close to these trading posts. Let's quickly though slide on down here, because we need to go to our livestock trading post, and we need to get another 4 horses to service the 3rd trading post. And once again we need to make sure we've got enough spots for them to be housed. I think we probably have, looking at all these around here, but you know, better safe than sorry. Good, so that's that trading post completed. If I put 4 families in there, where do they all live? There, there, and there. Oh, wonderful. Good, they're all nice and local. And then this storehouse, a family in here. You live a little far away from my liking. Is there any way we can get anyone closer here? What's everyone over here doing? Well, you should be turned over to shoe production. That's what we should have done a little while ago. We're actually going to do that for 2 of you, I think. You're a trader, lime kiln and trader, warehouse and trade, warehouse and trade, warehouse, granary. Okay, you're all quite busy. Are we producing enough? So dress stones and rough stone. Yeah, okay, we could probably lose a worker from a stonemason station. You're going to work over here, and we're going to put you in a little shortcut so you can get to work that a little bit faster. And you are going to stock rubble stone, dressed stone, and you're going to stock crossbows, and that's it, because that's what we're selling at the moment. So I'm going to try and stock you with the commodities that we're selling. We'll upgrade you and make sure that you still don't have a market stall. Now, quite aware we've got quite a lot more people moving in and increasing population density, but we haven't necessarily massively expanded our granaries and storehouses, and they are very, very, very pushed. They might even be, we would be able to get to the 90-95% approval if everyone had absolutely everything they needed from these places. So with that in mind, I did put down an additional granary and storehouse over here, so once we get a few more families moved in to these last couple of plots, so we upgrade them to make sure they're level 3, then hopefully we can expand those and get them operational. And over here, we get someone else working at the storehouse that's local. Reasonably local. You're not going to have loads of time because your main profession is an orchard, but maybe enough. Are we making full use of these vegetable gardens? Are they too big? Should I have stuck to my normal 4x4 as opposed to 2x2 as opposed to 2x3? Don't know. Keep a rough eye on it. Some of them look like they're making pretty good use of it. I wonder if it's just based on how much time they have available to do their stuff and things. At least upgrades are still taking place. And no, we have had a few people move in down here. Good, okay. Right, so what we needed to do with those additional people is we need to send them to work at the weavers' workshops, because we have plenty of wool available, and not all of it is being turned into lovely, lovely yarn. Right, so we got a few more families working in there, so they can start getting on top of that wool situation, and hopefully we'll have an additional family or 2 move into the weaver's workshop. Now this one is upgraded to level 3, or it's still level 2? No, it's still level 2. Okay, we may need to revisit this, although what do? You're a granary worker. You are unassigned. I think we are going to make you into a clothing lad. So we'll convert you over. And let's fly back up over here. So, well, tax increases once again. It's no good, is it? It's strapped for cash, don't you know? And over here, we did get a boot maker. Yep, you're making boots. That's good. So they should start going to the market and making people even happier once again, which may allow us, a little bit further down the line, to increase taxation. We've started to get a reasonable number of planks available to us now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to decommission this logging camp and get rid of it. And I'm going to decommission this charcoal kiln, and I'm going to decommission the local saw pit and decommission the local woodcutter's lodge. Now what we really need is to get those people working over here. Now I am aware at the moment, they're probably not going to be terribly local. And that's because, up that to maybe 400, we haven't had these people move into these burgages yet. We have a little bit of fuel to hopefully tide us over. Let's get a couple of extra families working in here. They are at least semi-local, even if they're not going to be able to spend much time there. Once we have got people moved in here, I think we'll do a little bit of reassigning over here to make sure that we've got as many local people working as we possibly can. And to that effort as well, I think our next expansion needs to be another row of properties over here. So we'll turn on snapping, and we'll just try and match this to the row we put in previously. Not making it any larger than it needs to be. Okay, build that there, like so. Connect this road out behind. We'll definitely need a granary and storehouse to service it. I know we've got additional ones here, but I do not think they are going to be enough. So, granary and storehouse, just the side of it as well. There's enough market stall supply area here. Probably extend the ones we've already got slightly, actually. Just wait for one of those logs to pop in, although it's probably going to be slowed down now because we have just massively reduced the number of workers we have working in that industry. It needed to be done sooner or later, and we just cleared a lot of the forestry in their local area, so, you know, here's what it is. Let's get a couple of families working at each of these then. Again, probably not going to be all that local, no. At least they're not a million miles away, like down from here or something. We'll also want to get some forestation going here before too long, because we are starting to make a visible dent, aren't we, in where the tree line was previously. We do have families working here. Maybe they're doing a reasonable job, actually. There is fresh growth here. Might just need a few more of them. Right, how are we doing elsewhere? We've got 2 families working on production of boots, and they are flying onto the shelves. Got 120 available now. And are we getting on top of the wool? It's reduced, hasn't it? We've got a lot more yarn now. And we have got that additional family making clothes. Make sure they're making the right thing, though. And I think let's generally start moving things away a little bit. We have got the storehouse here. I wonder if we can say no to dressed stone and rubble stone. You should really be going in over here to this storehouse now, though you are full. Did we put in a second one? Yes, we're doing this with here, aren't we? So you're going to be stocking the dressed stone at the very least. Maybe in another storehouse setup over here, potentially. Might relocate some of these items later on as well and put them over here or something. And then we have a bit of accommodation here on the edge of where the manor is currently situated, although that will squidge along just a tad. I suppose we could put the manor up on this brow here, and that could overlook, but no, I think I'd rather have that peninsula with the walls across it. I do like the idea of that quite a lot. What's our population up to these days? 416 souls. We're becoming quite busy, aren't we? How are we doing for helmets? Ooh, we're nearly fully equipped with helmets. It would be nice to get some gambesons at some point as well. Although I suppose we could skip over gambesons, potentially. We're level 3, so they should be able to wear chainmail. We'll just skip straight to that. For that, though, I think we will need to try and take this region to produce our own iron, because that's definitely one of the things we are spending a lot on at the moment. If we look at our records, you can see we spent nearly 4,000 importing iron. Not as much, actually, as we spent importing barley. Is this area down here fertile? It's not. It's a shame. I know Peter's place is. He's not doing any farming himself, though, is he? Well, maybe 2 lands we've got our eyes on there, but that might be biting off more than we can chew. It would be nice to have our own fortifications built before we try and tackle that as well. 267 on planks. Timber is taking a little while to build up. So where are we at? 88% approval. Got 16 plots for people to be moving into. And we've still got those chronic issues with our marketplace supply. I think what we'll wait now is we'll basically wait for 16 families to move into the available burgish plots. Then I think what we'll do is we'll go and do a proper reassigning to make sure everyone is working locally and as efficiently as they possibly can. Once we've done that, we'll then move on to build the new castle with its stone walls flanking the edges there. Got 1.3k dressed stone, so that won't be a problem. And from there, we'll look to do a little bit more work on the capital. But then we'll start to set our sights either on Imgraben or Unleashed. Those will be our focuses. So I'm going to let some growth take place, and provided there aren't any massive catastrophes or we're suddenly attacked, I'll rejoin you once we've got a bunch of families moved in and we're ready to move on. Grab yourselves a cup of tea and a bicky if you're feeling it. Tutty bye. Goodness, time has absolutely flown by. Look at that. 0 available living spaces. I'm going to hold off on upgrading those just a moment, because I think it's probably time to do the great reassigning. I'll quickly pop a save in case I absolutely bother something up. One moment. Good shenanigans all done. So, let's pause the game and think about a little bit of reassigning. So, we'll start over here. So, at the moment, we've got our granary and saw supply chains. We're both in the brown poopy poop. So, we want to get that improved. Let's unassign absolutely everyone. And I think pretty much for the first time, at least for the first time with me doing things, I'm probably going to more or less manually assign everyone to a workplace. And I know what you're thinking. That sounds awfully dull. And I agree. Frankly, I agree. But I do think it's going to lead to a more efficient use of labour. I'm going to assign our farm workers here. Well, not farm workers, but you know what I mean. The veggie boys. They're going to do some of the industry over here, because in harvest season they'll prioritise working on their own fields anyway. And the rest of the time they can work on logging, creating firewood, etc. Mostly throughout the winter, which are tasks that can be carried on through those periods. So that'll be where they're working, and then I'll probably prioritise the workers with little extensions on the rear to go and do things like work at the granary and the storehouse, where of course they can be working year round to keep supply going. So there's actually not many jobs over there, is there? So we've unassigned everyone from that. And we'll come over here and do the same for these dearest properties, because we've done a lot of expansion over here, and I've yet to do any major reassigning. Now, I do think we have, well, sort of, maybe think, we have enough workers in the storehouses and the granaries, but because they're so inefficiently placed, I don't think we're making the best use of all their time and labour. So my hope is that we can significantly improve things by reassigning, and then where we need to, we can add in a few additional granaries and storehouses along the way. Such a tedious process. I wish there was a button that said unassign all. I would very much like that button to have a "Are you sure?" after you click it, so you don't accidentally unassign everyone by misclicking. As we know, I'm very good at misclicking. Although I haven't said that. I don't think I've actually misclicked once yet, have I? I've not assigned someone to something I didn't mean to. You know, I've not built any animal extensions where I've meant to make a garden. Good grief, that must be the first time I've done that. I've said it now, haven't I? The next burgage I build, I'll do wrong now. Oh well, I'm sure everything will work out well in the end. I am going to reassign these down here, although, do I need to? I'm pretty sure everyone that works here is local already. So there will be no need to reassign these if that's the case. Maybe instead of unassigning everyone, we'll just go through and check that they're all local. It's such a small area, I don't think there's much benefit to reassigning, you know, from there to there, for example, in terms of the houses that they're at. Yep, you're good, so that just leaves us to check the sheep farm. Yep, and we'll check the weaver's workshops. We might need to do some expansion down here before too long, because we definitely need a few additional tailors working. But no, everything looks fine down there, so we're going to avoid reassigning those. Oh yes, we do need to unassign the quarries, don't we? We have got a bit of an excess problem at the moment with troublesome. We can't get rid of it quickly enough. It might be we need to build some dedicated storehouses that literally just store the stuff that we can rotate workers through. Okay, I think that's everything unassigned. So let's start over here. I'm going to start actually with our wonderful workers here at the old vegetable gardens, and I'm going to assign all of them, I think, to work at the logging camps. It's 2 families per one, isn't it? So it's 1 logging camp filled, and then we'll fill up the other logging camp. Okay, and then one more family there. We'll go for that one. And then these families we'll send to work at the woodcutters' lodges. There, and we'll do the same with these ones as well. Come on. And we'll assign these two to the last couple here. Okay, if that proves to be an issue, then we'll deal with it down the line. And with those all applied, let's get a few of the families over here assigned. So we'll start with this row here. So the first three we'll send to go and work at this storehouse. And the next three can go and work at this granary. And keep track, so 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then the third, so that's those. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the last two on the end here. I think we will send them to work at these new foresters huts I built a little bit earlier on in the break while you were all having a lovely tea and bicky. And we'll set these to reforest this entire area here. Like so. Good stuff. And that moves us on to the second row here. So I'm going to assign the first three to this granary. Oh, getting quicker. And then the second three to the storehouse. 1, 2, and 3. The last two, I'm going to assign one to the saw pit. And I'm going to assign the other to that forester's hut. Then we'll start at the top on this one. So 1, 2, and 3 will go to this granary. I feel it's a lot of granaries and storehouses here. And then the next three will go to the storehouse. And maybe more than we had working here before. Well, we might do some more expansion here, so at least that gives us room for that. So that leaves us with two families here unassigned. Let's assign one of those families. Maybe let's assign both to these foresters' huts. Okay, those assigned, and then these new chaps here, we'll assign them to work the charcoal kilns. So 2 in that one, and 3 in this one here. That does leave this granary and storehouse unassigned. But we've got so many more working at these ones over here, I don't know that that's going to be an issue. Maybe we'll grab a couple of these workers here. So we'll send you to go and work at a charcoal kiln as well. Like so. And then we'll send your neighbour here to go and work at storehouse. Maybe a couple more here as well. Storehouse, granary, and one more to the granary. Okay. So that's that area taken care of. Then coming over here. How do we want to go about this? This is where it gets a bit more complicated, doesn't it? Okay, well let's start with the new granary and storehouse here. So we'll send you there and you there. Have we done the... No, we haven't. We need to quickly make sure these are only stocking the correct items. I'm getting a little bit faster right now. Good. Third family can go and work at the malt house. Was there another one in here? There was. You can go and work at the malt house as well. Second family here can work at this tavern. Right, and that brings us on to this row here. So we've got a granary here which needs to be stocked for malts, etc. And then the other family can go and work at this storehouse, which stocks materials for the weapons industry. I might get a second family working there if we can. And then, where do we want to work from there? Tannery. We'll get one family in there. How are we doing for tanning? Do we need more than one family working on that profession? Nope, 29 hides, so we seem to be keeping on top of that for the moment. So it's a warehouse and tanner at that property there. And then you are both unassigned at present. There's 2 burgages, and the rest are all got their own jobs. So maybe we'll send you to work at the storehouse here. So we'll send both families there to work at that storehouse and both families here to work at that granary. Good. Then we move on to this row here. There's your nearest workstations. We could send all of you to go and work at the traders' posts, couldn't we? So 1, 2, 3 and 4 to work at trading posts. Good. And then you all have your own professions. You here are, working on your gardens mostly, so I don't really want to assign you to work at the trading posts. So we'll come back along here and we'll assign all you to work at these ones. 1, 2, 3 and 4. And then what I'm going to do actually is assign these families here to work at this storehouse, because they can stock that storehouse full of goods without having to worry about our with harvest, because they can still come and harvest, they can stock this full of materials, then the trading post workers will come and get themselves. So that works nicely. And then let's get the last 2 families on this row assigned to that trading post. And now we're coming into these properties here. I guess we're going to have to assign these families to work at the granaries and the storehouses. They've only got small extensions, so between 2 families, hopefully they'll be able to cater to that absolutely fine. I've got a forager's hut here, so we can send 2 families next door to go and work at that forager's hut, because they're nice and local. And then you over here, what are you going to do? Church. Why don't we send both of you to go and work and maintain the church? Take a sip of water, because my throat is rather dry. I know, tragic stuff, water. Run out of tea. Gonna have to go and have another tea break in a moment. I know what you're thinking, you just had one. Well, you know what? There's always space for more tea. We have another 2 workers at this trading post. Do we have anyone that we haven't assigned locally? You. Not the ideal candidates, but we'll send you anyway. And we also got these ones here, actually. Alright, so that fills up that trading post. Now over to this area of industry here. So we need a family working the bloomery, a family working the smithy, family... don't need the stone gathering camp anymore. We can get rid of that. Family working this storehouse. Let's delete this. Family working... You need the lime kiln at the moment either. I suppose we could... we've got lots of excess mortar. Lots of excess stone we could turn into mortar. Let's just assess the limits here. Maybe 1,000 mortar. It's more useful to us than stone, I suppose, isn't it? Use up some of that stone. So that's both of you assigned. And then the next 2 we'll assign to work... Maybe just the one at that storehouse, because it's full anyway. And second worker at that stonemason station. And we'll finish that stonemason station off. So that's all of you and all of you. Oh, one more family here. Okay, that spare family I'm going to send to work at that tavern. And then next 2 families can work at the most local quarry to themselves. That's you 2, and then the last 2 properties will both all be quarry workers as well. No quick way to do this, is there? Send you here. Okay. And then we'll follow the same pattern with these. Right, how's it doing? We need a couple of workers at that one over there. Yes, saving game. Jolly good. Wouldn't want to lose all this work, in all fairness. It's taken a fair few minutes, isn't it? Let me know in the comments, how long have I been doing this for? Do you guys bother doing this, or do you just do a general reassigning where you aren't quite so meticulous? Let me know. Be interested to know, because I've never really done it to this level of detail before. So it'd be interesting to know what you guys do. And next time, do you want this cut out? Or do you want to actually see this? Because it does take a minute, doesn't it? Right, let's get some families at that warehouse. And then some families at this granary as well. Down to 10 unassigned families now. And we've got one more burgage here. Maybe put one in a stonemason station. And one in... we have 2 in stonemason stations. Right. Reassigning complete. Let's hit play and see what happens. There'll be a whole bunch of rebuilding of food stalls and trade stalls. We're at 7 months of fuel now, so hopefully we'll see that go up drastically. Now we've completely reassigned this area over here and got it fully operational, but only time will tell. Would have been good to have someone working here actually, because this is dedicated storage for firewood and charcoal. We'll upgrade it anyway. Perhaps ready for when another family moves in over here. Might have to get a tavern over there to make it large enough. And what are early indications when it comes to the food stalls? Okay. I think that's slightly better than it was. That might be telling us that we do in fact need to get a few more of those placed down. Hopefully though, as more of the trade stalls get installed and people start going about their new jobs, these will tick down. Food variety going up. 79, 98% general, so that's pretty good, 80%. So it looks like food variety is going up. Hopefully these will drop down and be a little bit happier. Sometimes it takes a little while for that to take effect, so we'll just have to keep an eye on that. Right, so before we go too far ahead and steaming on with time, we've got 86% approval and nowhere for anyone to move in. Well, let's quickly get some upgrades on down here. So we could get a tavern here, and that's going to massively increase population density here, but I think that's probably going to be a bit more than we need even. So we'll leave that alone for the moment. We did say it might be good to have some more accommodation down there, didn't we? In the forest, not forestry region, in the clothing region. So that's an option. How are we doing for fruits? We are still shy, so maybe this is the time to build some additional fruit plots. Let's continue this road in along the side here. And we'll get a couple of burgages down. Snap to roads. What shape can we get in here? It's quite nice. I actually didn't mean to press build there. I wanted to see what it was like with one less burgage in there. Let's quickly undo that. And see if we can't get a slightly nicer shape in there. Just experimenting with what we can do here. Yeah, we'll go with that for one. And oh, that's terrible. What about on this side? Oh dear. I have to start from this end, don't I? Come on, typical, you know what you're doing. Do I? That's quite the assumption. And then maybe let's continue this road on here. Okay. And get a little burgage. The little burgage that could. Maybe from this end. What's wrong with that? You're being awfully obtuse. So I can do that, but I can't do that. How do I turn off snapping? Yeah, it's better. Right, we'll do that there. I know we've ended up with a rather straight line to the edge of the map here, but given the size and the shape of the region, I think that was fairly inevitable. It looks a bit like a handgun, doesn't it? With a stock here, trigger there, muzzle there. It's completely unintentional. How odd. Right. But we could plant it up with trees. You know, we can get a forester site over here when we have some spare labour and start planting that all up. Right, so we get those burgages built. And maybe we can do a similar thing over here. We bring a road up like that and across like so. What can we fit in here? If I turn on slapping, can we get something in there like that? Ah, wow. I wonder if one family is going to actually be able to deal with that size of space. So can we make the frontage a little larger? Yeah, and get an expansion in there. Let's see if we can't get that optimized. Yeah, happy with that. Go with that there, start filling up some of this space. We have got this whole area we can expand into over here as well. If we were to continue this road, sort of as we mean to go on, it's not perfectly straight, but I don't think that's a problem. And then let's take a road, a little something like this here, and burgage this up. It might be better to do it from this end. Not as good space-wise, but the burgages there are the right side, and we're not right next to the edge of the map. Get an additional... Yeah, it's a little bit more interesting, isn't it? We'll go with that. I know it's not the most efficient, but it's interesting. And we'll go with a granary and a storehouse in here. Uh-oh. Oh. We're okay. I thought for a moment this was the edge of our settlement, and it had finally happened to us. Brigands had arrived on top of us, but we seem to have escaped them once again. Don't know how much longer we're going to be able to get away with that one. But, you know. It's what it is, really, isn't it? No water over here, is there? Oh, there's some here. Let's get a well down there, which can turn into a large well to help make sure everyone is well supplied. And I think we should probably go and watch what's going on down here. See how our contemporaries do. So, they've hired in some mercs. I haven't just deployed anyone, have I? No, right. Well, do they have any domestic forces? They do. Some militia is coming out of the town, ready to fight. Will they be able to muster in time, as the brigands are almost on top of them? And we've got to watch out, because this is quite possibly what could happen to us as well, because we are also positioned right on the edge. The manor's all the way over there, look, at the edge of the forest. Do they have a retinue? What's going on here? Well, you'd rather let them bypass you there, my friends. Now, they do have a unit rallying on this side. They have 4 units of spear militia. Looks like they do. These AI are going to be no quarrel when it comes to a battle. They're definitely going to be able to defend themselves. Well, they've engaged there with the spear militia. Looks like they're flushing them out of the forest. There's a fight going on by the manor. Or at least that's where they've rallied. Oh, it's a bit laggy. It's a bit laggy. Okay. I suppose while we've only got, you know, we've got a pretty big population. We've got 470. But, you know, there are also lots of AI settlements on the map with their own settlement and populations. I imagine that is going to have an effect on the efficiency of the game as well. Right, so it looks like they've all but done for the enemies here. They're sending in lots and lots of troops. There we are. Cinematic mode ever does engage. It's always such a battle. Mashing Control-C like a madman sometimes. Well, and they've broken the enemy. Definitely one of the players to watch out for. I mean, she's already taken a second region, in addition to the one she started with. I wonder if she'll be the first aggressor. What usually happens on these AI playthroughs is one of them decides to come for you, and then all of a sudden they all just take it in turns. They never seem to declare war on each other. Doesn't seem fair, does it? Well, the capital continues to grow, and we've got those additional burgages going in for people to be moving into. And we probably need to make sure that expansions go on them right away where we can, and also get the extensions placed on the rear and get seeds purchased, because if we don't do that, then we're not going to be making the most use of them, because people are going to be moving into them pretty much straight away. We'll get some additional plots in here as well, I suppose. Let's get some additional ones down here, though. So, I mean, where are we at? We've got 435 yards. We definitely need some additional burgages down here to have some more weavers' workshops. So if we just extend this road, which seems to just be how we've done things, which, you know, it's worked okay so far. We'll extend that road along, and we'll build. Let's put a little connecting road in, and then build some more burgages in here. Turn snapping off, so we don't make them odd shapes. I like them to be fairly uniform if we can. Good. I don't know why I've not gone up to the road there, but that's fine. So we'll get those built in there. We definitely need a storehouse and granary to supply everyone here. So it's granary there, storehouse here, and then connect this road down that. Maybe we can use that little gap we've got in here to have space for a couple of market stalls. Oh yes. It's worked quite nicely, so we'll get those in there. There's some expansion going on down there. That gives us plenty to be getting on with. But I would very much like to get on with the manor as well. We're definitely turning all the rough stone into dress stone now. We've got 1.2k. How are we doing for planks? 400. 37 timber. And the money is still coming in. I mean, we seem to have got on top of that, don't we? So let's get a couple of those planted, and then we're going to get expansions on as well. Good, some quinces and some apples. Get that upgrade as well. Good show, and then we need to select the extensions over here. We're doing okay for vegetables, I think, aren't we? Yeah, we've got 1,000 carrots. That'll do us, won't it? Right, last 4% completing on this here, and then we'll get on and do something else. How are the market stalls looking? Have they evened out? Not really. So, I think the reassigning definitely did help, but it's not been the cure-all that I was hoping it would be. So that definitely means we need to be expanding our granary and storehouse capacities. It's filling up the stone. Are we making much more mortar? Should have an absolute tons that around. I cannot see it. Building material? 500, yeah. How are we doing for helmets? 47, so I've set an excess limit of 108, so everyone's got helmets now, and then once we've reached a fairly decent excess, we're going to reassign them to start making mail armor. Right, you're taking your time, but that's probably because we set everyone to go and build elsewhere. Okay. We should probably have even more granaries and storehouses over here, because this is quite a densely populated area. So why don't we go on the outside here, those down, and then get a little market in as well. It's not a market, it's a house. Whoopsie. Right. That's fine. Won't be enough for those two we're putting down. And maybe we should add some more in the center here as well. We've got space that we've never really used, so we'll get a granary there, a storehouse there, and connect a road through. And if we put a little road around the edge, ooh, bit of lag there, what's that about? Just delete that and then continue that along like that, and fill that space up with a market. Good. I really do like how the settlements come together. We've got some dense population over here, deforestation, and a bit of reforestation as well, as is necessary. We've got the mainstay of the settlement over here with that initial shape we set up, which is expanded outwards quite naturally in the stone production area as well. We've got the future site of the manor and the walls we're hoping to build before too long. And all the way down here, with that rather lovely little settlement for our sheep. Which is a lovely little happy accident. I hadn't planned this at all when I started this playthrough. Didn't think that would be a thing we could do. We are going to need to get on top of this sheep situation soon as well, because we are running out of space down there. That's totally fine. Right, looking at our resources, why don't we go back to the castle planner? Ugh. Bit shy on logs. Let's quickly reassess the log limits. So, nope, I need to go to the saw pit. I want to have at least 30 logs available at any given time. Right, we'll build those up and then we'll come back and do the manor expansion. Hopefully we've got enough materials this time. We shouldn't need many logs, it's just for the manor and the towers, etc. and tax collector's office probably. Because most of it, what we're building, is going to be built out of stone. We should have enough roof tiles as well. I'd ideally like to start building it before winter comes though, because you know what happens when winter comes. Snow gets everywhere and it gets really hard to plan things. So hopefully that timber ticks up nice and quickly. Right, plant some more of those and get that extension popped on there. Good. Some upgrades to be had down here as well. We could probably start selling some veg and fruits at some point as well. Fuel's at 8 months, so holding fairly steady, so our production seems to be working over here. We've made an additional charcoal kiln before too long. Probably some more reforestation, although we've only really just started those efforts. It may come good in time. Why have we got less timber? Probably because I did some upgrading. Shot myself in the foot there, didn't I, again? Oh well. It does happen from time to time. Now, I'm rather worried that the upgrade of our manor is going to coincide with us being attacked, but I think it is what it is. We've got to start building it at some point, haven't we? Oh, built a granary. That's nice. Let's get them upgraded to a large granary and storehouse right away before we start worrying about populating them. What are we going to do here? We put a load of pigs in previously up at the top, and we're back to 80 surplus of pork, So maybe a combination of goats and pigs down there, not just one or the other. 491 on population. I do like our militaries looking nice and strong. But I tell you what, we're up to an excess of 66 helmets. Hopefully we're not going to take any more than 66 losses in any given conflict immediately. So maybe it'd be better now to start switching over production to mail armor, so we can better equip the troops we have and keep them alive for longer, rather than producing materials for their replacements should they die. 15 timber. Is that enough? Let's have a quick look. Open castle planner. We need 16. Oh, good grief, come on. Good heavens! Where's my 16th timber? Before it snows, please. Please. It's so much harder to plan when it snows. Ah, there we go. Right. Open the castle planner. Walls and gates. Right. So I think we want to be pretty much on the top edge. Maybe just slightly down. Little something like that there. Follow the, and this is a word I haven't said in this playthrough yet. Follow the contour of the land to a degree. Should we come around this a little bit? Yeah, I think so. And then connect that up to here. How's that look? Gosh, it's massive, isn't it? And then on this side, I think do something similar. And then we're going to belly out around here slightly. Thing is, how much of this space do we want to take up here? So we could come around there. It's not going to look quite right here. Or do we just climb the hill up to here? I think we just climb that hill. We don't need, masses of space within the manor grounds. There's going to be nothing in there anyway. Right, and then outer towers. Now, normally you'd put these in the wall itself. I think they're going to look quite cool if we actually set them back. And it sort of, in my head, gives a reason for having such a massive open space of manor. And once again, in my head, which, isn't necessarily where you want to be. These are set back slightly from the wall so that they can see over the edge and give good vision and open fire on anyone that comes too close. So we'll set these up like so, just keeping ever so slightly back from that front edge to give them a good vantage point, and putting quite a lot of these in just because I think they look awesome. That's all there is to it, really. And then we'll put a couple coming around here as well. Okay. Yeah, pretty happy with how that looks. So now we need to go ahead and upgrade everything to stone. Ooh. Like so. Don't want to move them around too much. I suppose one thing would be good to have towers actually on the perimeters. It's a way for our troops to get up onto the wall, isn't it? Having said that, I think there's not going to be much need to do that because the terrain inside of here, well, maybe not there, but somewhere like here, is so much higher than the outer edge anyway. You should just be able to see over the wall. So I'm not sure I'm going to bother with having a parapeted wall. Rather something we can just shoot over. Right, let's upgrade these as well. Okay. I can't upgrade that, can we? No, that's fine. That probably needs to be... I'm not sure about that location now, actually. Maybe let's get rid of this tower. And this can take its place. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Pretty nice. Or do we put the tower here instead? We grab this one. Put it over here. And grab this. So that the garrison tower is at the highest point, basically. Then we put this outer tower. A little bit further along. Come on, where are you? There you are. Like that. Yeah, I think so. And then, do we move the manor over here as well? Do we keep the manor more or less in the center? A little something like that there. Yeah, I think keep it more in the center there and have the garrison tower here nice and high on the cliff. Right, the wall. Go. Make sure it's the right way around. I've done that before. Upgrade these as well. Boop. Correct way around. And finally you here. Boop. Right, how's that look? I think that looks pretty darn good. I'm now second guessing my position of the towers though. What if we did put them on the edge? Well, unfortunately it'd break everything, because the game doesn't like it when we do that, but unfortunately, I do think that would look better. I say unfortunately, because now I've got to go and redo everything. Okay, well let's put them all on the edge where they are. Then we'll make a final call, and if I really do like it, then we'll just have to go ahead and do a bit of rebuilding. Yeah, it's better, isn't it? Fine. I think it was better the other way around when it was just a palisade wall, because it kind of made sense then to have separate towers in front or behind the palisade, but when they're actually stone walls with doors on the side as well, it looks a little bit more odd, doesn't it? So we'll put all those in there. I wonder if we put the garrison tower in here as well. Yeah, I like that. Right, so then what we need to do is delete that wall and start again. So what we'll have to do basically is manually go all the way around the outside and curve each one of these individually to match the kind of contour that we want. That shouldn't be too difficult actually. Just ever so slightly belly them out, and this one actually goes back in a little bit. Same with this one. This one more or less straight, and then this one straight to the wall. Good. And then we'll delete this one. Where are you? Somewhere here in the middle. There you are. Good. And we'll follow this round here, straight there, and then a slight curve on these. Just to keep it a bit more of an interesting shape than a straight line. Then maybe have that one outwards a little bit. Now I haven't done my usual trapping gate on these, and that's because I just don't think it's necessary. I think that's fine, because what I sometimes do is I set this right back, don't I? And then have that connecting there, but as well as them being an absolute pain to do, I've never actually effectively used one. Well, I did once very, very early on when I was playing this game. But I think since then, the game has showed that the other bugs are more of an issue. Right, well, if we are going to come right to the edge, I guess we might as well have a walkway as well between the towers, once again, because it makes sense to, because you can see there's a door on the side of the towers, and you think, why is there a door there if there isn't a palisade? I don't know whether we're going to have enough planks to make this happen, though, because it's going to cost an awful lot. But we're not going to be able to build it straight away anyway, because as you've probably noticed, we are lacking the necessary logs to make this happen. So we're going to have to save up those anyway. Let's keep building these across. Upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. You don't actually need roof tiles for this, do you? That's odd, given the number of roof tiles in the construction. Right, all the walls appear to be the correct way round. Make sure these are snapped together properly. And let's double check the same over here. Just pull them apart and put them back together, and then you should get the little snap icon there. Good. Right. Let's check I'm happy with the shape. Move this out a little bit there. Rotate that a bit. like that. Okay. See, when it works nicely, doesn't it? The castle builder in this game. Right, and then just double check all the walls are facing the correct way, all the towers are upgraded. Yep. Everything's connected. Good. Happy with where this tower is. I am indeed. Happy with where the manor is in the center. I think so. Maybe a little bit more like that there, yeah. And tax office. Here like that. To state the grandeur of the building next to it. And we just need to save up another 17 logs. So we'll close that and see if we can't get them into our stockpile. So we need another 17. So once we're up to about 40 logs, we'll definitely have enough. And then after this winter, which is quite the laggy winter, it turns out, hopefully we'll have enough timber to execute the construction project on what is going to be one of the prettiest castle hilltop builds that I have ever done. Don't know what it's going to look like while I do. Just built it, didn't I? But you know what I mean. I think it's going to look mighty fine. I can't wait to see it in the reality of all its glory. We've still got plenty of spaces for people to be moving in, and we've got orchards that are being planted up in the next year. While we wait... No, I'm not going to upgrade. I was going to say, while we wait for those logs to come in, we'll upgrade. But actually, by upgrading, we're using those logs we're waiting for, aren't we? Didn't think that through. How much money do we have? 965. Should we buy in a couple more men? There we go. Full retinue. Good. That'll help us in any coming conflict. Don't have the money to properly equip them at the moment, though. 87% approval. Do we up taxes? Good, 4% on taxation. We've got plenty of influence. I'm not worried about taxing our food just yet, or tithing. Remind me in the comments, did tithing always used to be handled by the church? Because I'm sure tithing used to be handled by the church, and at some point it moved over to the manor. Am I imagining that, or is that the case? Let me know in the comments. Am I losing my mind, or am I right? Or both? I could be losing my mind and be right, I suppose. You never know. Life's full of surprises. 9 months on fuel, so we're still going up with that despite our population going up. Just tipped over the 500 mark. And just another 10 timber or so, and we can embark on the epic construction of our first fortified structure on this playthrough. So, grab yourselves a cup of tea. I'm just going to wait a toodle pip for the timber to get here, and then I'll start construction, and then we'll just have to keep an eye on things while it goes on. I imagine it's going to take a few years to build. Right, grab yourselves a cuppa. 1 second. Right, so construction is bobbing along nicely. We did get the manor underway. The materials are there, but as you can see, we're just at 55% of the building being completed. Now, it has been going for a significant amount of time, and I suspect it'll go on for a significant amount of time more. Down here, all these buildings have been constructed, they've been upgraded, and they've had chickens put in their back gardens. We've had to extend the sheep farms a number of times as well. Well, the sheep slopes, I should probably call them. And we're producing plenty of clothes, and we've started selling excess shoes as well. Now, all that has meant we have started to build a bit more regional wealth, and we have been able to get a little bit over into our manor, because we slightly upped taxes before we started construction of the new castle. So, my thinking now is that while construction is going on here, rather than me waiting, sort of 6 hours, something like that, for it to be completed, because we know mega castles like this take a very long time to complete in this game at the moment. That's definitely one thing I'd like to see them do a little bit faster. I understand that the game wants it to, feel realistic and take several years to build one of these things, but it does feel a little bit slow at times. So, I think with our military looking pretty strong, and with a fair number of our troops also being equipped with chainmail, it might be time to go on the offensive. Now, that just leaves the question of where shall we go on offensive? So, we've got Peter down here, we've got the Baron holding these two regions, and we've got, what's his name, Wolfgang. What an awesome name, Wolfgang. Wolfgang holds this region here, and of course we have Elizabeth, who holds the centre Devil's Hill itself and this region over here. Now, in terms of what's useful to us, having a solid support source of iron to sell, make weapons from, and armour, to both equip ourselves and to make lots of money from, then this region here of Engraven from the Baron would be a good option. It's got stone, which we don't need, but it has got the strong I need a reset. The
the strong source of iron, so that would be useful. The centre region would be aesthetically pleasing because I would very much like to get a castle up on the top of this hill if we possibly can, and it also has access to a strong salt and a strong clay deposit. Now that could mean, potentially, so long as this is on a piece of slope that's actually accessible, that's probably worth checking. Cannot build in this region. Okay, it doesn't say it's too steep, but I'm not sure it would. I think it's low enough down that it would be fine. So that salt would give us a good strong source of export, but it's a long way from where we would want to build the manor on the top. It's also quite a long way, pretty much as far away as you can get, really, apart from over here, from our starting settlement. So it would be quite hard to defend in the case that it was attacked, especially if the manor is situated on the top, whereas realistically, for defense purposes, it would need to be at the bottom. So there's some reasons to go for that and some to not. Over here in Peter's Land, I suppose we'd already be taking a effectively built-up location, so that would have some benefits, but it's just got strong mushrooms. That's all it's got going for it, apart from the fact that it is very fertile. So we could use this as a source of grains and as a source of barley as well. So there's a reason to go for Peter. Now Peter has a fairly strong military. He has at least 4 units of spear domestically and the ability to hire in more. Whoever we take is likely to have large coffers that we can tax the heck out of to give ourselves more money to buy in more mercenaries, so there's an advantage to taking on an AI as opposed to going for the Baron, which would just give us a region without any money inside of it for us to loot for ourselves. So I think that probably means, as much as I'd like to go for Teufelsberg, we should probably go for Lecce and take on Peter in combat. And then from here, we can maybe look to take Teufelsberg, and perhaps putting a manor and castle down here within Lecce would give us a base with which to defend a people's setup on the outskirts of Teufelsberg while we set up an aesthetic manor up here. Right, I think we've all but made our decisions. So we'll just check one more time. We've got enough pasture space, yeah, we've got 3 new ones there, that's absolutely fine. And I think we will gather our military and look to go on the march. So we'll need all 4 units of our crossbow. We'll rally those here. We'll rally our 2 units of spear and our retinue as well. Now, I think we're going to need more than just this to take on Peter, because he's going to hire in mercenaries, so I think we should as well. Where are we in December? It is the 4th, so it's the start of a new month, so not a bad time to hire mercenaries. So we don't have loads of money, we've got 2,000, there's 1,000 tax coming out at some point as well. So taking on 2 units of crossbow is probably going to be a little bit ridiculous. It's 250 a month, that would drain our coffers quite quickly, and we already have 4 units of crossbow. On the other hand, the Brotherhood of the Forest, they give us some nice longbowmen, and also a disposable unit of brigands. And they're just 60. I think we'll also take on Flock of Crazy Geese, which gives us another unit of archers and 2 more units of infantry, which is key, because we're a bit shy on infantry, and that's really what we need. So I think we'll take Flock of Crazy Geese, and we'll take the Brotherhood of the Forest, and we'll leave the huntsmen because they're just too expensive. So those are hired in. Let's see where they're coming in on the map, and we'll deploy them towards Peter's lands. I know you're here somewhere. Where are you? Come to me. I'm not seeing them. Ah, here we go. Oh, they're all coming here at the same place. Right, let's just wait for them to actually march in. Lovely. So we will deploy these 5 units and send them slowly but surely towards our enemy, and I think we'll take up position on the slopes of Devil's Hill itself. As for the rest of our military, I think we'll come from a similar direction and we'll line up in basically the same place. We have a very archer-heavy military, but I don't think that's a problem, and I've found certainly that having a lot of missile troops gives you a certain advantage when coming against the enemies, because you can take out a lot of their troops before they even get close to you, and continue to do damage along the way. Meanwhile, we are not going to put any additional living space over here in the capital, because I don't want to massively affect the food and fuel requirements, as well as having to put in more granaries and storehouses while we're building the manor. All the labour I want focused over here. I know we've just taken a load of troops away to do war, so there's going to be less people available for construction, but at least we can do something in the interim, and with a new region we'll have something else to focus on while the manor is being constructed. We'll run the mercenaries over, because we can wait a little while for everyone to recoup once we get to the area. Our own troops are moving in, and we'll start recruiting. They're working their way through the sheep fields as we speak, or the sheep slopes. Getting a little bit hung up on a few sheep here and there. Maybe they've grabbed a couple for a snack. A little bit of lamb before the battle. I haven't upgraded the armor on our retinue, and that's because the money I think is better spent on mercenaries. It's quite expensive to upgrade the armor, and we can always hire in a few extra men if they get killed. Now, if I was Peter, I'd start to get a little bit concerned about the number of troops amassing on his borders. We've plenty of influence. Once our mercenaries have arrived and they have recouped a little bit from running all the way up a hill and back down the other side, or probably realistically running up a hill and falling down the other side, then we'll press a claim and see where the battle is going to take place. After that, we'll move our troops into position and hopefully catch him by surprise. In fact, it might even be worth us moving our troops a little bit closer to start with. If we tell them not to run, so you need to rest. And although this means we give up the initial advantage of being on the slopes, if we get a little bit closer, say here, we may even be able to start picking off his troops as they rally. And that seems a rather sneaky thing to do. He's likely to have a retinue, so maybe lining up somewhere like over here, where we still have the slopes behind us to retreat onto, but can perhaps open fire with our missiles, would be a good place to start. And look at this, we have quite the formidable force marching into Peter's territory. I do love crossbowmen. Crossbowmen with nice shiny helmets, ready to fire their missiles into the breasts of their enemies. They've all had their cups of tea at home before coming out, so they're well watered and ready to do battle. I wonder if Peter's folks will be the same. Right, enough dawdling, let's get into position and declare war. Line up on the slopes, with everyone in roughly the right place. And then let's be a little bit more strategic about this. So we'll put our mercenaries out on the flank here in a shield wall configuration. So they're going to shield us from any potential retinue that will be coming from the manor itself. Then what I think we'll do is we'll deploy our spear out as a shield here. Also in a shield wall configuration. Perhaps one thick along there. We'll hold our retinue off to the flank, ready to protect the archers if needed. And then we'll put our expendable troops out in front of our spear, hopefully to draw any fire from enemy archers. And then we'll get our archers, along with our crossbowmen, in the rear here. Make sure everyone is set to fire at will. And we just as well spread these troops out as well to minimize any enemy archer fire coming in. Good. So 2 spear units out in front. Just quickly allow the brigands for hire through here for our tight lines. There we go, and we'll reform. And then we'll just wait for our retinue to get into position over here. And I think we're just about ready to declare war. I would not want to be running towards a military with that many crossbowmen and archers at their backs. Good, right. Playing with influence. What do you think of them apples? Presumably they'll put up a fight. Ooh, this is going to be interesting. I can't wait to see their poor little not mercenaries, poor little retinues be rallied and run out of their houses and get immediately shot to pieces. At least that's the hope. Right, where's the battleground? Just on the edge of it. Okay, enemy units have been spotted. Let's just keep an eye on where those are. I'm not interested in your money. Right, so those are the ones that are rallying. And yep, those 2 units of crossbows have come in. Oh, and they're directly behind us. Okay, hopefully by the time they enter the fray, we'll have disposed of the local forces. And it is near the end of December, so he may hire additional mercenaries. I think when the month ticks over, it might be we need to check if we can get anyone else employed. We're loading the crossbows and we're opening fire straight away. I'm actually going to... Doesn't look like they've got a retinue. I'm going to pull back these shells. I didn't really let them rest, did I? I'm going to pull these guys back, because they will be useful cannon fodder to get in the way of the crossbows that are coming our way. So I'll send them in that direction. And in the meantime, As their banners try to rally, they're taking heavy fire. Look at that, crossbow bolts flying absolutely everywhere. Whoa. Their disparate rallied forces are struggling to keep up. This is brutal. I've not done this before. I think what we're learning here, though, is that they should probably have a mechanic in the game where if you enter an enemy region with significant forces, you automatically declare war on them, unless you have an agreed peace treaty or something, and then their troops will rally to defend themselves as you approach, because this is well, it's a slaughter, isn't it? We've all but decimated one of the units already. Okay. So you're just going to keep an eye on when those crossbows are going to come towards us, so that's fine. We're about to dissolve the second unit they had against us. Whoa. There they go. Last man standing, and he's about to fall. There he is. They've yet to get anyone as far as our initial ranks. Oh, unit of spear coming in. We will target them with 3 units of archers, and we will redeploy our retinue ready to take a charge. They've closed on our main ranks. We'll have a balanced output with those men. We'll close our troops in on the side, and I think we will push in with these units here. We'll bring these men in behind and take this unit in the rear, smash them between our troops and the retinue, and they've dissolved pretty quickly. So far, I don't think we've taken any losses. We'll push everyone in here on the remaining handful of men in there, and we should be done with those chaps too. Indeed we are. Good. The initial enemy charge has been taken care of. Let's redeploy our troops. We don't need to, because we held the battlefield. We didn't even have to face those mercenaries. So, let's get all of our troops positioned here in our new region. And I suspect we're going to have... Oh dear, they're very unhappy. We just kill all of their families. Sorry, I've killed all your men. I'm sure some more will grow up and you'll be fine. I'm amazed you're this approving of me, given I've just committed, frankly, a massacre. I think we've got a little bit of caretaking to do here, haven't we? Yeah, it's a bit of micromanaging to be done. Well, let's see what situation everyone is in. We've got 4 months of fuel, 5 months of food. They haven't got as much money as I'd hoped they would, but we will tax it out of them nonetheless. And, yeah, let's see what we have. And actually, do you know what? Seeing as that was such a fantastic success, I wonder if we take our troops and we march directly onto our next objective, which will be Teufelsberg itself. I think that's a mighty fine idea. Right, troops. Let's make sure none of you are running, because this is going to be a long and hard journey. And take you all out of shield wall where you are as well, because that's going to slow you down quite considerably. And we will send you all to the top of Teufelsberg, from where we shall declare war on our next adversary. While they're marching up there, let's do 2 things. Let's quickly check how the manor is progressing up here. Good, we've made an entire extra % of progress. Wonderful. Right, and let's just... So, primarily this region is going to be good for farming for us, so we should probably pick a perk that reflects that. So, we've got the good old smallholders, but I don't think we'll bother with that one. We're not going to be farming at elevation, so that's not a problem. And we're not doing any mining either. One of the Alps, again, not really an issue. Guildsmen, increased regional wealth from Bergish plots. I do like the idea of that. Reduced upgrade cost and salt and iron ore value import reduction. Good right, journeyman, improved bowers. Reduced fuel consumption is nice. Decreased mining labour is not a problem. Hunting hound, export price and mining trade is better. Increased capacity for forage goods and deposits. What do we actually have here? Because that sounds okay.
Yes, we do have a mushroom deposit, so having that made larger wouldn't be a bad thing for us at all. And what are the ancillary benefits of having the Auckland? Extra price of minor goods, so, you know, make more money from selling planks, I suppose, or something like that. Yeah, let's go for that. Sure. So that's going to increase the size of that one there. So many houses requiring upgrades. So, no available population, 56 unassigned families. Is anyone assigned to anything? How is the market stall supply? Where is the market stall? Is my next question. It's not jumping out at me. Ah, there. Right. Horrendously overburdened. Okay. Let's start by doing a little unassigning procedure here. I'm not going to be as meticulous as we have been in the past with our own region, but that's not to say we can't do a little bit of reassigning just to make sure people are working at least relatively close to where they live. There's not even anyone working in the fisherman's huts. 4 people working at a corpse pit. Grief. It's probably because we killed everyone. Again, amazed, 77% approval, given that I'm the chap that just sentenced most of their husbands and fathers to die. And sons, let's not forget sons. Okay, I think that's basically everyone unassigned. Okay, well let's get... How come... what? Sorry? Why can't I assign anyone to work there? Let's switch towns quickly, see if that makes a difference. Nope, just broken. Okay. We might need to rebuild that one then. Sure, you can have a family working at the church, not a problem. And then we need 3 families working at each granary and each storehouse, which is just 1 of each, which is ridiculous. So we'll have to get a few more of those ensconced. So 3 and 3. And once we've done that, we need to make sure we've got food coming in. So where is our foraging hut? Oh, we just upgraded it. Bother. Okay, we'll have to come back to that. 4 people on trade, sure. You've at least got 4 horses. Okay, yep. 3 people at the woodcutter's lodge. 2 people doing charcoal and kiln work. Okay, right, let's unpause and let's start to have a bit of rationale here. So we're definitely going to need more granaries and storehouses. So let's put a little road in here. Over to that side of the river as well. And we'll get a granary and a storehouse in here. Granary and storehouse, and then we'll do the same. There's already one in here. It's not enough, so we'll get 1 there and 1 there. And we'll make sure both of those, before we go anywhere else, has some market stall space. So we'll put that there. And then we'll come in here as well, if we can, without it going a bit weird on us. Yep, that's fine. And then over here, perfect. This is exactly what I was hoping we'd find, a little gap. Well, this kind of overlapped then. It didn't bother. Interesting. Right, market stall in there. Right, so hopefully that'll take care of that. There's a massive tree shortage. So let's take a road out across the top. A little something like that there. And maybe a road that follows the back of these dwellings as well. Build that to there and then up again. Okay, so this is going to be a little industrial area, potentially. And we'll get down a couple of foresters. Actually, let's do it properly. Have a little road going across like that. And we'll put down a couple of foresters on there. And then we're going to need some proper logging camps. So we will get 1. Why can we overlap here? This is so strange. Very buggy. Very buggy indeed. I don't really want to overlap things, so we may just place manually for a second. So 2 of those. We'll need somewhere to process the wood, so we'll get one of these boys down here. And we seem to be okay for woodcutters and charcoal, but I'd still rather have them a little further out. So we'll put 1 and 2 there. And then charcoal kiln we'll have on the inner ring. Maybe we'll continue this road right down, actually. like so. And we'll pop down charcoal kiln there for the moment. We may move this one a little bit later on as well. There's plenty of construction for them to be getting along with. We will want to execute some upgrades to properties as well, but I don't think there's much point in that until we've taken care of the supply chain issues with the granaries and storehouses. We also don't really appear to have that much food production. So 25 pears, 17 apples, yeah, and a little bit of veg. Okay, and where is the fertility? Barley down here. Flax over here. Emma's basically everywhere, that's fine. So, expanding into this area seems to be okay. We've got this here. We've got a little bit of space, do we? Put some burgages in here, couldn't we? Could have put most of our industry on the outside edge here. So, if we do get some new burgages down, and these burgages will primarily be for the production... Road snapping just not working here. It might be because I didn't build the roads. It's a little bit strange. I would save and reload, but we've got a manor being built, so that's not an option. Okay, right, we might just have to do this manually, if it's not going to snap. So build in small sections. Build something like this here. Of course, though, we do want to come from an edge. Make better use of the space, so build that there. And put this one in here. Then can we put a couple across like this? Sure. Okay, that's a reasonable amount of vegetable land we're going to be opening up. Plenty of materials. At least when it comes to timber anyway. Not a lot else. How are we doing for oxen here? How many do we have? 3 oxen! That's not enough, is it? Okay, so let's get some hitching posts, which we'll also put out on this road here. We put down 1, 2, 3, and we'll take a road across those. I wonder how I wanted that to look. Let's come a little bit further off, like that. And then we'll just connect each one up individually. It's too short, but it's fine because it's connected on the side. Right, so that gives you all something to do in terms of construction. And hopefully the food will hold out. Oh yes, that's something we can do. We can get a few families here at the Fisherman's Hut ready for when the shoal of fish is available again to us as well. So that's something else that we've massively expanded. So actually going for the larger mushrooms and larger shoal of fish hopefully is going to help us keep this settlement alive while we take over and sort things out. Now, there's a lot of corpses to bury, so we might as well get a few extra workers at the corpse pit, seeing as we have so many unassigned families. Meanwhile, our military has appeared on top of Devil's Hill, ready for us to take our next military action. What correspondence do we need to reply to? What's it on about? Peter doesn't exist anymore. He's ours. Don't worry about it. Okay. So, with our troops assembled and reasonably well rested, why don't we declare war? Take this next region for ourselves. Devil's Hill shall be ours once and for all. Yes. Very exciting indeed. Gauntlet has been thrown down. I probably should have hired in some mercenaries before I did that. Oh dear, right. So she's hired in the same crossbowmen we didn't have to fight last time, which have come in from behind us. We could have done with those ourselves. Oops. And 3 units as well. 1 of archers or crossbows. 1 of archers and 2 of sword, and they're coming in from Wolfgang's region. And I'm sure she'll be gathering her own forces, so this might be quite a considerable force to face, actually. Now, where's the battle going to take place? What's it doing all the way down there? Just come from there? Oh, good grief. Do we have a domestic military, actually? No, we won't do, will we? Yes, the retinue's looking a bit worse for wear. Okay. Well, if the battle's down here, the battle's down here, so we're going to have to march our troops all the way back down the hill. The fight is what it is, I suppose. We'll just have to keep an eye on these enemy units. And it looks like, once again, we're going to be fighting inside of Lech for the second time. Yep, so she's gathering her own forces. Oh my days. 3,
5 units of spear she's got domestically. So we're outnumbered. Not by loads, but certainly in terms of ground troops. So our hope really has to be that we're going to engage their units piecemeal. Take out these crossbows. And then potentially take out any other hirelings she's made. So her spear are taking a direct march towards us. Oh gosh, and she hired those brigands as well. We'll have to take care of those first then. I think we'll just take up position down here. Let's make sure once again that all of our archers are set to fire at will. They are indeed. So in fact, slow down time a bit. We're going to need to deal with these brigands first. Let's line up here. Now, obviously 2 units of brigands is not going to be a problem for us to deal with the number of troops we have available to us. And it looks like the hirelings are basically with her spear, so they'll be on us before too long. And actually, we need to kind of get on with taking care of these units because we're going to have those crossbow on our back before too long. So let's assign our archers to take on various targets. And I think we will also push in our mercenaries to take any damage. We need to deal with these chaps quickly. But I imagine that will be much of an issue. So we'll engage with these troops here. And these chaps should be pretty stymied by the number of crossbow bolts coming their way. Quite concerned with how close those enemy crossbowmen are. They're over there. Okay. We should be okay to take care of these brigands in the first instance anyway. They're bringing in their second unit here. They're broken. Okay. So just need to take care of them. Right. Quickly. We want to be taking on these enemies in front of us. While we... Oh, do we win? Oh, they didn't get the rest of their troops here in time. Oh dear, okay. That's one of the other things that I think is still... I mean, we've still got the battle sign here as well, which isn't good. One of the other things I think is still a little bit buggy about this game. I don't really think the game should automatically declare a win. Just because you hold the region in, in question, and you're having a conflict there. If they've got more troops on the way, the game shouldn't just end. The battle shouldn't just end, rather. That was going to be quite a juicy conflict. Oh well. Right, I think we probably don't need these mercenaries now. So we can get rid of them. And we'll send the rest of our men home to help with construction of the manor. And we can focus on the repairs to Lecce. And also we've got the money. We may even, at the start of next spring, settle in Teufelsberg. Sounds a good notion to me. And amongst all this, how far have we got? Oh, it's another %, maybe. I can't remember. That might be where we're at last time, 56%. Okay, well, let's get our boys home. We might as well run. There's no incoming conflict. But we are obviously open to attack at some point. We've not been attacked yet. We've decided to become the aggressor. So it may well be that before this castle is completed, we are once again called to the defense of our own region. I say once again, for the first time. Right, you can all go home. Lecce down to 3 months of food. That's not great. You better get on with construction, lads. What is it you're all doing? Did you all run away because there was a conflict on? I suppose that's fair enough. I imagine the issue down here actually is the fact that you've got no oxen. Let's up the priority of these hitching posts. Oh, they're done. Right, let's order in an ox right away prompto and upgrade those to stables. Yeah, so they're moving resources around and getting those buildings started. I would very much like to settle in Teufelsberg. In terms of food, there's the wild animals here. Berries are all the way over here. So it'll be one of those cases where we have to settle and pretty quickly get on top of a little farming situation. Otherwise we're not going to have food for the first winter, because those wild animals are not going to take us all the way through on their own. The upgrades disappeared then for a moment, but nope, it's just the game being a little bit laggy. That's absolutely fine. Right, construction's going on there, that's good.
Maybe one day they'll be complete with the manor, and at which point the game will chug considerably less. But all those troops we had away fighting are now helping with construction at least, so there's a positive there. And we've still got plenty of food and fuel here. Sometimes it's a problem you run out of resources while there's a construction project like this going on, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen to us this time, so hurrah! Right. Let's settle into a bit of AI town fixing. For the moment, we'll just ignore this little flashy yellow circle. I don't suppose we're going to be able to get rid of that until the construction of our new manor is complete, because if there's a good way to break Manor Lords, is to reload a save while there's a manor being built. Right, so we've got 3 months of food and fuel left. Our new industrial quarter is coming together nicely, and we have got a bit of migration coming in. Let's make sure that we're getting some vegetable gardens installed in our new burgages as soon as we possibly can. Lovely, so that's those under construction. And we've got plenty of spare workers, so I think we should probably get these 2 foresters' huts up and running as soon as possible. We'll set them to reforest basically everything over here. There's no reason to have it unforested until we actually get on with our farming. So we'll get yes, I know. Game, you're struggling. I know. You're trying to build a manor. It's how audacious of me. Right. That one there, I guess. Okay. And let's get our logging camps staffed. And get rid of this broken... Oh, it's just paused. That's why. I did wonder why that wasn't responding. Okay, well that's done. Did we get our new storehouses and granaries? Yes, we did. Let's get 3 families in each of these and upgrade them all to their large variants, except we're out of materials, so we won't be doing that, which means we need to come over here and get someone working at the saw pit. I think a surplus of 15, not 153, 15 logs should be more than ample. Of course, we need a few of those to be brought in if we're to actually get anything done, because we've rather used up the timber we had on getting things operational over here. Hopefully, though, with 2 camps, we'll be able to bring in timber nice and quickly. In the meantime, let's go to those other granaries and storehouses we placed and get 3 families working in each one. And already we're starting to see that we've taken care of the supply chain problems. Remember that, I thought I had enemy troops, but I think we're okay. Burials are still taking place. And 8 timber stuff. We'll keep ordering in oxen as and when we can. Let's get a couple of families in the woodcutters' lodges and also activate this charcoal kiln. We'll get rid of this woodcutters' lodge and move those workers up to the front line of the new industrial quarter. And let's get some vegetables planted, all that excess money we have available to us. Good. Got some odd little things here where farmland hasn't appeared properly, but you know what? That doesn't really matter. Let's open the castle planner and let's get ourselves a garrison tower. At least we will when it's ready to be constructed. Although, I wonder if it's worth it. So we go back into the castle planner. 2 castle planners at once. Gosh, it seems like a recipe for disaster, doesn't it? And I think we're going to move the manor over here. Maybe even into this quarter, but I think definitely at least to here. With the aim of... Let's put a little road out here. And back into here. The aim of having a fortified section over here, a small, just probably log palisade, that hopefully will be near enough to render aid to the bottom of Teufelsberg once we settle that. We are now into April as well, and I'm aware we did say we would consider settling into Teufelsberg this year. We have 1,200 in the coffers, so what can we buy ourselves in terms of a settlers camp? So administrative buildings, settlers camp. Inevitably we're going to have to start down here next to the wild animal deposit and work our way over that way over in time. So we might as well settle just here. And I think we'll go for plentiful. What we'll also do is head back over to here, go to the manor, and make sure that we are not taxing tithe because we've got nearly no food, but we are going to tax them for their wealth to make sure we top the coffers back up again. Over here in Teufelsberg, our new region, we'll do the usual. We'll get ourselves... Oh, you know what we haven't done yet? We haven't put a nice little road around a... What am I trying to say? I haven't put a circle in yet, that's what I'm trying to say. I would very much like to. I like circles. I don't know if you've noticed in my other playthroughs, I do build a few circles here and there. So let's build one around this wild animal deposit. Splendid. And then we'll connect this road around here and around our starting camp. A little something like this. Lovely. And let's order in an ox straight away. We'll get another hitching post popped down. Good. Road snapping appears to be working in this region. It's always a good start. We'll get a granary, a storehouse, and we'll also, because we've got a few extra starting resources, we'll go ahead straight away and get a hunting camp, pop down directly opposite here. A logging camp, a little further up onto the slopes. We've still got a bit of overlapping allowed to happen. It's weird. We'll take a road up here like so, where we'll be able to put our woodcutter's lodge. Put down our saw pit. And what else do we want to get down? Probably a market stall. We'll pop this in here. With a little road into access. And then some burgages. Yeah, not all the snapping is working. Okay, let's take a road up this way. Yep, and again, apparently that doesn't snap. It's fine. Let's get some initial burgages in here. Kind of want these to be for fruit and veg, but to be honest, they don't need to be massive. The main reason this settlement is going to be here is to support the settlement or the construction of a manor up at the top. So if we do something nice and simple like that there, that gives us plenty of space to put our various fields or vegetables to start with. We'll make sure the granary and storehouse are a higher priority, along with the logging camp, woodcutter's lodge, and the hunting camp before they get to building their burgages. And as soon as we have the granary and storehouse up, we will get a couple of families in there to make sure that goods are stored away before we have any nasty weather. You don't need to have anyone working at a stall for the time being, though. You're just moving things inside. Get a family working at the hunting camp. And we might even leave the family in the granary, actually, because they can stock the supplies from the hunting camp so it doesn't fill up, because that's one of the downsides of a hunting camp being the first thing you've got operational, is that the things that are in there tend to fill up really quickly, especially when generic storage. So actually we'll need to get someone working at the storehouse. That's the real downside is you have to have someone working at a granary and a storehouse to keep things flowing. But you know what, maybe we can afford to do both. Because we've already got enough starting resources that we don't need to worry about gathering in a whole bunch of extra logs, because we already started with them. So once we have got one family free, we'll send them to work at that logging camp. Let's move the initial hitching post over here, like so. And make sure this one is under construction so that second ox doesn't run away. Good. Popping back over here. Have we got... we need to get these foragers back in, don't we? Because we upgraded. Right, let's get 4 families working at the foragers hut. That should solve our food problem, I would imagine. Fuel is actually the current problem. Let's get a few more families working at these woodcutters' lodges and at that charcoal kiln. I imagine the issue is that there is not many trees right next door. Let's put in a road. Comes across from here like this, so that they can access the trees on the other side of the river. Good. Although I imagine these are still a little bit closer. Checking with progress over here. 57%. Very much slowly but surely. Food and fuel, still not a problem. 12 families working on construction. Is anyone bugging out, or is everyone doing their job? No, you're all just wandering around, pretending to build the manor. Good. Lech is running out of fuel, but I would have thought we should be more or less taking care of that. What is everyone doing? Transporting. Perhaps we should put down a dedicated storehouse, which we can pop down just here. And put down another road here to get quick access to the charcoal pits. And we'll have various firewood and charcoals stored there. Back over in Tuvelsberg, things are looking pretty good. Houses are starting to go up. Hunting camp is working nicely. Let's unassign the storehouse and granary workers for the time being, though, because we're not going to be getting a huge amount more at the hunting camp while there aren't many animals available. So we'll get another 2 families that would otherwise have been sat around doing nothing, building some initial burgish plots. I say, jolly good show, and there we go. They're coming together nicely already. We start with a little bit of money. So we are going to be able to afford to get some vegetable plots planted straight away as well. So we'll get them in there. And then it'd be good to get the saw pit operational. How are we doing for lumber? We've got 4 timber. Let's quickly unassign you and put you in the saw pit. And I want 20 planks. We are going to have to get some more logs, but we've got enough to get started with. 20. Here we go. And once we've got some of those, we can put in a couple of back gardens. Look at that, small village already. Absolutely steaming along down here. So we get 2 of those installed, and then we'll get them planted up pretty much right away. We've got a family back out of there and into the logging camp. Everyone is inside. More burgages are being made available, so things are going nice and swimmingly. Oh, of course, it's time to pick a perk. So what do we have here? Salt is the name of the game, so probably mine integrity is the thing I'm going to want to go for. So where do we find that? Okay. So, is it smallholders? No. It's not Strasbourg Masons. It is Nuremberg Prosecutors. Improved armor is improved mine integrity and mining import discounts. So we're going to go for that. I know we don't have iron here, but it's the mine integrity that we want for the salt mines. And we could always import a little bit of iron if we wanted to. We're going to need to keep our tools stocked up anyway. So with that in mind, let's keep this little area growing and we'll get some beets planted because they're the cheapest thing to get going. We want to put down a trading post, which is going to be under administration or logistics rather, yes. So I can't believe I can't remember that yet. No, still a little bit shy on logs. You know, we've got a few families moving in. Let's get a second family into the logging camp. As usual, I've forgotten to build a water source, so I'm sure everyone is berating me for that. It's okay, everyone, I've noticed. Please be kind. Let's upgrade that to a stable, so we've got a place for an additional oxen should we choose to order one. And while things are ticking over, we will get a family back in the granary and the storehouse. Now we've got the initial batch of houses completed. We're going to need to get a charcoal kiln installed. So now things are looking a little more secure. We will get that down just here. Let's connect this road across there. Good. Nice little start here in Teufelsberg. Wild animals are rather exposed, aren't they? How bizarre. Right, well, we've got 6 months of supplies, 8 months of fuel, 6 months of food, but we should be adding to that food all the time with our beets that are going to be coming out of the ground before too long. Let's actually get another vegetable plot prepared with the planks that we already have. And we've got 7 timber, so we should be able to build the trading post, which we'll put out here on the main road, like so. Good, and we'll get our second family moved in, and we're going to send you to go and work at the Woodcutter's Lodge, so we can start bringing in some additional timber. And the next family that moves in, we'll send them to go and work at the charcoal kiln. We get a third batch of beets in, because we can afford to do so with this extra starting money we had this time. Quick castle check. 58%. Oh goodness, it does take its time. Do you like my floating beams? I always like to start a castle build with some floating beams. I don't know about you. Lovely view though. And look, we're actually gazing across our own possessions. Ha ha ha. Yeah, it's very nice. Everything okay over here? Nothing collapsed? It's all looking pretty fine and dandy. In fact, how are we doing for apples and pears and quinces? Not great, but these haven't reached their full maturity yet, and I doubt the others have as well. Oh, they have actually, but the new ones over here haven't. Replanting seems to be going reasonably well. There's extra trees up at the top here. Yeah, all seems pretty good. How are you making use of this space here? Think okay? Be more efficient. Let's see how we do it. Fuel still only 2 months. Might have to do one of those things. Are you not local enough? That your problems. Only 64% efficient. We're turning everything into charcoal? Yep. Okay. Right, let's get a third firewood chap. Where am I going? You're over here, aren't you? Indeed. Woodcutter's Lodge. Let's put you here. And we'll get 2. And you are going to stock only firewood and charcoal. 2 families and upgrade to a large one. And you will not have a market stall. Plenty of upgrades to be had. It's tempting. Right, what are we exporting? Are we not exporting fuel, are we? Or something ridiculous like that? No. No trade, no trade. Exporting large shields. Don't really need more than 20. We'll bring in a bit of extra money for us to tax. Exporting honey and wax. Oh, I suppose. Not a bad way to bring in a bit of extra income. Exporting hides. Okay. Make sure we're not doing something stupid like exporting food. Exporting planks though. Let's go for no trade on that. That seems like a waste of timber to me, especially when we could be turning them into shields and exporting those. Where's the shield boy in here then? They mostly look to be pigs or goats. I do hate it when I see burgish plots that are tiny vegetable gardens. Although it doesn't look like it's done too bad of a job here. Where on earth is this chap making shields? Shout if you see where it is. I'm sure across the ether I will hear you. It's not jumping out at me though. Oh, here. Well done. Good shouting. So I take it you're making large shields? No, you're making spears. You're making large shields. Yes. Okay. How many spears do we have? 122. Where's the iron coming from? We have 48. There's no iron mine here, is there? So that'll all be used up at some point. Let's stop you. Instead, I think you should probably be making tools from the available iron. Do we have a bloomery somewhere then? Where are we producing this iron from iron ore? Again, if you see it, shout out. Let a good old typical know where you're seeing things. Because as far as I'm concerned, it does not exist. Ah, bloomery. It is not in our records. It does not exist. Yeah, 3 families that Woodcutter's Lodge, although we do seem to be maybe getting on top of the fuel situation. Food seems to have been pretty much taken care of, and that's as these harvests are coming out, so that makes sense. Get ourselves another ox as well. Still bodies in need of burial, apparently. And you've got 4 families here working hard. It's a bit more morbid, isn't it, when you see someone working at a corpse pit and the tag says transporting. I suppose we could start to do some level 2 upgrades. So let's upgrade you, because that's going to bring in a bit of passive tax income. And we'll slowly work our way through everyone else here as well, without completely draining all of our resources. But with 24 families available for construction, there's plenty of labour available. Another nice feature, and this sounds like it would be far too complicated, but imagine if you had excess labour like you do here in a kingdom, and you could export them and send them to work in a workers' camp outside of your main region, where they could help with construction of, say, a manor. So I don't know, double the speed it takes to build it? That'd be nice. Well, things are still looking good in the capital. I don't see us doing masses more expansion in the capital. I think it's reached a size that it's decent. We've got just over, 500 people here, 546, and we're going to have a nice castle to top it all off, and our best ever castle on a hill. It's a compelling title there, isn't it? And maybe even getting one at the centre. I would really like to get one at the centre of Teufelsberg. I just don't know if it's going to happen. Taking how long it's taking to build this one. Just don't know how viable it is. It's been a while since I've been over control of 3 regions. So much to do, isn't there? Right, do we really want expansions before winter? We have got food for 9 months, so it's a possibility, but I think we'll save it for now. Let's go to trade. We were going to get someone working at the charcoal kiln, but we actually run out of space, haven't we? Okay. Why don't we put in some small burgages opposite the first? Snapping's still not working. That's fine. Game's crying out for a restart. But just can't do it. Can't risk it while that man is under construction. It could be all over. We don't want that, do we? Not too early. Right. So we don't have space for that many, so we'll get 3 or 4 in rather. A bit tighter. Yep. Okay, so we'll put those there. So 4 additional burgage plots we ought to be moving in. And they want a church, don't they? I'm sure we can accommodate with a church. Oh well, we would if we had enough materials. We need to get someone else working on making some planks. Let's take one of the people out of the logging camp and get them in here. Let's set a limit 8 timber. We want 20 planks. And we should pretty quickly have those planks. It doesn't take long to make them. As winter settles in, we'll get our church up and running in Teufelsberg, which we should probably just call Devil's Hill, shouldn't we? Oh dear. Capital issues. Devils. Right. So we've got plenty going on down here. Lots of development down in Devil's Hill itself, as we have just renamed it. Got a little bit of space for people to be moving into. All going well there. Manor is well under construction. I would love if we could have a work party come from a different region to come and help out with construction, but unfortunately, the game's not quite there yet. We've taken care of the fuel problem before winter has come in Licht. And all things considered, I think it's going pretty well. We'll continue to grow the Devil's Hill region and also work on Lech a little bit as well, just to make sure it's stable. Essentially, we don't really need to grow it, just make sure it's stable, and hopefully before too long we'll have that manor constructed and we'll be able to press on with taking our claim to some other regions. Alrighty, so let's make a few upgrades in Devil's Hill. You can see we've got no available living space. We've got plenty of upgrades to be made, and it would probably help if we went ahead and got some animal pens popped in these properties over here. I've set up export on some charcoal initially to bring in a little bit of extra money, and that's started to arrive, so we'll get in a horse order. We'll also upgrade some of these hedging posts to stables to make sure we've got a bit of future-proof space, and you can see we've also got the wooden church up and running. Now we've got a bit more money, let's get some carrots in the ground as well. And we might as well execute these upgrades all the way through on these packages. Good. Right. Well, obviously running out of materials a little bit over here, but it comes in quite quickly. In fact, we may even set this up so you can make up to 200 planks. Just don't use more than 8 timber. And we've got 16 timber sat around, so that should clock in fairly quickly. 30 regional wealth. Hopefully that'll improve a little bit soon with the sale of some more charcoal. So I don't really want to go ordering any animals in there just yet, but I wouldn't mind ordering in another ox. It will go to the stable. Oh, and we're still a few days off being able to do that. That's absolutely fine. We'll put cabbages in over here, so we'll wait until we have the money to do so. You can see the tax money is absolutely pouring in. Good stuff. Right, these upgrades are almost done. So what do we want to do in terms of expansion here? Well, we've established a little base down here that is fairly self-sufficient already. Facility here in this region is no good, really. So what we want to do really now is establish a second little area. If we bring a road off of here up to these two, as we increase the settlement level. The idea really is to get 2 small communities set up over here to export all of the goods we're making here, make us a decent amount of money in Devil's Hill, and then see if we can't get something set up here, even if it is just a manor with a small wall around it. So that's the goal for Devil's Hill. How are we going to go about executing that? Well, the first thing to do is to gather some resources from the initial starting area over here and upgrade these so we've got some food coming in, etc.
As a little bit of regional wealth comes in again from the trading post. I think sooner the better over here. So let's come over and get down a granary and a storehouse just here. Storehouse and a granary. We'll put down a well. Perfect. Just there. And a little market stall too. Say little. It's quite large, isn't it? And then some houses opposite this. I don't think these will necessarily have back gardens for food, though we are going to need some. Okay, why don't we do a combination of both? So put a couple in like that. Primarily to work on food, potentially. Or we could do something more like this here. Where we have a nice small area for the baggage and a larger area for food, although it's looking like it's a little bit too steep for us to do that. What about if we take a road directly opposite here? Snapping, still not playing ball. So why don't we take a road across here and we'll make this into some vegetable plots. And then opposite that we'll have some burgages dedicated to working the clay pits. And then we'll go and do something similar over by the salt mines as well. We'll need 16 timber to make that happen. It's going to be a little while, isn't it? So we'll keep that in hand for later on. There's a fair bit of building for them to be getting on with in the interim in any case. 150. Let's get ourselves... I guess we're doing beets there then. And cabbages. There we are. We knew the misclick was coming, didn't we? I did say it would be here sooner rather than later. We've got a little bit of money, so I am just going to order in a couple of pigs. And then we'll use some resources to get an upgrade on there as well. And keep everyone in Devil's Hill nice and happy. Quick spot check at the capital. Where are we at to? 62%. My goodness. Every time I build one of these massive castles, I always regret it. It just takes absolutely forever to build. Okay, so we're looking good. Fuel has been solved, and food is sort of on its way to being resolved as well. Massive battleground won't go away, but we can just ignore that. So we were thinking, weren't we, of getting some farms set up over here. So, barley fertility. Quite good on this side of the river. Flax, similar everywhere. Emma's fine everywhere. So why don't we set some farms up on this side here. So go to farming. We'll set out a couple of farmhouses either side of the road here. And maybe we'll put some over here as well. But first, let's get to the farms themselves. Set it to barley. And we've got a couple of fields in here. Some nice long 1.1 Morgan fields. Or there or thereabouts. Now, because snapping is a little bit broken at the moment, we're just going to have to take it fairly slowly and make sure they look at least reasonably straight and even, which I think so far we've done a reasonable job of. So we'll do maybe 2 more of these. So, yeah, we'll get another one in. Fertility here is still reasonably good. Okay. And then we'll do the same on the other side of the road. Using up that space next to the river. And we'll, broadly speaking, try to follow what we have on the other side. And we'll come down roughly by the same number as well, I think. It'd be good if we brought this road down as well and connected that up to this one we're building alongside at the moment. So we'll do that after we've built these fields. Extend that a bit further that way. And the last one here. Simply lovely. Let me know in the comments if you know who's famous for saying that. Doing an absolute job of genre mixing today, aren't we? Okay. Okay, connect that road across there. Good. I think that's fine. And then maybe we could put down a couple of farmhouses here as well.
Splendid. And we'll of course need to have somewhere to windmill all of these goods. So we'll get down a couple of windmills over here. We'll need a couple of communal ovens. And we'll order in some plows for these farmhouses. Oh dear, raiders. Where are they? We've much grander lands to protect now. Looks like we're okay that they've come in over by, what's her name? Elizabeth. So we're fine. Our 3 regions are going to be unaffected by the raiders. One day, this vanity project will be completed. Not today, though. Very sad. Good, so with our field initiative up and running in Licht, let's do a bit of field rotation magic. So we want wheat, barley, and then flax. And we'll repeat that on a rotating nature. So wheat, barley, flax. And I'm putting wheat in because the fertility is good enough for wheat. It's very good for wheat. And, oops, you get twice as many flour from wheat as you do from rye. So unless your fertility is 100% on rye and less than 50% on wheat, my understanding is it's better to always put wheat in. If I'm wrong, please let me know in the comments. I'd love to know. So much I've learned from you guys. When I just obviously didn't have a clue. I try and talk from a point of understanding, but I don't always understand. You know what I mean? We can't all understand everything and be an expert in every field. See, I can't even remember what the last thing I clicked was. And I make things like field puns when I didn't intend to. That's the kind of level that I'm operating at. I'll admit it's been at least 10 minutes since I've had a cup of tea, and therefore I am not operating at peak efficiency. But you know, it's a bit hot over here right now. I can't have too many cups of tea, lest I just descend into a puddle of sweat and die. Well, that was your too much information for the day, so we'll just crack on. Good. Next is making progress. Devil's Hill. Let's look at the progress we're making over here. As taxes go up. Bath. Good, right, we've built these over here. We've got people moving in as well. So let's establish some gardens at the back for them to get some lovely, lovely veggies. Oh, goodness. An army goes marching by. And then we're going to need to get a few more burgages. Now, we've not got that many more. Maybe wait a bit longer for timber to come in. And we should probably get some families working here as well. Okay, yes, little ways to go yet. What we could do, though, is we could get on and get some mining pits in position. I don't think we're going to need to min-max these, so I think we'll just go for 4 mining pits. Spaced out to avoid the chance, reduce the chances, rather, of collapse. Connect them up with some roads like so. And we'll connect them crossways too. Good. So we can get those constructed, and we could probably do the same, couldn't we? With getting the salt up and running. Again, I'm not going to bother about getting absolutely the best use of space here that we possibly can, like we did up in our own region. Instead, we're just going to aim to get 4 down. Like that. And make sure they're all connected up. A little something like that there. As inefficient as that probably is. Just speed clicking at this point. Things need to be done. No time to wait. And we might have a little community up there as well. We might just expand the community that we have here that we're establishing for the clay. Well, supply is not a problem down here, and we're still making a bit of money from the lovely trade of charcoal. So we'll buy in a couple of goats, and we've got the resources, so we'll complete a couple of upgrades to level 2 down here, and that's basically our starting area completed, and we can properly get on with our mining districts. I'm just going to pop this road out a little bit further here, and then connect it up with a sweeping road like so, to the new area, and maybe a shortcut across the back of these burgages. Good. Oh, we might as well connect this road down to the King's Road here. And I think that's a good spot for a little Return. Oh, yes. Oh, how I want to manor you, Hill. Look at that. Nearly no progress. Isn't that delightful? Right, tea break. Right, I've had a think in that time. The Vanity Project has moved on. Not at all. I've decided that's what it is at this point. A Vanity Project. I don't think it's ever going to see military service, that's for sure. So, we have obviously got a bit of a bug over here with the old military situation. But we have plenty of money coming in from our respective realms, so I think it might be time to consider more military action. Therefore, I think it's time we took the battle to Wolfgang, someone we have yet to fight. So, who is available to us in terms of mercenaries? Well, we've got Battle Brothers, sure, we'll have you. Brigands for Hire, why not? And Brotherhood of the Forest, sure. So we'll sign all those lads. And then when it comes to retinues, let's have a look. We should be able to afford hiring in everyone at the Lich retinue. Yes, we don't have a manor yet, do we? No, never mind. Right, and our own troops as well. We can probably afford to upgrade all of your armor. As soon as we have enough money in the coffers at present, even before we open up taxation on Devil's Hill, the export of salt, etc., which we still may be able to do. But if the battles go well, we may not need to. We may already own the realm and have infinite money from all of our other subjects. So that is the plan, and the plan is war. Again, really wish there was some kind of group select here, so I could just upgrade everyone at the same time. That would certainly be handy. Never mind. Right, so you're all done. Let's play. You lot, gather here, please. Let's gather our own forces. Rally them here. And we are partly into February. I might wait until the next month rolls over and we'll be able to employ even more mercenaries, because I think we have plenty of money available to us. We can certainly cope with this monthly. Look at that. Ha ha. 7k treasury. Simply wonderful. Now, I think everyone is fine in terms of supplies, so we can go off warring without any risk of people running out of food or firewood. That being said, we could probably do with buying in some goods over here. And we've got 8 timber now, so we can probably go ahead and get a few additional burgages. Pop down over the road, as was our initial plan. Yep, that'll do. Good, that might allow us to do some processing of those materials sooner rather than later. Okay, and who's set to run? All of you, I presume. That's no good. Just going to tie yourselves out. Right. Let's take you all down onto the border. And we'll do a similar thing to what we've done previously. And we'll ambush them and attack them when they least expect it, because they don't look out their windows and see masses of military marching towards them. But you know, everyone has their flaws, and being aware of what's going on is apparently the flaw that the AI has. Good. Hopefully this isn't going to cause us any problems. And it gives us a new combat zone when we engage. I'm probably going to pop a save there just in case. Splendid. Right. Let's take our usual battle formation, and we will take our infantry in the front. We will have our archers behind, set to fire at will. We'll have our brigands on the flank, and our lovely retinue supporting on the other flank. Good. Right. And with our battle lines formed, it's time to see if we can repeat our previous successes by deploying our significant force of missile troops to take on whatever the enemy can throw against us. Good. Right. I do have enough influence. Good, wasn't sure for a second. This is mine. Thank you kindly. Perhaps this is a good time as well to make sure we have got a tithe going elsewhere. So let's come over to Lich. Now we have enough food here. Where's our manor? There it is. And let's put in a 585. Goodness, no food left. A 5% tax on them. We can't put attacks on ourselves, I don't think, because the manor's under construction. Very frustrating. That's fine. Right, gauntlet's been thrown down. We're in the right area. Right. Oh bother. We didn't hire in extra mercenaries. Well, given the way the game's gone so far, I suspect that the battle will be over before any of these lads reaches us. And there's a considerable number of lads too. So I don't really want to have to fight them. Of course we will if we have to. Look at that, 5 retinue. Ha! I laugh in the face of your retinue. Right, I am going to push forwards. Because we do need to take care of these troops before, ideally, the enemy brings their mercenaries to bear. So I am going to speed everyone up a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a retinue. 5 units to take care of before they get down the hill. It's doable, I think. It's going to be rather messy if we get stuck in the middle here. It could go horribly wrong for us. Alright, let's deploy 2 units out this way. And we'll take 2 units and deploy them here. All of our missile troops are engaging. Push our retinue forwards as well. Push them forwards, and we'll set them to engage there. Can we get in this way? Yeah, we'll keep those troops there to protect the flank of our missile troops. And we'll keep our brigands clumped together here. Though we may need them, actually, as a way to slow down those other troops if they do get somewhere near us. Seems a good idea. Right, let's move these chaps in. Let's eviscerate the retinue before they get anywhere near us. Poor 5 lads. Fire! Yes! Yeah, they just ate those arrows, but there's more coming, believe me. See? Whoa. Well, they have actually managed to close. Oh dear, some of our lads are getting a bit carried away. Bring them back. Right, their retinue has disappeared. So let's make sure we keep pushing up. Move our rear guard a bit further rearward. They've really pulled back, haven't they? I wonder if they are waiting for those reinforcements to come in. Well, we can't wait. We don't want to be fighting on 2 fronts. Right, everyone here, engage. And you 2 blocking line, and you 2 move across here. We'll get the retinue ready to battle this unit of spear. They're all but spent there, and we'll just keep an eye on where those reinforcements are. Somewhere down that hill about now. Mind you, if they're not actually in the battle circle, we could win just by killing this unit here. Okay. Push our infantry up. See if we can bait with those chaps. Pull these guys back a little bit. Don't need to be right on the ragged edge. Those troops might be moving into range. Come on. Hiding behind a fence. You think that's going to help you? Ha! Our missile cares not for fences. As our infantry moves into position, our missiles continue to exert their wrath. Men fall by the dozen. Will they even close? Doesn't look like they will. Good show, men. There we are. They're broken. Right. Where are those mercenaries? Moving in. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to move our infantry to here. Put them there. You chaps over here. And you chaps here. I'm not going to run you because we don't need to run you yet, and I'd rather you saved your energy for loading your crossbows, because at the moment I am expecting to have to fight these mercenaries, because the AI hasn't fully committed their spear, and as a result we've not been able to completely destroy them. We've taken out their retinue and 2 units of spear, but 3 units are still at full strength, so we're going to have to deal with those. Let's check there are no more mercenaries available. Nope, we are only part way through March. It's getting a bit sticky, this, isn't it? Perhaps a stand up here by the manor wouldn't be a bad idea. Okay. Let's take our spear and array them on the hill here. And take our missile and array them in the same location, just a little bit further up to the top.
Maybe even like that there. And we'll keep our thugs, again, as a rear guard. And also our retinue. This is the force that I'm worried about. Okay, what have they got? So, 2 units of crossbow, I take it. 2 units of sword. Oh, another unit of archers. Spears. Fairly considerable host, that's for sure. Especially as we haven't dealt with the initial bandits? Initial defenders. Have we been a little bit arrogant and bitten off more than we can chew here? I hope not. I really want these guys to push in and engage. I do not want to be fighting everyone at once. Right, can we get our archers to engage these guys here? We deploy our retinue to protect them. We have our military. We might have to take care of them without our archers. And these guys may just have to be thrown in as a delaying tactic, or maybe even they should go after the enemy's archers. Right, just want to push our retinue through to be in a protective area here. Archers are now in range, so they're raining fire down on the enemy spear there. Another unit is moving in through here. And they're taking heavy fire. Their reinforcements aren't in range yet. They may have committed a bit early here. Had they stayed back, they may have stood a chance in this battle, but if I can deal with these spears before the rest of the military arrives, then I think we should be okay. Once again, our crossbows proving their worth. So they're making a slow advance under fire, and somewhere over here, yep, there's another unit of spear marching up the street, so our retinue is going to have to take care of them. We're in a blocking position here at the bottom of the street, protecting our archers. And there should be another unit of spear coming in somewhere up here. Or have they gone through the town as well? Possibly. Right. Let's pull our archers back a little bit. It's all getting a little bit hairy. Then we're going to bring our sword down here. We'll leave one spear as a rear guard and we'll redeploy our spear here. Ready for the arrival of the mercenaries. Our retinue has been engaged. Let's make sure we're giving plenty of fire support. Move to a position where we can actually see them. And oh my goodness, the mercenaries are almost here. We need to take care of these enemies now, really. In fact, let's take up a shield wall here. Let's pull back our retinue. Make sure they can get past. And that's going to allow us to absolutely rain fire on them while they advance back towards our new line. Yes, to a choke point. With the retinue out of the way, let's completely block the way with our shield wall. And here they come. Mercenaries are incoming. Let's double check. There's no one left on this flank, so we're going to redeploy this unit of spear over here as well. Maybe down here. Going to have to bring back our archers to here. I'm going to deploy these chaps to the flank. Right, let's push in now. Let's redeploy our heavy infantry over here, ready to receive a charge from this unit. Let's get rid of the rest of that spear. And all of our archers. Oops, nope, hang on. Right, archers. Engage this unit. Spear. Line up here, shield wall. Okay. Hopefully we can push in and get rid of the rest of that spear there. Our archers are opening fire on them. Good, they're broken. And then we want to focus down these enemy archers one by one. Let's redeploy our spear slightly. Come on, take care of them. We can't have them getting through and causing chaos in our ranks of archers. This is definitely the most desperate fight we've had yet. Right, I'm going to send these lads chasing these groups of archers because they've got no other real use to us. They can die, doesn't really matter. All they can really do is, hopefully they can close and do some damage, but if not, at the very least they can distract their archers from us so we can take care of the main host. This unit is taking missile fire. We really want to make sure we can get rid of those archers as soon as possible. Let's move our retinue forward, and let's also move our infantry up. These guys are giving chase, at the very least keeping those archers occupied. And we're taking casualties with one of our units of sword here. Once these units of spear are gone, we can relocate this unit of spear. With 5 units of missile, we should be able to take care... Last, didn't even notice. Right, let's push. 2 units against 1. One of their units of spear decided, or sword decided to close against our spear. So we'll make swift work of them if we can. Right, let's bring these guys back. Right, we need to take care of this unit of archers as quickly as possible. In fact, let's set a couple of units to take care of this one, and the rest will take care of this unit. Let's move up this unit of spear and the retinue ready to deal with this unit, while our troops are engaged here. Right, take that charge, and we'll engage with our retinue as well. How are we getting on with chasing those archers? Just a big run around. At least it's taken them out of play for the time being. Still not quite the end of March. Right, we've broken one of their units of archers. Let's refocus all of our fire on the remaining unit, because they're the ones able to do us damage. We've yet to lose any of our archers. Right, we've taken care of that unit that attacked us. We'll reform them, and we will attack this unit of sword. Hopefully these troops as they run away don't do any damage to our archers. Right, they're broken. Let's focus our remaining fire on the remaining unit of spear, as the other unit of sword is broken. And for relatively few casualties, I think we've pretty much taken care of the enemy threat. It was a close run thing. If we hadn't dealt with those spearmen from the existing town's defences before the enemy reinforcements arrived, we could have been trapped between 2 forces, and with the missile infantry that this hired force had, we would have been in real trouble. But fortunately, it looks like we've been able to prevail. And that's another unit broken. So that should just leave these units of archers over here. And blast, the battleground has moved. I hate it when that happens. Right. Let's make sure these units stay inside the battleground. We have managed to break that unit of archers. Right. Let's keep pushing in on those. And we're going to set everyone else to attack this unit of archers as well. And the hammer and the anvil shall close, and this last unit will be destroyed. Well, these brigands have only lost 2 men. They've done rather well fighting against these archers, actually, just by keeping them on the move constantly, because they're lightly armoured, they move pretty quickly, and that's meant they've been able to just absolutely harry the enemy archers, which has taken 2 heavily dangerous units out of the fight basically the entire time. I thought I was just going to be sacrificing these guys when I sent them against them, but it's turned out they've been extremely useful. Come on. I mean, even just chasing them out of the centre of conflict would do the job. Looks like we're about to catch up. Yep, they've had to turn around and fight. The rest of our army is on the way, but given what they've done so far, it might be that 3 units of brigands is actually enough to take out this unit of archers. We do have the numbers, if not the quality. Almost seems a waste of time marching the rest of our army up here, but I think we will do so anyway, to make sure we're in the battleground. Come on. You filthy brigands, do your jobs. We are losing a few men, but so are the archers. They have 1% effective. I'm sure we can beat that with our 30%, surely. Speed this along a little bit. Yep, splendid. And victory is ours. Blimey. That was one hard-fought battle. Definitely a lot harder than I thought it was going to be, and more like what I think it should be when you go for a fight with the AI. Right, what absolute disaster have we inherited down here then? Let's bring our troops back. We'll keep them here because I think we're probably going to press on with another campaign just as soon as we have enough influence. That being said, I suppose we probably could march our own troops home. Not the retinue, but everyone else home and disperse them. And that would mean they could help with construction of the manor. Seems a good notion. Right. Oh dear. 0 months of fuel. That's not a great start, is it? So as much as a shambles then, as some of the other regions. In fact, did we lose any troops? I'm interested to see. Let's go over to our homeland. Anyone sad? 1 or 2. Yeah, we did lose a few men. But a few men lost, and a victory gained. It's just now Elsbeth and the Baron that we have to deal with. So let's head on down here and see if we can't do something about saving the good people, so that we can tax the absolute heck out of them. Where's the manor? It's over here, isn't it? Yes. Taxes. Land tax. 15%. Thank you kindly. Right, I'm guessing the problem is you have no trees, because you've not been replanting them, because I seem to remember this was covered in trees once upon a time. As usual, an excess of people available to us. And perkage, yes. What is it you make down here? Iron. I suppose you should have a perk relating to iron then, shouldn't you? Right. Sure. Smiths of Passu. I don't think we're going to be here long enough for it to really matter what we pick, but that's what we're picking for the time being. We just want to drain them of their money, but we might as well look after them, given we, once again, slaughtered all their families. I mean, we would have accepted their surrender had they surrendered, but they didn't surrender, so we didn't have to, didn't have anything to accept. All there is to it, really. Let's get a road coming across here and down towards this forest, and we'll connect that road up via multiple routes, like so. And then let's get down a couple of woodcutters' lodges, a couple of charcoal kilns as well, a logging camp, and while we're at it, it probably makes sense for us to get down, oh dear, probably overlapping there, a couple of these lovely forestation jobbies. The game is definitely taking a bit of a chug, isn't it? Right, that's about as fast as we can really do anything. We can also reassign some of these ridiculous rear extensions that the AI has built, and in their place put something actually useful, like vegetable gardens, to help feed the people of this town. And we'll do that anywhere we see a ridiculous rear extension. I mean, it's pretty impressive the AI can get to this point, but I do wonder why they stop at this point. What is it that they get hung up on that they can't upgrade to level 2 burgages, or make sure there's enough firewood? I've never seen an AI put down a forester's hut to reforest an area. I've never seen them do that. They also never have enough oxen. Yep, got 3 here. Okay, right, well, let's build a couple of hitching posts. Got 2, 3, 4 down here. Put a couple here and over there. Find one of the existing ones and order in an ox. Rally our remaining forces here where they can all have a rest. And just pop up here quickly and make sure we disband these troops so they can get on with their work. Roll tax goes up, but I don't think that's a problem for us at the moment. Yeah, did we lose a chap from the retinue? We lost 2 chaps. Maybe we should have sent them home so we could reinforce them. Oh well. Right. Let's put you all back to a default stance. Okay. No one's running. No one's dispersed. Balanced. Good. And we'll line you all up here. Yes, you don't really do line it up, do you? Spread you out a bit. There you go. Right, that's nicer, isn't it? You're more comfortable now. Good. So, let's go and look at what else is available to us. We've got stacks of cash. I'm still not going to hire in the huntsman, because I think 250 a month is ridiculous for 2 units of crossbow. I have 4 myself. We'll hire those other mercenaries though, and we will bring them under our jurisdiction and deploy them with the rest of our forces here. And you've come in over here. Good. We'll bring you over. Ready for the next campaign. And how are we getting on? Have we built any of these yet? That's been built. We'll get 3 workers there straight away. And once these other 2 have been constructed as well, we'll get those operational. That one there. That one there. Get people working at a logging camp. And we'll get a whole bunch of people working at these charcoal kilns as well, just as soon as they've finished construction. While they're doing that, I suppose we could set some areas for the foresters to work in. So you can work there. And you can work over here. Plenty of land to reforest. You won't be shy of things to do, my friends. Some charcoal kiln workers. And how is the market stall situation here? I assume equally as diabolical. Yes, just 4 people working at granaries, so we'll need to get a few more of those in. Not that the AI leaves us a whole bunch of space to do things like that. Got a little bit of space there, so we'll get those in, and we'll get some market stall space in here. And we'll put them on the outside here. Okay. Right, and we'll get that down to 3. And we'll get 3 in this one here. And probably 1 over this side as well. Would not go amiss. There, connect that up to a road. Okay, and hopefully that should start to take care of the chronic issues that this location is suffering from. Ooh, and yeah, 3 families there. Okay. That's gone some way to addressing the problems. Let's line up these troops. Our mercenary army ready to be deployed. And we'll wait for this to tick over and just see what other mercenaries are available. We have quite the army here. Oh, yes. Ravenous vultures. Take all of them. Oh, look at this. It's definitely the largest army I've ever had. Right, where have you all come in from? Right, you're over here in the capital. So we'll march you down. Almost don't need to deploy our own troops at this point. I mean, no one left for the Baron to hire. And you're over here. Okay. We'll bring you into the field as well. Right, hopefully at some point some firewood appears. Let's get a few families working here as well. See if we can't undo some of the forestation damage that our predecessors have done. Or deforestation damage they've done, rather. Okay. Right, how are things going in... Not you. You're not ours. Not yet. You will be soon, don't worry. Over in Devil's Hill. Right, we seem fine on food and fuel. We've got a little bit of money as well. So let's get some carrots in there. Let's get some extensions popped on the back. We'll just get some chickens. That'll do. And that's my first proper misclick of the game. And we have actually got a spare bit of resource and also people. So I'm going to put a logging camp in here to assist with even greater logging. We'll get down a couple more hitching posts. And if we've got enough, we will order in an ox, but we don't just yet. That's fine. I'm tempted just to start construction of the manor here. Something for them to get on with. And we'll put some expansions on here, so we've got a few extra families to move in and help. And can we take a road from here that basically goes all the way up? Yes, because we can just connect into that main road there. And that'll take you eventually all the way up here. That will then come up this steep section here to the very top. There we shall have our manor. So administrative, manor. What are we short of? 5 logs. I'm sure it won't take long to get those in. That's fine. We have our extensive military here. Splendid. Splendid stuff. Right. Whizzing back on over here. To the capital. 10 months of food and fuel, absolutely fine. 65% on the old construction of the mega castle. Lecce is still absolutely fine. We never actually got anyone in the fields here, did we? Where is the livestock trader? I don't know if there is one here. Let's get ourselves a livestock trader. So we can get in some additional... What am I doing? What am I doing? Logistics. Livestock trader. So we can get ourselves some oxen without having to constantly come back and click that that's what we want to do. Make sure there's a few hitching posts installed as well. And then we'll get some workers at the various farms. We might actually start some production. Good. Get a couple of windmills active. And a couple of communal ovens. Wonderful. Still got the old war circle here, but that's fine. It's not actually slowing us down, is it? So we'll just ignore it. Got the timber we need here to make a start on the manor, so I think we will do just that. So at the very least, we'll have a building at the top of Devil's Hill. Commit! I'm sure it won't take long to build. Lol. I know what we could do, though. We could finally connect this road to here. There is a connection going all the way across this land bridge to the capital and to our stronghold positioned here on this hill. We are selling excess animals, but it looks like we might still have a few more than we need. We've got plenty of yarn, that's for sure. Probably do with a few extra people making clothing. So let's go to the livestock trading post, get another family working here, and let's also export lambs. Export anything over 100. Good. That's a good start. Foundations going in for this manor. Ooh, this seems like a good place for a switchback, doesn't it? Hey, yes. Ooh, very steep though. Wouldn't want to be those guys. Did we get on top of the situation down here? Yep, we have some fuel in. Now food is the problem. So anywhere we have taken away their precious honey, we need to replace it with some vegetables so that they might live and not die. And you know, being a generous ruler, I think I can probably assure them of that. Wonderful, I say. It's going rather swimmingly, isn't it? Gebakchu, or however it's pronounced, seems to be stable. How are we doing for influence? We have now got enough to press a claim elsewhere, so do we make a move on our last remaining AI foe? I think that sounds a wonderful idea. Any mercenaries available? Just you. Don't really want you. Fine, I suppose. Well, I've hired all the mercenaries. I'm running out of space on the screen for them all to fit. This is going to be a very one-sided battle. I don't even think I'm going to bother deploying our homegrown troops. I think that's going to be a little bit excessive. I mean, we've got one... Even in these troops, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 missile without deploying our own 4 units of crossbow. 725 a month, so we've got at least 15 months of money left to have everyone do their jobs. The reason I don't want to deploy our own troops, as awesome as it would look, is because I think they're better off at home trying to construct this manor. After many years, you can see all they've done is build a floating scaffolding that goes about 1/3 of the way around. Yes. Well, goodness, it's all going on, isn't it? We will gather our troops And we shall line them up here in a battle formation with some thugs. And shortly, we shall have our final fight against an AI town. Right, so as our troops arrive, we should denote some battle lines. So we want all of our infantrymen to be in the front. An impressive sight they shall be too. So there. And we'll have all of our missile in the rear, set to fire at will. And we will keep our brigands off to the flank. And our retinue in the rear, presiding over everything. Gosh, let's just take a look at this quickly. Now, if I was in this town, I wouldn't even be bothering rallying the local troops. I would just be surrendering. Because there is more people in this army than live in this town. Indeed. Sadly for them, they simply don't stand a chance. Right. Press the claim. I presume the battle will take place somewhere in here. One would assume. If not, we can just deploy the retinue to wherever it does take place, or even the brigands we have hired. Come on. Right. Battle has begun. Not interested. What's it doing over there? Ugh. Right. Let's march one unit of troop over there slowly. And maybe these units as well. Ah, so she has managed to reconvene her forces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 units. It should not take long to dispose of them. There are no mercenaries available. You can barely even see the plus button anymore. And very sadly for these troops, no sooner have they rallied than are they being picked off by our missile. What a pitiful response to our invasion. You call yourself a military? I'll show you a military. Ho 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 ho. Look at those missiles rain in. Not going to see anything from this distance. There we are. A truly magnificent sight. I do feel a bit bad. We are sort of raining fire directly onto their village. But, you know, why let them actually prepare their battle lines when you can just slaughter them in their homes? Much more efficient this way. Good stuff. Right, so we're slowly deploying our retinue towards the actual battle lines. We will also take the those chaps there just to secure the area, and we will continue the assault on the town with our forces here. All those arrows. I was always one of those players when I used to play a lot of Rome Total War. I'd always like to have a missile-heavy military, especially if you're defending a town or a city. You know, a lot of fire arrows. You can basically wipe out any tower trying to get your walls. I'm sure you all know what I'm on about. We could just run in our troops willy-nilly, couldn't we? Just charge in. But, you know, we need to hold to our discipline, because when you hold to your discipline, things like this happen to your enemies. Oh, half of them died in that volley. The next volley will certainly take care of the rest. Look at all these bunnies. Goodness. Look how many have died. Oh no. Not the bunnies. Stop shooting the bunnies. Been caught in the crossfire. Oh, it's even worse than the sight of the people. Oh no. Oh dear. Right, well, we're almost through with this host. One unit left over here. Really loath to go in and get them. Will you come to us, please? And you too. You heading that way? Ugh, fine. Right. Why is everyone running? I have to manually go through and stop you all from running. How laborious. Okay, that's everyone. Right. You lot. March in this general direction, please. Let's make sure we cut these lads off. Maybe we'll leave 2 units to defend the archers, who will be staying behind. And set these troops to engage. There we go. You lads are still making your way over the hill, that's fine. And our troops are on the march. With covering fire from our archers. A well-oiled military machine. In this autumnal landscape. Let's get on with it. Alright, you'll come around this way. You guys run to that position to defend. Unfortunately, it's that sword division that got rather hammered last time. There we are. Nicely boxed in. Oh dear. There's an engagement over here, look. Right. Make sure you don't get caught out on your own. What a farce. Really not being the optimal deployment, this one. Still, victory is a victory. Let's run you to your positions. I think you slightly outnumber the enemies there. Oh no, look! Oh dear, they're in the midst of all of our... Oh dear, what a mess. Definitely going to lose troops through this. This is what comes of speeding time up and not paying much attention. Don't appear to have lost anyone yet, though. Oh no, yeah, some of the archers are getting absolutely hammered. Including you. Sorry, everyone. Right, come on. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Pull out the archers. They shouldn't be in there. And everyone else should be absolutely slamming them. Should have done that sooner, shouldn't I? That's more like it. Gosh, they're holding out for a long time. Come on. Do we win yet? This is the problem when you get an inordinately large army, is you just stop caring. I guess we'll deploy these troops then to the zone. Have they managed to hire in mercenaries? Well, we weren't looking. No, it doesn't look like it. I mean, we definitely have the battleground. Does it realise we've won? Are you mine? Okay. Well, I certainly feel like we've won. Haha, my claims are non-negotiable. Goodbye. Just deploy all our troops in here. And wait to see what happens, I suppose. Presumably victory. While that's going on. How are we getting on with the manor? Basically no change. As I have come to expect. Come along, have we won yet? Good gravy. What's taking so long? Declare us victory. They're getting cold feet out here. Aha! 3 people survive. These brave souls have decided to come for us. Well, good on them. Seems rather futile to me. I suspect they're going to die with arrows through their chests. But if that's how they want to go, that's how they want to go. Deploy our infantry in front, just in case. And and wait for the poor souls to come to their demise. Oh, battle begins. I think they've reformed their units. Well, open fire. I'm afraid they're never getting. They've brought the bunnies back. Oh no! Attack of the bunnies once again. Oh, have mercy on the bunnies. It's not their fault. What are you lads doing? You're getting a bit overexcited. Back in line. There, we won. Okay. I guess the killer bunnies weren't so killer after all. And let me guess, you've got problems. Who's running out of fuel? Yep, once again, we've inherited a problem. That's all these other regions are. And as is typical, it's a fuel problem. So, as has been the way, we'll install a couple of woodcutters' lodges and a couple of charcoal kilns, and hopefully that'll take care of the problem. It wouldn't hurt. Put one down there apparently as well. To have a little bit of reforestation too. Good. That gives you something to do. And you okay for food? You got 7 months. You'll be fine. How are we doing for influence? 484. Well, I think we just need to sit tight, gather a bit of influence, and once we have that, I think it's time to make a move on the Baron himself. Don't want to do that, just want to tax you. Yeah, I'm afraid your tithe is now 20%, and your tax is 20 also. Thank you for the money. Sorry about your families. One moment, everyone. Hey Joe, there I was, happily building some extensions on all of our properties here, level 3ing them up, to give us a few additional families to hopefully get on with this freaking construction project. And finally, oh gosh golly darn it, brigands entering our home region. The military is far away on the other side of the map, but fortunately, we kept our boys at home. We shall deploy our own troops. We shall bring them forward to the battleground here on the side, and we shall not give them a chance to ravage our dear home. Let's make sure we've not got shield wall active. Not got shield wall active, because it's going to slow them down. We rather need them to get into position. We'll deploy our spear forward in 2 ranks. And we will deploy our archers aft. Fire at will, men. It is time. Time for defense of the realm. We always knew this day might come. The day when the capital must be defended. And fortunately we kept our boys at home. It is still many years till the project, the great castle atop the hill will be completed. But the day is now, and we must defend our homeland. Total victory is on the horizon, and yet bandits still roam the lands, and here they come, running out of the forests towards us. Men, load the crossbows and open fire. Open fire, I say. Right, hopefully we can get into position quickly enough. Yep. And we're still getting into position, but we have started opening fire with our crossbows. Those men who have arrived. Hopefully they're not going to be able to work their way around, because the number of crossbowmen we have firing at them is ever growing. But they do appear quite content on just bypassing us. Right, let's redeploy this spear unit here. We don't want them getting our flank. Right, everyone engage them. Right, you need to be defending our flank. Two units still incoming. Right, 2 units engage you. 1 unit engage you. 1 unit engage you. Shield wall, man.
Right, that's one unit broken. Formed a shield wall ready to receive the next charge. We're finally going to have use of a corpse pit. So exciting. Stand your ground, men. Let the archers do the damage. You just need to survive. No man dies this day. No man dies. They're down to their last 2 units. And they are not long for this world. Let's pull our men back. Reform the line. And once again allow the archers to do their work. One unit broken. 1 to go. And just like that, the capital is defended. I don't think we lost a single man. You can all go home. Thank you for your service. And, for goodness sake, will somebody dig a corpse pit? We'll pop it just there. Okay, we've got a few more families. Not many unassigned families. Actually, we have to assign a few to work on the woodcutters' lodges. But soon we should have more unassigned families available. Oh, we're in Devil's Hill, that's why. Let's quickly switch over. There we go. Yes. More people all the time. We've got plenty of space for people to be moving in. We've upgraded a whole bunch of properties to level 3. The idea being we free up even more people to work on the manor construction. Right, so with the threat at home dealt with, we'll just assign 1 family to work at the corpse pit once it's been dug. Good. And we have 5.8k influence, so I think it's time to press a claim against Baron von Hindelbolt himself. Okay, where is the battleground? Let's deploy our troops towards it. Ah, hello. My claims are non-negotiable. Goodbye. Whoa. Here he comes. Okay, right. Let's do this properly. Let's not rush this. Right, infantry. Take up the front line. Here. Archers. Take up the second line. Here. I will deploy... We can just find them off the screen. Deploy our retinue to this flank. And deploy our expendable brigands to the forest. You all know your tasks. Are you running? No, it's fine. Once the Baron managed to muster 2 units of sword, unit of brigands, archers, and retinue. It's safe to say he doesn't stand a chance, isn't it? Right, the battle is almost upon us. What are they doing? Hello? They're not even all in position yet. They're just sort of harrying our ranks, and they've been broken. Okay. Ah, their retinue comes forward. Turn them into pulp. You protect the flank. Push in. Good, they're broken. Time to eviscerate their archers. I'm afraid you are a little outnumbered. Open fire! Whoa. More arrows than there are people to kill. Good, because there's been a lot of war, hasn't there, in this episode? I'm not interested in talking to you. Thank you, kindly. Right. Let's ignore them and push the infantry forward.
And we'll also deploy our archers. To take out the remaining enemy scum. Haha! I would just run away. I would just run away. You fools. Well, they're brave fools at the very least. Yet fools they remain. As the rest of our battle lines move into position, and the arrows rain from the heavens as the snow falls. Where is the enemy's second unit? Ah yes, a second charge incoming. Right. Can any of you see this unit? Run to a flanking position. Bring you boys around here. Right, very well. Push in, men. Push in. Charge! If we don't have the use of our missile, then we shall push in with our infantry. And let numbers speak for themselves. Bring you round to the rear. And you shall execute the final charge. Charge! Excellent. They shall run away scared now. Let's just make sure it happens sooner rather than later. La da da. It's terribly messy, isn't it, using infantry? Oh, there's one unit broken. This is why I do like to use archers. Much cleaner. There we go. Both broken. Right. Is that the region ours? What happened to our chaps? They're just over there. That's fine. Right. Redeploy these troops. And then behind. Victory is ours. Wonderful. Right. We shall waste no time. And we shall march on the enemy's final region, where there shall no doubt be a bloody battle in the fields. How are we going on up here? Devil's Hill. Yep, got a little manor at the top. Good. Made a building. Fantastic. And how are we going on over here? 70%. Goodness. Never fear. We'll get there before the end of the episode, I'm sure. Right. Everyone's moving into position. I think seeing as it is the final battle, it would be amiss if we did not rally our own forces to help in the great victory. And what sort of formation should we have? Let's go for... Let's bring everyone down to start with. And we'll take 2 units of spearmen. Where's the centre of this battlefield likely to be? Just in the centre here? Probably, right. 2 units of spear here. And then... Or maybe 2 units of sword here. And shield wall. Or maybe even 3. Yeah, we'll take 3. 3 units thusly. Yeah, let's keep the spear then back here for a moment. Yes. And then, what do we want? Another 2 units of shield here. And then a further 2 units on this flank. Start with this unit here because they are fully staffed. And then we'll put in our other unit as well. A rather depleted workforce. Just space them out correctly. Good, right, that's you. And then we'll get some light spear on the flank here. What else do we have at our disposal? We have our own spear. We'll deploy redeploy like so. Now we could go for a triangle actually, couldn't we? Yeah, let's do that. So a long front line here. And then we'll bring these troops down like so. And do we have any additional infantry? Those are all archers. Those are all archers. Just our retinue then. We'll put you on this side. And then we'll set these chaps to shoot at will. And we'll put you in here behind the front line. Tell you what, maybe we ought to expand slightly like this. Yes, that makes more sense. And then we can get the rest of our archers in here as well. Make sure no one's running and tiring themselves out unnecessarily. And that everyone is on fire at will. Yep, looks like it. And then we will select everyone up. Goodness. It's a lot of missile, isn't it? And put them behind here. Don't think we even really need a front line this long, do we? Good. Is that everyone? Oh yes, just our brigand boys. We'll keep them in reserve, just in case they needed to fend anyone off coming for our archers. Okay, right. I think we're more or less ready for the final battle. Let's look at our assembled host. We have a great number of infantrymen and shield walls facing in various directions, so they don't know what's going on. And then we have an absolute monstrous number of archers ready to open fire on our foes as well. So, what do you say? The final push? I think we go for the final push. This region is ours. We don't actually really need them in shield wall, do we? They look cooler when they're not in shield wall. We'll disband the shield wall. Yes, look at that. That is an army. I think this is probably the largest army I've ever commanded in Manor Lords. It's definitely completely unnecessary, because the Baron is not going to be able to field anything like this. With those famous last words. Ah, they're coming in right across from us. Not quite in the right area. Do we pull back? Nope, I think what we'll do is we'll just pop these lads in here. So we've got someone in the circle. And we'll try and face them where we are. If they try and outflank us, then we will deploy to the side. And of course I'll write back. Sod off. Yep, sorry for the language. Right. So they're coming in from here. Let's redeploy slightly to the edge of the forest. Do the same with our archers. Okay. And we could even just all go to the side slightly. Make sure we're in the right place come the battle start. That'll do. Right. Turn them into mush. Oh, look at that absolute stream of arrows. Yes. Goodness. Oh no, look. Deploy the brigands. Okay, there's only 5 of that retinue left by the time they've actually engaged. Oh goodness, there's actually quite a lot of them. Right. Quickly, we've underestimated them. Right, we need to deal with these quickly. Let's redeploy these soldiers here, as we are heavily outnumbered on this flank. We need to bring you into this fight over here. This lot will have to deal with them. Let's pull this line back. along with these archers. Disengage! Disengage! They've rather turned round on us here. Alright, reform the lines. Archers open fire. We've dealt with them. We'll bring them round. Bring these guys round to our right flank. There's no terrible rush. Right. Let me engage them with those missile. Engage those. Pull these chaps back. Alright. Let's push in to the side here while we outnumber them. And we'll push in with these troops here. Same with these troops. Take out those archers. Bring these forward to the center. Bring these onto the flank. Right. I think we have dealt with the immediate panic and issues we were having. Which is that they had probably 3 times as many troops as I was expecting them to have. Right, they're broken, and so are they. Let's reform our main infantry line to face the enemy. Right, they're all broken. Let's bring everyone forward. Continue to bring this flank around. And deploy these archers to take care of those units. And these ones to take care of these. And we'll bring our infantry line forward as necessary. Good. Well, they may have brought more troops than I was expecting, but they did not bring enough. Not with the number of archers we have and the number of infantrymen. I am glad, though, that we decided to bring our own troops from the capital, because without those additional troops, the additional 6 units that we had, it may have been a little bit hairy. But as it stands, the defeat of the Baron is just moments away. Right, everyone focus fire. I want this unit to cease existing. Thank you kindly. Push this unit across the river. Look, I'm busy absolutely annihilating you. Go away. Good, that's them gone. I want them engaged, which means bringing this line of infantry forward. We'll keep an eye on where these chaps are. We'll deploy 2 to the flank. Maybe 3 to the flank. Maybe 4 to the flank. Yeah. Let's split the infantry in half. I'm actually going to set these units to take care of them. And these units take care of these chaps as they come in. And maybe just 2 units to take care of those archers. Okay, that's slowed their advance. Redeploy these troops over here. They've hit the main line. Let's bring these troops forward. Unit of spear is almost spent, so we'll instead use our archers to engage the other enemy archers. And we'll take all these units and we'll use them to crush the remaining unit of infantry here. These poor 35 men simply do not stand a chance. They are outnumbered 6 or 7 to 1. Right, we'll charge in our brigands to take care of these archers if they'll keep running away. And pretty much everyone else has been decimated. Make sure everyone is set to aggressive stance, and we'll didn't even need to rush those units in. Good, so it's just those unit of archers we're left chasing. Just to play it safe, we will reform our infantry lines here. And we will bring our archers round. Ah, and there we have it! Victory is ours! We have fought long and hard. We have built some really rather lovely settlements, especially the capital. And Devil's Hill has been tamed by us. Lots of conflict along the way. Fought the AI and the Baron. 5,500 days very nearly 1,000 constructions finished. Endgame population of 1,400, so just on the brink of where the game breaks. Won 6 challenges, lost none. Enemy soldiers killed over 2,000. We only lost 78 ourselves. 47 dead villagers. Can't imagine why that happened. I think actually we took over a region and some people died of cold. Right, well we'll continue because although we've defeated our last foe, we do need to finish construction in the capital. So we'll bring all of our troops home, including all of the mercenaries, and we shall array them here on the slopes of the fields of the capital itself. And let's focus on construction of the manor. We're at 70%. We'll speed time up and I shall join you once it stands completed. Good a bit. That's it for today, folks. If you've enjoyed this video, then please let me know by commenting down below with your feedback and suggestions. A like, hype and sub go a long way towards helping the channel grow. A huge thank you to my channel members. Your direct support is invaluable. You're the reason I can keep the channel going. If you're still in the mood to chill, join me in another video or maybe become a member to gain early access. But enough of all that. I've been Typical T and this has been Manor Lords. Cheerio.